not that good. The bike.
It's definitely the whole. Yeah.
I think you actually make sense to have just the bikes, but
Hello.
but
What number is it?
this stuff.
Yeah, I can't remember what number it is. Oh, he's got
53.
he's got his time.
Yes.
And he is.
Well, your reach is
So
something else.
That's my phone.
Yep.
Towards the like the 35 days.
So, if you're going to see me, can you just keep an eye if there's anything I need to action?
That is
Yep.
days.
I'm happy to come to other stuff if you want.
No, this is important. Work here whether that was chasing.
Yeah.
So he can start on that bike today. Because he's starting on that bike, if that other one gets full.
And then as it's in CapCut, you just talk over the top of it and the AI generates the captions.
Okay. Yes. Morning. Yeah.
On that live, maybe.
You're wrong audio. We're about house spot. Right,
One in my pocket.
yeah, mate. Right.
Oh.
I'll get a towel.
It's not 18.
Yeah.
I know, and I want my butt cried yesterday.
And it was so good.
And
Just gonna dump it in.
good.
Yeah, we're
You just live well.
go plug it outside. You unplug it and replug it.
Yeah.
You have
That's good. That's proper nutrition.
If you unplug that and replug it in,
It wasn't good.
I'll get Jason.
Yeah, work here around 4.
How did you do that?
Yeah. No, good on you, man. Ready for today?
Yeah.
Apparently, if you unplug that and plug it back in, it'll break.
Right.
Yeah, it'll lose volts.
The first man?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but
How do you turn it off?
I should be fine, man.
Be on my paper, though.
Yeah. I think maybe if once they unplugging and turning it on, that's the issue, but
Oh, wait, now.
Yesterday.
Good morning.
Good, how are you?
That's it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Nice to you.
He's got his timing.
Yes, I'll be thankful. Do you want me to?
Hey, wait, Ava, let me go. 24.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And they're going by twos, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm going to call you. Let you know.
Alright.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
G'day, how are you?
Welcome.
Let's do a chat.
Yes.
And you
Say there was an issue with turning this one off.
If you're going to drag it, it will those bulbs.
around 30th, Daryl. So just people watch out.
Yeah.
This one will just have a way better angle for
Yeah.
everyone.
You've got your timing to come back. Hello. Yeah, I did. Have you got? Oh, has he got his timing? Yeah. And just down the back. Yeah. Thank you. And he has his timing. Number 10. Hi, Greg. How are you? Yeah, let me find you. You've got your timing chip too. Amazing. And let me just show Great. Yeah. Going out. Number 3, my friend. Good luck. Have a good day out there. Be safe, all right?
I'm checking for getting zinc 3 5s.
And he's got his timing right.
Number on.
And he's rolling
16.
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Was it you spoke about the number on the side of the car? If it's necessary, you said it
Use it
wasn't.
on the front of the
Yeah,
car. I'm going to give you just so that we can.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Australia 10th anniversary special. We're doing a live stream watch party for you. I'm Larry Ryan, host of 515, the Ultra Podcast. Joining me here, you can see on the screen, is Mr. Steve King, the voice of Ultraman Racing. Steve, welcome back to day 2. Thank you for the number of hours you gave us yesterday on the day 1 live stream.
Thanks very much, Larry. It was good to be here and really enjoyable day 1. Extraordinary happenings out there. Sadly, lost a couple of people that won't be official finishers, obviously, but hopefully they'll carry on and continue to bike on today too.
Yes, I suspect at least one of them will for sure. He went out onto the bike yesterday and was not able to finish the bike, but he'd probably give another crack at the bike today. That was... For the people joining us, this is a live stream. We have multiple cameras running. Sometimes sound jumps in, jumps out. Sometimes cameras drop in, drop out. We had a great day yesterday. We did not get kicked off of YouTube at all for breaking any of their rules, one of which is having music playing that is copyrighted. So all of our crews and our announcers were great at making sure that we did not break any of those YouTube rules yesterday. And we were able to live stream for over 13 hours, just 13 hours, actually. It was 12 hours and 58 minutes yesterday. We were on the air. We're going to do it again. I've got a number of guest hosts coming in to join me like I did yesterday. Obviously, Steve is here. Steve, let's talk a little bit about what was happening yesterday and some of the storylines that have come out of that.
Sure. Well, obviously the big story is really Tim Belstead, who's way ahead of the rest, with Kirsty Sheehan in second place overall going into this. A reminder that Kirsty had the 6th fast with a 2:56.34, but Tim Belstead led the way and set a new record for the swim. He did a 2:14.49, which is actually the 2nd fastest we've ever seen at one. It was a tied record there, but just seconds behind what is the overall best we've ever seen at one of these events. So that's an event for him. I think we saw 6 people, in fact, inside the 3-hour mark for the swim. And then Tim really took off as well. He was well clear of the rest of the field. He did a 4:26.58 clocking, ending up finishing 6:41.47. Kirsty was second overall, just 1 second up on the second man, who is Boris Bakerline. So between the top 2 men, there's an hour, 7 minutes, 52 seconds between the top 2 women. That second place female being Nicola Mathias out of South Africa, and there's 19 minutes and 15 seconds separating them. But when it comes down to these bike performances, by the way, because they're going off, I believe, 2 by 2, that's what we normally do, according to their bike performances of yesterday. And if we look at that, the top 2 will be Tim and Kirsty, because they are the top 2 bike splits up there. If you look at who else, she did a 4:53.04, but you had Joshua McCaskill at 4:53.42 and Greg Jenkins at 4:53.08, and Craig Jackson did a 4:58. So very, very close in terms of cycling abilities. But we also have to remember that their cycling times of yesterday included their swim bike transition, and they can vary tremendously from 1 minute or so through to almost 25-30 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. And just so we know what we're looking at here with what's on screen, this is the athletes that are now checking in for the day 2 bike. We've got Steve here on the side giving us our update from yesterday. Now, I have some day 1 results ticking across the bottom of the screen for you. I will admit I went to bed last night without fully updating it for the last few finishers that went across the finish line yesterday. We'll be updating this shortly with the running times or the running order for today anyway. I'm going to switch that over and get it back to all of the athletes' names so that we can see that everybody listed anyway, and we'll have those running without the exact finishing times for yesterday. If you do want finishing times, by the way, finishing times are easy to find. They are available through Barefoot Timing, and if you Google search up Barefoot Timing, you're going to find that, and we will make sure that we have updates on that as well. We'll go to that in a little bit just to show what it looked like yesterday. I have another guest here to do some guest speaking, so I want to bring him in next, and that is the man who came out and helped us out yesterday by being super active on on the commentating. Nick, can you give us a little hello so you jump into the screen?
Hello.
There he is. This is Nick Millette, everybody. He's an Aussie. He's done the race. He was one of the people who helped organize the race when it was first being established with Tony Horton, the owner of the race, and Craig Percival. They were the team that kind of put this all together. So, Nick, what were your thoughts on what you saw yesterday?
I thought it was great. It was obviously we've got one person way out front, but I thought it was a lot more competitive than I imagined it was going to be, and it's great to see the 2 top women mixing it with the top group of guys.
Yes, and are you on 2 devices today, Nick? I'm seeing another one come in. No? Okay.
I'm on YouTube on my phone, but no.
Okay, no problem. One of the things that we do want to let you know is what's going to happen here. We're under darkness. Nick, you've been at this race a number of times. What's going to happen as far as starting off this bike leg today?
All right. So what happens on the start of day 2? They take the bike times from yesterday, and they line them up in order of fastest to slowest, generally in pairs. And because it's dark today, and because they're going through the suburban NOOSA, Noosaville, and Tewantin, for the first about 8 kilometres, they will have an escort, and they're restricted to, I believe it's 30 kilometres an hour for that period. So it's like if you watch any of the professional cycling, like the Vuelta that's the Giro that's on now, the athletes follow the commissaire's car for a certain period of time until he officially starts away, and off they go. So the same thing's going to happen today for the first 7 or 8 kilometres until they get through all the suburbs and sun comes up a little bit, not much. Then they'll let them go because the area that they will be riding in from there is pretty quiet. So they're allowed to go off, and there are no crews allowed to be anywhere near that section. So they all park up, and for about the first 55 kilometers, there is no feeding for the crews. They have to be on their own because it's just too narrow in that first section. We do a big loop around a place called Lake Boreen. And so all the crews will park up and hang out and drink coffee and eat donuts, and then it'll get started after that.
Yeah, and we'll be going over that map of today's course in a little bit here. Once they start out and get out onto the course, we'll preview that with a Google map so that they can see what that looks like as well for the viewer at home. And I just want to remind the viewer at home that what we are looking for today is an interactive watch party. And what that means is we are going to have we are going to have you join us in everything that we do. So we want you to in the chat. We want you in the comments. Please get out on the side there. We will put your comments on screen for everybody to see. If you see somebody in the chat that you know from around the world that you haven't had a chance to catch up with, please feel free to chat with them on the side of our broadcast. That is all right with us, okay? If you have questions about what's happening, then you can just hit the comments and give us the question, and we will try and find out the information through the commentators, or we'll check in with Tim Franklin at wherever he is on course and see if we can get an update on the people you're looking for. So let us know where you're watching from. Let us know which athlete you're following, and give us a little information about that athlete as well if you have some insight to them. We're going to ask the athletes to be also providing some video to us throughout the day, and we'll be putting those up as updates from the cruise as we go through the day. Now, yesterday we were a little shocked at how few of the videos came through, and that was, I'm going to take the blame for that one. Jeff had a crew video file drop set up, and he sent me the link in the morning yesterday, and I did not check the message format that he sent it in. He sent it on Facebook Messenger yesterday, and I wasn't on there at all yesterday. So I didn't have the link to that file. So we do have a little bit of extra footage today for you, which we'll probably end up using when they're going through that no feed zone of the cruise out on course yesterday. So that'll be a good review for you to be able to catch up on what was happening out on course yesterday and get to see it live in action. One of the things that we are trying to do here is to make sure that people that maybe have never been to Australia or any race, that you get to see what it looks like to be at a race and be on a crew or be the athlete, get some of the behind the scenes stuff. And we want you to be immersed in what it is that it is to be a 515 racer. So we're going to try and get you all over the course, get you to see all the people. The fun part of it when you're on the crew is you kind of leapfrog over the other crews that are in your area. What we're going to be able to do by having the crews submit their own videos for the broadcast is we're going to be able to take you all around the course. So this is going to be better than if you were at Australia in some sense. You'll know exactly what's going on all the way around the course and not just the section that your athlete might be on. All right, Steve, I think this might be a good time for us to take a look at what some of the day 2 records are. And I know that you tend to keep a good eye on records. So I'm going to bring you back up on screen here, and I'm going to put up some of these records and let you tell us who these people are that hold these records.
Yeah, well, day 2, when we look at the men's division, we tend to keep a list of the top 5, and that moves around pretty much every year slightly. In 2023, we had 2 men who really blitzed the field. Steve Ledger, who set the fastest time with a 7:14.24. Then Simon Cochran, he did a time of 7:18.30, which is a brilliant time and well ahead of what the previous record had been by 24 minutes itself. That's how fast they were. And the person whose time they bested was Richard Thompson's, a 2-time world champion, and he did that in 2017. Shane Kent, who's also won here, he had a victory 2021. He did a 7:44.35. And the 5th fastest bike for the men on day 2 was Anthony Vlogmans, who last year's winner with a 7:51.20. For the women.
Oh, Steve, just one thing there. I understand that Anthony ended up going out and paddling yesterday because we were short paddlers at the beginning of the swim.
I was not aware of that. That is great. Again, that talks a lot about the Ultraman alumni and the way they give back in so many different ways. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, and he's actually crewing for one of the Indian athletes as well. So I think maybe he wasn't assigned to paddle and then ended up going out to paddle.
Well, good for him. I do appreciate that because that is not an easy job. I mentioned yesterday how in Florida one time, the sister of one of the athletes had never paddled before. She ended up staying in the water, well, not in the water, on the water, for 7 hours because her brother was the person swimming for that long and unfortunately wasn't able to therefore finish. But anyway, she spent 7 hours there. But Kate Bevilacqua set the record here for the women on day 2 with a 8:27.39 clocking. Don't forget, she's won Canada as well as Australia and as well as the World Championships. And Brinkamp, who unfortunately was involved in 2018 when the swim was slightly short, She took the title then and set a time of 8:44.56. Then third was Emily Kempson. She did that 2019, 8:58.34. Then the late great Mary Knott in 2017 had a great battle with a two-time champion, Deanna Fuller, who I think is going to join us later on. Mary did a 9:01.53, and in that same year, Deanna Fuller did a 9:02.20. Those are the top 5 clockings for the females for the bike on day 2.
Yeah, and another stat that I know that you keep on your website, steve-king.ca, which is where all this information comes from, is the combined bike times. Can we maybe go through those combined bike times while we're watching these athletes prepared to get on their bikes?
You bet. What I've done on my site, I've actually listed 3 of the riders from 2018 as well, because we know their times would have been right up there. So I will mention them as well. But
Okay.
the leader on combined bike times at 13 hours 42.40 was Simon Cochran in 2023. Richard Thompson did a tremendous 14:16.16 2017. And then we had Craig McGigan, Carl Reed and Jason Shields in 2018 from 14:20 to 14:40. Steve Ledger as the third fastest, legitimate therefore including the 10K swim, of course, 14:52.25, set 2 years ago. Carl Reed, who's been a 2-time champion there, 14:58.02, 2019, and then David Kalinowski, 14:58.12. That was the very first year, 2015. For the women, no surprise, Kate Bevilacqua, once again at 15:51.39. Emily Kempson at 16:29.29, 2019, and then the 3 ladies from 2018, including the lady who goes into the event second overall right now, Kirsty Sheehan. Anne Brinkamp, Kirsty, Steph Barrett did between 16:23.55, 16:54.39. And then Chloe Lane, who's now racing pro, she was a winner as well in 2016. She has the third fastest, a combined bike, 16:56.54. Tracy Morrison in 2019, 17:03.23, and Mary Knott, 2017, at 17:11.44.
Well, I think that sets the stage for what might be some times that can fall into those top 5 today. I'm going to take that back off the screen, and we're going to ask Banat to bring up his sound, and let's join him in the getting ready for the start of day 2 here. Banat, can you please bring up your sound for us?
Yeah, second overall.
If we have people watching at home that want to cheer on the favorite athlete getting ready to go out there, please put something in the comments. We'll throw it up on the screen.
Yeah, I look messy from the door. Yeah, you sort of like filming it.
Yeah, so bear in mind those times I gave you were the combined days 1 and 2 times. When we're looking for overalls, just for the bikes, Simon did that 11:15.36 2 years ago, and Kate Bevilacqua at 12:59.47 in 2021. So we'll see how the combined bikes only are, but what I gave you earlier were the combined days 1 and 2 times.
Okay, yes, and we got those available here for the screen as well.
Thank you, Tom. Right, yesterday.
Well, who tried to do the same today?
Well, I'll try and get that bit bum a bit higher.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Just make sure that we can have it on camera.
Very good.
So I've already been out for a 50K ride this morning, and it's windy.
Yeah, man.
Well, I know there has been a little bit of rain on and off already this morning as well on the course. Nick, do you have any insight as to what the forecast is going to be for the rest of the day for these guys?
Yeah, the forecast is showers on and off all day, and the wind will start picking up. Like I rode 25 kilometers south of me, which is on the course, turned around at the probably 230k mark, and then to 225k mark, and then rode home. And I was blasted home with the wind. There's already water on the road. There's actually a lot of water on tomorrow's run course. Parts of it are already flooded. But for today, they're going to get a bit of showers, some rain later on this afternoon, and the winners should be getting blown 40k with 24-kilometer-an-hour winds directly behind them.
Okay.
So, yeah, the thing about the weather here, though, because they're going so far inland, that quite often it can be howling windy here on the coast, and quite calm inland.
Thank you.
So, and we'll soon find out once everyone starts going inland a little bit, especially that loop they do around the Mary River. So yeah, they should be fine. It was, like I said, very windy this morning, but it seems to have calmed down a little bit.
Good luck today.
Well, Banat, what's the feeling like there at the start line? Is there an energy?
There is a lot of energy, actually. I don't know how they keep it up. It's like 5:20 here? Let me check the time.
5:27?
Yeah, correct. So they are about to start. They have already lined up in order. What's good?
Hey.
We've got here, man. What's happening?
2.5 minutes to go time. Everyone's lined up. Last goodbyes being said before they head out on day 2.
Alrighty, let's go.
That was Jeff Morris, the race director.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have your attention just for a couple of moments.
This is Tim
Before
Franklin.
We get started here on day 2, we've got 2 minutes to go time. 2 minutes to go time. As always, please be really, really safe out there. Follow all the rules, follow all directions, including the crews. Please be safe on the road, guys. Have a great day. This is one of the best bike rides you will ever do in your life. To all the mothers out there, happy Mother's Day. No better way to spend it than 12 hours in the middle of nowhere. That is true love. Guys, I hope you have the best day. I'm going to hand the start over this morning to Jeff. He'll going to count you down from 10 on the way, and I'll see you out on course. And most importantly, I'll see you back here in less than 12 hours from now. Have a great day, team.
Have a great ride.
Banat, can you move down the road a little bit so we can see them as they file by you, please?
1 minute.
This is John DeMandel getting on the bicycle there. John rides on a tandem. He's obviously vision impaired somewhat. So he has his pilot. They had a crash yesterday. They went off the road. They got fixed up. They're feeling good. Now we can see. You can leave your sound on for us, Banat, if that's available. We can see the cars that are going to lead them out. The VIP treatment. Banat, can you just tell us when they actually start for the time? Oh, it looks like they have.
Started now.
All right.
All together.
So they are underway. This is day 2 of the 10th anniversary Australia. There are 39 riders on the course today that will have the opportunity to become finishers at Australia this year. We did not get the update yet as to whether the other 2 athletes that were not able to finish day 1 are out on the course with them today to be participants and enjoy the roads. But there they go. They are off. Now, as the course goes today, there is a long no cruise zone, so we're not going to see the crews for a while. We are getting a little bit of chat in here already. We got Carrie Mandel is asking us, who is the group with all the costumes? What are they wearing this morning? So maybe we can get Banat to go find that crew. That's Leanne Coghill's crew. Yesterday they started the day as jellyfish with lights. Oh, is this? Are they? What are they today? Cones.
What are you today? Cones? Why cones? Okay. And how many costumes do you have for today? Only 1? 4?
How many costumes total?
24 total and only 4 today. So tomorrow you are smashing it.
Yep.
We have a couple there. Okay, cool. Apparently there's lots of people in the chat actually asking for you guys. I'm wondering, okay, what's your costume today? Can you give us a teaser of what's coming? They won't know. They are already on the road.
Teaser. What's the teaser?
Well, yeah.
Have you got? Having a donut.
A donut?
Yeah.
Oh, that's appropriate for today.
I don't know what
Yeah. Can we confirm what crew they're with? I might have misspoke, Banat. Which crew?
Watch out. Sorry?
Which crew is this? Which athlete?
Hold on. The tracks came out.
One of the
well.
Wheatleys.
Who's the team lead? The captain?
Ava. Yeah. Team
Ava.
captain for the Mayor of Launceston.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, it is Andrew. Okay.
VP. Team captain's got to be on the game, so no costumes for me.
And what's happening today there?
Big ride today. So Matt and Andy, so my dad and my uncle, they're both racing together, which will be really special. We've got the whole family here today as crew. It'll just be a good day out. We're looking forward to it.
That's crazy. Well, man. Well done. Well done.
Trying to beat the rain. Here comes the rain.
Yeah, here comes the rain. And we've got another camera recording the camera on the camera.
Everything. Yeah, this is Matt and Andy's brother-in-law.
All right.
So
maybe for next year's edition, we get him, right, to do the coverage. I mean, he's got a better machine than mine, for sure.
Yeah, Banat, tell him,
That camera.
hey, make sure he has the link for the crew uplinks.
Yeah.
We want some of that footage. Get him the link.
Watch out. I mean, you are a cone. Watch out. Go. Over to you, Larry. It's starting to rain.
All right. Thank you, Banat. Now, Banat, of course, was a racer in 2023, and he wanted to come back and be part of the Dream Team this year. And Jeff thought he would be great for helping us out with the live stream here. So that's what he's doing. He's going to be out on course for us today, as he was yesterday. He's going to be moving around to different locations and just talking to the crews, and when available, talking to the athletes as well if they happen to stop for something. So we're very excited to have him back today. He was a great addition yesterday, because without him we would have lost a lot of footage, and he had to work through a few Zoom issues, but we got a lot of good stuff from him yesterday as well. All right, so I think next we want to go to, let's just take a look here for a second at some of these comments that are coming in. Go Team 69. Team 69 is which team for us, guys? Love from Sherry.
Kelly Ridges.
Oh, Kelly Ridges. Okay, yes. So there's one for Kelly. And we also have Troy tuning in. Going to be a fast trip.
Troy's a past racer.
Yeah, and he's talking about the wind as well. So those of you that are watching, please send in your comments. We want to put them on air as well. Looks like right now the crews are trying to huddle under the tent, keep themselves dry before they go out. They've got quite a bit of time here before they can get to the first point where they can crew today. What was it again, Nick, that you were saying about how long it is that they have a no crew zone as far as mileage, and then what that might relate to in time?
Yeah, so it's about 55 or 60 Ks. So it's going to be obviously hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes for the top guys, and a couple of hours to 2.5 hours for the rest. If people can look on, I don't know if they've got the maps on the website there.
Well, we can bring the map up ourselves.
Yep, they go through NOOSA and Noosaville and Tewantin. And then there is a loop out to a place called Lake Boreen, and then they come back. And the crews generally, what they do is they come back and they hit the same course that they went off yesterday. And that first steep hill that they ride up, that's generally where all the crews will hook up with them there. So they've loaded them up with enough fuel for about 60 Ks.
Right. I'm going to try and pull those maps up so we can actually look at those for a few minutes. We'll just continue watching with Banat going around a little bit, and we're going to be a little while before sunrise here. Maybe he can jump in and speak to some of these people and talk about how the athletes did overnight, how they did with their refueling, and how they did with their sleep, and if anybody that was crashed had any ill effects from that, because we did have a couple people that went off the bike yesterday. So, Banat, when you get an opportunity, grab somebody, or is this the dream team now huddled? Looks like Jeff is giving instructions for the day.
It's the dream team.
Yes.
The rest of the people, the crew members, have taken their cars and are potentially going for a coffee before they can assist their athletes and their friends. So yeah, it's the crew here, the dream team, just sheltering from the rain that has come to visit us this morning.
Well, maybe the salt of the charge can help.
Well, maybe we'll just stay here and get some behind the scenes as to what happens with the dream team. You know, there's a number of people involved in this. I'm guessing over 40 in total that are taking on different roles. Some people taking on multiple roles, and some people jumping into action yesterday to be helping out with the athletes. So it was an amazing thing. Maybe we can catch up with Jeff Morris when he's done assigning the duties today and checking in with everybody, and find out about maybe how some of that went yesterday, and what he had to do to.
Yeah, we've got Jeff. Yeah, we can. Can you hear him? There we go, team.
Hey, Jeff, it's Larry here. I'm on with Steve and Nick right now. We're going to have some other guests in later. We were just saying that your dream team is a very large team. They hold a number of different jobs, some of them throughout the race. And I know that some of them had to be recruited actually into the crewing and stuff yesterday. Can you give us a little update as to what kind of went on a little bit with your dream team yesterday, and how you guys, reacted and pulled off this amazing day one?
Yeah, so we had, so before we even got started, we had a couple of drafted in crew members for internationals and things that pulled out. So we're standing actually here this morning with Max Allenson, who's a former finisher, 2021. So Max is actually out of course with quite a bit international. So even before we got started, we had some of the dream team draft sideways to crew for international athletes, which is we love having those internationals here, so that's important. And yeah, then yesterday we had a combination of some people getting a bit ill. We had some craft failures. So I think we ended up at one point with 5 dream team members out on various surf rescue craft paddling for some swimmers. So just the commitment of this team, we've coined this term the dream team for a number of years now. We have 20, 25 people behind the scenes that just do everything. Aaron got up this morning at 2, 3 a.m. He's gone out to double check the course, make sure all the arrows are standing. We come down here, we get started, and their commitment's amazing. I talked to a couple of athletes yesterday, and the first thing they said to me is, I realise now why they call the dream team. They've never had an experience out on course, and that's what these events are about. We know that all around the world, it's not just here. These people come, they give their time, their expertise, and just want to put this experience on for athletes, and the dream team's pretty special in that respect. So yeah, it was a wild day yesterday. Nothing kind of went to plan, but eventually it came together today. And other than Raj, who had got a bit crook in the swim, and Vishnu, who just didn't quite make the bike course yesterday, we got 39 home safely. We started 40 today. Raj, he got really sick in the swim. They calmed down his vomiting. A bit too much information for you, but during the got a bit of food on board. He's had a night's sleep, and he's rolled out this morning. And I had a good chat to him. It takes a lot of heart to. He knows he's not going to be a finisher of this event. We classify them as a participant now. So he hasn't completed the whole course, but he wants to go out and give that a crack today. And hopefully he makes the 276 Ks back in 12 hours, and might go for a bit of a jog tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think that when I've been talking to you about the Dream Team, this is exactly what you've been telling me for years now, that they will jump in and do anything that they need to do. We appreciate the update on the athletes and the participants as well. Have you had any reports from the course yet as to any areas out there on the course today that might be detoured or any issues out there?
Look, they head out this morning. So obviously we started in the dark this morning to get everyone home in the light at the end of the day. So they do the first 8 kilometres behind the police escort. I'm sure you guys have talked about that. So that's our in-town section. So we roll out, keep them nice and safe that way. We have got a bit of wet road this morning, so they'll be cautious. The first 50 kilometres, it's a loop with a single point in and out, so we don't let our crews out there. So the athletes are having a couple of hours to themselves this morning, depending on how quick they're riding, an hour to 2 hours out in that loop. And then they head on to the major part of the course. But we've got no big dramas until about 200 kilometres. We've got a couple of sets of roadworks, and this is the nature of ultra racing. There's no way around them with the course that we use. Mm-hmm. So some of those athletes are going to get held up for potentially 4 minutes twice, just where there's some roadworks on the course that just don't have a way around them. But other than that, day 2 of the course is actually in quite good nick. I drove the course a couple of weeks ago. Our crew's been out on that over the last 2 days checking, and it should be a good day out. A big southerly wind forecast. So if anyone's been and had a look at our maps, when they come, they hit about 235, 240 kilometres, I think it is. They basically head north from the southern end of the Sunshine Coast up here to Noosa. So they're going to sit up, they're going to open their jersey and put that sail up, and hopefully get about a 40-kilometre-hour southerly wind. What's that, 25 knots, mile an hour approximately for people around the world. But 40-kilometre wind blowing them back up the their way into Noosa. So they're going to arrive here at the finish line where we are, fresh as a daisy with big smiles. So hopefully we catch lots of that on the live, and everyone around the world can see those athletes arrive into Noosa with a big smile on their face at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And we know that it's going to be a great day out there for them no matter what, because they're racing ultra. How bad can it be? And they're doing it in one of the most beautiful places in the world, in Noosa. One of the things we talked about yesterday was that Noosa should be a racecation destination. Can you confirm that this is the place to go if you want to do an ultra race and bring your family, as most of the athletes have done this year?
Yeah, that's it. It is. And, we can kind of throw those things out there. But the beauty of here is you've got this beach. It's a place that I think everywhere in the world, if you talk Australia, it's going to be, talking about Uluru, talking about Sydney Opera House, Noosa is right up there with what anyone around the world knows. So to be based here is amazing. Yeah, the family have got some things to do, but these courses, day 1 and day 2 course, this day 2 course, we head to some beautiful bushland through some rainforests. We then head to the more western part of the coastline where we hit those hills, which everyone knows about, but we've got some farming land out there. We've got, again, through some really cool rainforest down near Kenilworth, and then that coastal road that they ride up. for the whole time they're riding home, they just go up point after point where they see beautiful beach views. The day 2 course is really amazing. Like, I drive it at least twice a year, and I still at some points just stop. I pull over at lookouts and I just have a look. I live here. This is close enough to my home, and yet I will literally stop as I'm going and doing course measuring and checking at some of the points and just go, wow, I didn't notice that view before. So it is, and I've talked to lots of the crews about that. It is really hard work being a crew. You know that, Larry. It focuses that athlete, but I remind them, you're here for you as well. Yes, you're part of the team and you need to make it happen for the athlete, but take a moment, breathe it in, because it is truly spectacular, and that's not exaggerating things. And we'd love to see anyone come and give it a crack and join us in the dream team here in NOOSA.
Excellent. I do have Steve and Nick with me, so I'm just going to throw it to them to see if they have anything they want to ask you, and then we'll let you go because I know you got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it's nice cruisy start today, but yeah, Nick's just down the road. He'll be able to tell me what weather's coming this way, I think.
I've already been on the bike. I've done 50 Ks. I got up at 2 and I rode down to Bly this morning, and I got blown back to Coolum. It's already windy. Tomorrow's run. I've had a look at tomorrow's run course. I actually rode down the bike path down to Marcoola past the surf club, and a lot of that's probably going to be wet tomorrow, like puddle wet already, standing water stuff. But they'll be fine.
Not too wet, Nick. Not 2022 wet.
Not the deluge wet. But yeah, so no, they'll be fine. The roads will be wet for them if they just behave themselves. It'll be all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where Horto is, Jeff. I've seen him around a couple of times, but please say hi to him for me. But I notice you end up with taking on a huge volume of work, and
Sorry,
I want to thank you.
My side.
Well, yeah, I want to thank you though, because a lot of people don't realise the incredible headaches that you have to take care of throughout the year to make this happen. So thanks on behalf of the Tri community, my friend. You do a magnificent job on this and another event that I know you're very much involved in.
Yeah, and you're right. You know that. And lots of people around know that. And, we have some people that have come from being athletes in the last year or two to come and join the dream team, and they get that whole thing and they're like, I'm going to come back and race because this is too hard. But I got to say, we're here with Larry, who has spent hundreds upon hundreds of hours of his time to bring this to the world. So I want to say a big shout out to Larry. I kind of left him hanging yesterday because I had our dramas here, and we did agree that the priority was always putting the race on, but Larry hung in there, and he's brought some amazing coverage to the world. And Larry, from my heart, mate, really, really do thank you for what you've done.
Oh, thank you very much, Jeff. I'm super pleased to team up with you and the Dream Team and Tony and everybody at Australia for this. So it's a passion project for me, and I've been loving it. So this is great. Thank you for providing it.
Yeah.
All right.
That's awesome. Yeah. Tony is a bit better. We are going to get him on the camera today. I think we're going to head out on course with him, so we will get a chance to put Tony in the hot seat and have a little bit of chat to the man that started all this in Australia for us.
That would be excellent. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Oh yeah, it's Mother's Day in Australia, so yeah, we need to say Happy Mother's Day to all the mums watching in Australia.
It's Mother's Day here too.
Our favourite mums here, Shay.
One of them. Hey, Shay.
One of her babies in Melbourne, and one of her babies comes up and stays up here with her. But we make sure we get it to all the mothers on Mother's Day.
You bet. Yeah. We celebrate that here in Canada as well today, so look forward to seeing all the action. Enjoy.
Mums and special people.
Yeah, without the moms, none of these athletes would be there to race.
That's right.
Very true.
There's so many mums out there on cruise. It's beautiful. What a way to spend Mother's Day.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. We're going to take a look at the day 2 map here next. So you go do some of that work, Jeff.
Awesome. And we'll catch you during the day from course.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks, Banat. All right. So let's take a look at this day 2 course. Not that one. That is a different one. I would like to, while I got this on, I might as well just mention that later on, if you want, you can, I've already put this in the side chat as well. If you want to tell us where you are watching from, then it would be great for you to just click on this QR code or hit the link that's in the comments. And what we're going to do is we're going to open this up a little bit later, and we're going to see where in the world you are watching from. So all you got to do is drop a pin on this map when you get into the link. It's a Google map, and don't necessarily put it right on your exact house, because you don't need to tell everybody where you live, but put it in your city, and we want to know where everybody is watching from. All right, let's take a look at this map for today's course. And I'm going to bring both of you guys up onto the screen with me here so that we can have you guys kind of hit back and forth on what you know about the course. Obviously, Nick, you were part of designing this course. I'm going to run it as a slideshow. I'm going to click my way through. Steve, you've been on this course numerous times as well as a commentator. So both of you can just kind of take your turn at telling us of what we're going to see and where it's going to go. If you look at the map as we see it now, from the start line over near the ocean, as Jeff was saying, they're going to head out into the hills, and there's a area up north where they're going to have that no crew zone. And when they come back around past that day 3 turnaround where they run down along the beaches, that's where we're going to probably hit those tailwinds that Nick was talking about. So I'm going to run this as a little slideshow, and maybe Nick, you start us off with what's going on in the course here today.
All right, so they're starting obviously at the park here. That's the old Noosa Tri transition area, and the road just follows all the way through the suburbs. And that little point right there, 8K, that's where the escort stops, and they turn right. So follow this little red line to the right, and you'll see that it gets very quiet there. And then they head out. It's McKinnon Drive, and when they hit this intersection here, they take a left, and there's a big loop. So they hang a left here, and this is why they don't have any crew vans out here, because they do this big loop around Barine Point, but this is a choke point. It's only one entrance. So they don't want 40 vehicles choking this up and around this residential area. And so then they go back, loop around, and a little trip through a suburb there, and back to McKinnon Drive. And so then they go back, you'll see where it says 8K, 52K. This is where they were dropped off by the escort, and they turned right. Well, now you're coming in, and you're now on yesterday's course for a little while. So they head up the steep hill. It's about 700 meters long, about 12%. And then they head along. Now they're on a plateau, and they'll head all the way to Kuroi. There we go. And so this is still the course from yesterday. They're following exactly what they did yesterday until this point. Oh, here we go. No, to this point here at Curran, and then they'll go over the first climb. They go over a climb and then descend into what's known as the Mary Valley. And this is where it does get a little confusing. There's a couple out and back. Steve used to park his van here and commentate.
Maybe Steve, you can pick up this part of the course for us then.
Yeah.
This is your area. Oh, we got you on mute.
What was the big deal was being there to see the guys heading to my left, and then the next time they come through, they would be flying down a hill and doing an out and back again. So it would confuse some of the riders who had never been over the course. That's one of the best reasons for athletes to survey in the days beforehand as much as they can, of course, because it always caused a little bit of confusion there for those who are inexperienced. But from what I remember, there were like 4 or 5 major climbs or decent climbs anyway. And the first one was around about the 55K mark. There was another shortly after that around 60. And then at the 80K, there was a bit of a descent, but then there just around 90 kilometers, there was a little bit of an up and down section, but quite the grade. But I think the biggest grade was around the 170k mark, and that had a big descent to it as well. But from around,
we'll be coming to that.
Around about 200 k's on. There is one just before the 200k mark.
Steve, you jumped ahead on our map here.
Am I going too fast?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't realize you were going to go that quick. So I'm just going to go back. They've done the out and back, and now we're going to.
So they do that out and back twice.
Yeah, we're going to come around to it for the second time.
Yeah, and then they do this great big loop around the Mary Valley, and then they come back and visit Steve, and then they do that out and back again.
And Tim is already claiming this as Tim's corner now, by the way.
All right, so Tim will be there.
Yes.
So they do that out and back a second time, and then they hang a left, and then they start heading towards Kenilworth. And this is what the big climb Steve was telling you about. There we go.
It is.
Yeah.
And so this is the top of the climb, and then it's a rapid descent down to Kenilworth, and the crews send their cyclists down the hill, and they all go to the Kenilworth Bakery and hang out.
Yeah, well worth hanging out there for a while. And then from about 200 odd k's onwards, there's a few minor climbs before they head home, and the grade at the end is very close to what it is at the beginning. So I think that this is a very solid course. It requires the crews to be on form as well, obviously, as any of them do. And it's another good reason for these guys to be working as a team even beforehand. If you get out and do a few training sessions together, but a lot of people are not able to do that, as we just heard.
Right.
Some people were getting matched up with not only their paddlers, because some of those young kids only meet the swimmers just prior to the event start. But when it comes to being on the road for days 2 and 3, you want to have a solid team, and it can be either a bonus or can be detrimental. Depends on who you make your crew chief as well, because some people will just say, oh, I'll let my wife do that on my husband, and that may be a little overwhelming. So if you can get someone who's experienced or an athlete or a great coach, because a coach can monitor the athlete along the way. And I notice even the man who's leading at this time is going to have his coach on board, and I believe he's also his crewman. And that man was a sub 9 hour performer at the Ironman distance as well. That's Tim I'm talking about.
Right. So if you look at the map here, the graphic, you'll be coming in from the bottom left here and following along through Yandina and a couple of other little towns, North Arm, and then you head off towards the coast. And that little section's horrible. You've already had 200 Ks into your legs, and there's some very pitchy climbs on a very rough road. And then you hit what's known as Bly. It's where I was out riding this morning. And this is the bit where it says day 3 turn to run. That's tomorrow. That's the run turn.
Yeah.
So you ride past that. And then what we'll do is this is all now Twin Waters. It's a big resort. And now they're heading directly north. And this is where they're going to get blown north today. And they head all the way past Point Arkwright, past Coolum. This is where I live. This is my beach suburb. That's my house. And along the coast, all the way back to Noosa.
And then this last part into Noosa, how much of this is an uncrewed area as well?
Yeah, about the last 10 Ks, they don't need a crew.
Okay,
it's the best way to do it. It's just
so basically
so the crew can just
from Marlowe's lookout to there. Is that the area?
Yeah. So what the crews can do, because they do a big detour, right? There's a big roundabout there, and if the crews just go straight through the roundabout to the finish line, it's about 5 kilometers. If they go the other way, it's double. It's actually probably 2 kilometers. Gotcha. So crews can cut the corner there, and the cyclists can go around. Most crews will just follow them just for safety.
Yeah, and that the finish line is somewhere along this stretch here, I believe, is the actual finish line.
That's right, just before you hit the bridge.
Just before that bridge.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why we were getting times yesterday where we already were announcing finish times before the finishers were crossing under the arch. And that was designed for safety so that they're not blowing in at super speed, trying to get under the arch to get a certain time and making that right-hand turn around the roundabout that some people tend to miss. And then we end up down here at the park.
When the finish was at the surf club, so they had to negotiate 2 roundabouts. And when you're fatigued on a busy weekend in Noosa, the traffic's pretty bad there. And you've got to slow down, and it's a bit of unfair. It sounds silly to say, but we have had 2 ultra distance, 1 Ultraman and 1 similar race that I've been involved with, where the winning time was 19 seconds over second place. So time matters. And so they've thought that it would be just fair to finish further away so they don't have to worry about all this traffic.
Right. All right. Well, I think that gives us a good overview of where they're going to go on the course today. I'm looking through the comments here in the chat, and we got a comment from Carrie in New Jersey asking, where's the link to send the videos? Excellent question, Carrie. I know that you are a big fan, multiple time finisher yourself, and you're probably wanting to send out something special for Shane Duffy. So the watch party link is now in the the watch party link is now in the chat as well, with the link that goes to um10videos@gmail.com. So anybody who has a special memory of the race that wants to film, a minute or 2 talking about what the race has meant to you, I do encourage you to send that in to us, and we're going to put those on the air throughout the day. We're going to be playing a number of videos that celebrate the 10 years that have gone into Australia. A lot of them will be the people that have been the videographers and the photographers that have put together the pieces, and they're usually played at the awards. So we've got most of those to play for you over the 3 days. We had a couple already yesterday. We'll have one of those coming up in just a short minute. But that's where to find that. It's in the chat now. And Carrie also said that she tried to drop a pin, but not sure if it's saved. I'll have to take a look at that when I have a short break, and we'll see if that's functioning properly for you, Carrie. All right. So what I want to do now is play one of those videos, because we want to let people know what this course is going to look like today. So I'm going to play you a video of the day 2. What the bike course looks like. So Larry,
before you do that, I'm just going to let the people know that for any tech geeks out there who want to look at check elevation and all that sort of stuff and have a more interactive map, I'm just about to click. There we are. That's the Ride with GPS link to the course today, and that will give you everything. That will give you all the elevations and course and the whole deal. So it's on Ride with GPS, but there you go. You can, if you can't get it through this link, you can just Google Ride with GPS and you can find it there.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that, Nick. I know that there were some course changes in the GPX files that came up, particularly for day 3. That I believe they're all updated now properly on the website. They were sending them out to the crews earlier this week to make sure that that was happening. But yeah, let's take a look at the day 2 bike highlights from 2016.
And I'll just point out, Larry, if I may, the
Yep.
clock.
All right. Sorry, that went right into the next video. We'll get that one coming up in a short time. So I have Steve King and Nick Millette here with me today. We're filling in a little bit of the time as the athletes are going out to a no crew zone, and there's no cameras in there. Hopefully we'll have Tim set up out there at some point and be bringing back some of the footage for us, and Banat's going to catch them in Koroy as they come back out of that a little bit. Steve, I cut you off as we went to that video. I think you were going to tell me that my clock was a little bit off.
Yeah, I make it about 11, 12 seconds off the actual start because the cameraman had moved away,
right,
Bernat, at that point, so we couldn't hear the countdown, but I could see the first cyclist moving off there, John DeMandel.
Okay. And so we're probably about 12 seconds behind what the actual time is.
Yeah, and we'll find out those actual times, obviously, once the guys start posting, but it was just in case people were wondering why it wasn't showing if they joined us for the start.
Yes, right. Okay. So now one of the things that we want to do is we want to make sure that everybody knows who these athletes...
All right.
Thanks, Nick.
That is Nick Mallett, ladies and gentlemen.
Nick Mallett. We want to set this up for the people that are watching at home, and over the next 45 minutes, we're going to give you a couple sets of athlete introductions. So the athletes were asked to introduce themselves to you for the live stream. So I'm going to run through our first set of those athlete introductions next, and we'll do a couple more sets as we go through the first hour here so that you know exactly who all these people are. You can put a face to a name, and maybe you already know these people. If you see somebody in the video that you recognize, give them a shout out in the chat, and when we come back, we'll be able to put some of these up as well. So we're going to do our first set of athletes in the in their own introductions.
Hey, I'm Nick Chapman. I'm 30 years old from Perth, Western Australia. This will be my first ultra man distance event. I've done several 70.3s. I've raced in Ironman New Zealand with my now fiance and crew leader, and I've done a 20k solo open water swim over here in Perth, Western Australia, the Rottnest Channel Swim Crossing. My crew and I are really looking forward to heading to NOOSA this year, taking all the sights and just get out there and have a go.
Hi everyone, my name is Matthew. I'm from Tasmania. Ultraman Australia 2025 will be Ultraman number 6 for me. I have been a crew member once, way back in 2015, and then have competed as an athlete 4 times in the past as well. Not since 2021, so looking forward to lacing the shoes back up again and coming back down the beach. For us, it's a real family occasion, and looking forward to taking all the crew and the extended family this time as well to NOOSA in 2025.
Hi, I'm Aaron Croft, 29 years old, from Manchester, England, currently located in Perth, and this will be my very first ultra triathlon or ultra distance event.
Hi, my name is Greg Jenkins from the Sunshine Coast. I'm 46, or as my Tri-Club members call me, Pigeon. We all have a unique animal name in our Tri-Club. Yes, I grew up on the Sunshine Coast, so very lucky to live here and appreciate that this race we've got on, the Ultraman in NOOSA, is a local event for me, so thought what a great race to do.
Hi, my name's Leanne Kogel and I'm 48 years old. I'm from Marcus Beach right here on the Sunshine Coast. This is going to be my first Ultraman event. I have crewed before for Daniel Crook, and I have watched the action pretty much every year since I noticed these crazy people running down my street about 10 years ago.
Hi, my name is Marcus. I have had 0 ultra distance triathlon experience in the past. I have done one 100-kilometre trail run, which was extremely challenging. I've completed 37 Ironman, including 8 World Championships.
Hi, I'm Anthony Otter, age 47 from Adelaide. I'm looking to step it up to my first Ultraman try, having completed Ultra Trails and Ironman.
My name's Kirsty Sheehan and I'm 46 years old. I hail from the beautiful Hervey Bay. I have done 10 Ironmans. I have been overall age champion and this is actually going to be my second Ultraman Oz. This year both some of my best friends and also my husband Rooster is crewing for me. Fun fact about me, I am the largest native owl in Australia.
Hey everyone, my name is Vishnu. I'm basically from India, but I've been living in Adelaide for the last 3 years. And this year, I'm also coming to NOOSA for Ultraman Australia 2025. And I'm really excited and terrified as well because it's gonna be my first Ultraman and I haven't done any ultra distance races so far. So it's gonna be really challenging for me, but I'm looking forward to it and I'm really confident that I could make it to the finish line. And I've got an amazing crew members, Jeff and Joshua, to support me for all 3 days. And why I'm doing this challenge is mainly because of 2 reasons. It's been one of my biggest dreams to become an Ultraman. When I got to know about Ultraman almost 5-6 years ago, I actually posted a video on YouTube regarding what is Ultraman and the distance and everything. I never thought at that moment I would be able to finish an Ironman. But here, after 6 years, I've done 2 Ironmans and I'm going for Ultraman. It's crazy, isn't it? And the second reason, if I could finish the Ultraman, I'll be the first person from my state called Kerala, a southern state in India, to become an Ultraman. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it and I can't wait to finish it. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Ciao.
Hey, I'm Nick Chapman. I'm 30 years old from Perth, Western Australia. This will be my first Ultraman distance event. I've done it several.
That looped back to the beginning.
Yeah.
So I really like the fact that these people are, willing to put themselves on video, because some of the athletes were definitely not willing to put themselves on video in their introductions, and some of them got very highly produced as well. And we'll be looking at some of those as we go through the day to introduce everybody. So that's just a little bit to keep you guys in the loop as to who these athletes are. I think at this point, maybe what we want to do is just try and hone in a little bit more on who you guys are thinking we're going to see getting out to the pointy end of this biking race today.
Well, I don't think we're going to see any records for a start. But I've been interested to see what Tim does to start and what Christy does as well. Like if they're going to take the morning out quickly. Because today, the course is tough but fair. But it's one of these psychological, if you're racing, and it's a psychological course, because if these people could go out hard and they're fit enough to deal with the first 100, 150 Ks, especially with today's the anticipated conditions, it can totally crush other people mentally, and they'll just shut it down and just finish. So I'll be interested to see if anyone is going to go out and actually try and race it.
Yeah, and personally, I'd be happy to see how people like Mahesh Kumar Prajapati do, because he was the final person to finish yesterday with less than 6 minutes to spare. He was, I think, the 36th fastest of the day just on the bike alone. So, but the Leanne Coghill may have had some issues out there on the bike. She was at 7:28.40. Hopefully she can be comfortable today. But also Madame Vishesh, another person we'd like to see there. He had actually a reasonable cycle with a 5:57, so it could move him up. And that's always what I like to see, is how things evolve, where people move up when they get to their favorite discipline. Or they pace themselves very sensibly as well. And as Nick pointed out, you've got some really good cyclists. Reese Byrne, who was the 8th fastest cyclist, for instance, but he ended up, I think it was just inside the top 20. So you look at that and you think, yeah, here's some people who could move up. We've seen people move up like 20 spots before as a result of one great day, and it can make a huge difference. Richard Doze, I think he could be in for a decent day. Because we got to look at age groups as well, you know, and some of these guys, it's not only about where you place overall for some, others it's just about finishing, of course, but some want to be the age group champion and even possibly get close to age group records. That will be tough because they're just amazing, but I love to see how it unfolds, because obviously at the end of it, we get to see what sort of time someone would have to run in order to either set a personal best, because you've got a couple of people doing their 6th, for instance, and others setting benchmark times. And then, of course, we will see if anyone gets close to the huge records that have been set here. Simon Cochrane, obviously, with that 1948-47. But we've got a lot of time to go before we get there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we certainly do. We did have Simon on screen yesterday. He is kind of at the race as an ambassador. He is one of those people that, you know, even though he's a pro triathlete and does this for a living, he's caught the bug of the ultra, and he's willing to come back and share his time now to, you know, give some tips to these racers that are here, to meet the racers that are here, and help out in any way that he can with the dream team. So he was saying that, you know, he thinks he feels safe with his record at this point.
Definitely. One thing I get interested in on day 2 is how the crews react to their athletes, because, you know, especially some of the backmarkers, the people who are tired from yesterday, and I mentioned to Steve in 2004 when I signed up to do the Decker in Hawaii. Steve and myself were in Grand Coulee at the Ironman distance race they had there at Cooley Dam, and I mentioned to Steve that I was going to do this Decker, and he kindly offered his services as crew. And he was asking me who I would want to crew, and I said, I don't want anyone who likes me. And he said, why? I said, because I don't want anyone to mother me. I don't want anyone to be nice to me. I want people who are going to be hard. Because the thing is that if you're suffering and you're close to emotionally attached, you tend to throw the race plans out the window and try to be nice to them and nurture them, when actually what you need to do is get the whip out and tell them to stop whining and get back on the bike and go. Because, you know, people have missed the cutoff by very narrow margins, and it's all the dicking around, you know, 100 Ks in that can screw you 170 Ks later.
Very, very true, Nick. I know a couple of times when I've been doing some distance racing, and Jean would say, you know, how you doing? How you doing? I'd say, well, actually, I'm, you know, in a bit of a deep well right now. And she'd say, well, don't forget, you can stop. You don't have to do this. It's, you know, and it's like, no, that's not what I need to hear. You know.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
Yeah, and that's because they get concerned. They see you suffering. They don't want you hurt in any way. And you know, if you've got children or grandchildren or whatever, they want you back safe and sound, but they don't realize what it would do to your head necessarily.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that to me is always an interesting part of it, because as I mentioned yesterday, that a lot of the crews have never been around this sort of thing before, and they've got no idea what happens, you know, especially deep into day 2. I consider day 3 the fun day, and everyone can either walk and socialize and all the rest of it. Today's the difficult day. The back half of day 2 can get very ugly for a lot of people, and it's always interesting to see how the crews react to that.
Yeah, and as we were saying yesterday, that day 1 is kind of like the opportunity for them to work out their systems, figuring out who's going to go where in the handoff zone when they're gathering stuff from the athlete, giving stuff off to the athlete. You know, who's the one who's going to, you know, be the motivational person for the athlete, who's going to be the one to tell them, no, you got to keep going. You know, everybody kind of has to find their role within that crew. And I think by now they've probably got that, and things are probably going to be a lot smoother today for a lot of them, even if they don't know what they're doing yet still. As we said.
And that's the thing. I have a little demonstration here for you, because I've been told by several people over the years that I am the most low maintenance ultra athlete they've ever met in their life. And Rick Van Til, actually, he modeled everything he did after he crewed for me the first time he came to Penticton with his dad. On what I did, he said, because you were so simple. So, and I'll give you an example. I've got my 4 water bottles. And
all right, we're going to go. Hold on. Let me get you full screen here. We gotta.
So, the last time I did Ultraman Australia, I had one crew member, Aussie Bob, who Steve knows, and his girlfriend, who had never been part of this before. And she said, "What are we supposed to do?" And I said, "It's very, very simple. I have 4 bottles, and it's idiot proof. This one, electrolytes, it's yellow. This one is Coke, it's black. This one is clear, it's water. And this one is extra calorie stuff." And I had multiples of these bottles. And I said, "I want one of you to hold these 2 at all times, and one of you to hold these 2 at all times." And they were like, "Well, what are we supposed to do?" And I said, "I'll ask you. As I'm riding up, I'll say, if I throw this bottle out, that's for the one I want." And it got to the point where she said, "It's actually really boring now because you're so easy to deal with." And I said, "I know." Everyone stops and they look at the buffet at the back of the van, and they have to figure out what. I have a Ziploc bag full of assorted things like little mini Mars bars or power bars or whatever. And I just say, "I want a food bag at your next stop." And yeah, Aussie Bob said to me, he goes, "Man," he says, "we're just going to go to the pub because we've got nothing to do." But yeah, Tina Matheson, so the wife of a very well-respected triathlete in Penticton, Dave Matheson, who is a Ultraman champion or 515 champion himself. I saw her going through the back of my van one year. It was Dave's first year. And she said, "You've got nothing there. You've got one cooler and that's it." I said, "Well, it's only me." Like, what more do you need? And where the other vans are just full of everything you could possibly think of. It's like a 7-Eleven in the back of their truck. And I said, "I don't understand that, to be honest." And that's where people waste time. It's the #1 time wasting thing on day 2 in Ultraman is stopping your bike, getting off your bike, looking in the back of your van and trying to figure out what to eat.
Yeah, I know.
Should have all been worked out before you started.
Rick Kent, when he was on the podcast, his advice was never get off the bike. Basically, never stop, never get off the bike. Just keep going. Yep. Get your hand off, and yeah, because once you stop, you're not getting back up to speed very quickly if you are, or you've stopped because of a lack of motivation.
Yeah. Well, as I was talking to Mel yesterday, and I said I had the privilege of crewing for Tom Price in 1993 in the first running of Ultraman Canada, and I met him on he drove up from Redmond. I think he was living in Redmond in Washington, near Seattle, and we met him on the Thursday night before the race, and he said, "Any of you done Ironman before?" And I'd been the only one. I said, "Yeah, I've done." And he said, he gave me a list, and he held the list up, and it was all his Cytomax products. He was sponsored by Cytomax at the time. So he had all his nutrition. He had everything exactly what he wanted. And he says, "Do not get creative. Do not do anything on your own." He goes, "I've worked it all out. Just do the job and everything will be fine." And it was until the second half of the marathon on day 3, and he had a major meltdown. Still won, but I learned everything I could possibly learn for Ultraman from that man 33 years ago. Because he made it so simple, and there's no need. But a lot of people, as I said, crew members turn up and their family, they've never done this before. They worry, they get emotional, and people, 5 minutes every time you stop can make the difference between finishing under the cutoff and not.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But one of the other things that is befitting the event is to keep it as light as possible, not just in the food department, but in the mental department. You know, and that's why it's great that some people dress up. Some people are dancing out there, playing music, or painting up their vehicle as well to let everybody know. Because in the end, when you reflect on this, even though there's a lot of time yet to go, obviously, for these guys, but you want it to be a really satisfying thing. And I've often said to people, it's not about the time you get, it's about the time you have getting the time you get. Because you put so much sweat equity into getting to this point that there's a point where, okay, let's relax, let it flow through us. But it won't, as Nick said, if you keep stopping, because you're expecting your muscles and your head to start working again at the same pace. Doesn't happen. I was at an extraordinary event in Spain over Ultraman distances, and it really shook me up a little bit because by the second day, these guys had established their position, and they literally rode and stopped in the same positions, a little bit apart, but kept that position. And there were about 15. And on day 3, the most extraordinary thing happened. I'm expecting to see them race it out. They arrive in the same positions as they finished at the end of day 2 at the marathon mark up this hill. And the families all stopped and they started a barbecue. Every single athlete stopped. They ate, they drank, and we were sitting there for about 45 minutes, I kid you not. And then they started off in exactly the same order and finished in exactly the same order. And it was like a tour. And I kept yelling. And do you know, by about the 10-mile point of the double marathon, I just gave up and said, okay, that's what you're doing. It's just a tour. And it was tragic to me because, you know, I like the racing aspect or the unfolding aspect and the individual aspect. It's a totally different thing if you're going around the whole course together once you've come out of day number 1.
Yeah, it's true.
Anyway, I would never go back to an event like that because the tour is so different from what is going on here. You know, people dig deep. The crews, they love to support other people if they can, if it's necessary. And the riders are so grateful if someone comes along and even phones their crew or offers a wheel or something. That can happen, you know, and it's happened many, many times. And you're so grateful. Or someone lifts your spirits when you're maybe going backwards, or you've had a problem, or you're feeling in the dumps for a while. You know, you see someone yelling, screaming and dancing at you. And it's like the rest of the world doesn't care, but the Ultraman family does care.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's amazing how close you can get to perfect strangers out on a race course. You know, it never ceases to amaze me.
No. And as you did out yesterday, whether it's Pakistan and India or any other countries that might clash otherwise, you know, sport brings people together. And this certainly does, because everyone knows you've had to dig deep, whether you're doing sub 20 hours or whether you're doing, 35, 59, 59.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we've clicked over the first hour of day 2. I've gotten word from Tim that they are out there in the no crew zone and they are setting up. So I suspect we'll start getting some live footage from him out there on the course any time now. So please stick with us, and we are going to be getting you live coverage here very soon. I'm also just trying to tee up some of the videos from yesterday that the crews have provide it to us. So I'm going to keep working on that here in the background. And as we're waiting for Tim to come on with his live footage, maybe you gentlemen can still just continue on with some of your insights and valuable knowledge, such as how to do the handoff, Nick. That is great. But I will dispute one thing. I've been at races with you, And Juan Cravari is easily the most chill guy to be a crew member for. So
yeah, there you go.
maybe
But it is really interesting. We talked yesterday about crews abandoning, like vanishing, and Steve knows that that my crew, Dave Bullock and Cindy, his wife Cindy, vanished on me one year. But the race that Steve and I did together in '94, the red hot favourite going in before was Berend Henkel, your good friend, Steve.
Indeed.
And he, remember distinctly, like I got a mind like a steel trap sometimes, but we had gone down to the Soyuz and back, so we're about 60 k's in, and Berend's crew had stopped at Okanagan Falls for breakfast, and they thought, we'll just let him go down to Soyuz and back, so he's going to have to ride 120 k's or whatever it was, alone, without the crew. They had no idea. And I remember Berend was wearing an orange Banesto cycling top that day. And I remember we were riding back north into Oliver. So we'd gone just under 100 Ks. And I remember spying that off in the distance, like way off in the distance. And I thought, oh, what's happened to Berend? And another volunteer, Lee Crockett, was in his vehicle. And I said to Lee, I said, is that Berend up there? And he said, I don't know. And I said, when you drive past him, if it's Berend, can you flick your emergency lights so I know? And so he went past and the emergency lights came on. And I thought, wow. So I picked up pace and I caught up to Berend. And he said, my crew abandoned me. I've got no food. My day's done. And that was like, well, we had a 320 Ks to do that day. And he was under 150 Ks in and his day was done. Just because of a mistake by his crew.
That's interesting you say that. Berend is a dear friend of mine. We talk probably once or twice a month. And do you know, he's never told me that. And so I'm pleased to hear that, because he and I said I had never raced a bike before. In terms of just a cycle race. And I said to Berend, wouldn't it be great if you and I could lead this just for a short while, just so we could say we were leading a bike race at one point? And he said, yeah, let's do it. Okay. So somewhere along the road to Soyuz, we took over the lead, and I thought we were in the lead for held the lead till about the 80K mark. And then I managed to get because I had promised a couple of friends of mine who owned the winery at the top of Green Lake Road. Yeah, the hill, what we call the wall. And anyway, suddenly Berend seemed to drop off behind me, and we were fairly close together. And anyway, I carried on because I wanted to be the first to the top of the hill. I get to the top of the hill. You and Jimmy Brazil, I think it was, were meters back of me, but I got to the top of the hill, giving it almost everything I got, and my friends weren't even there. Even though I had said to him, this is when I anticipate being there and I'm going to do everything I can to lead. So that was funny. But Berend is still racing up a storm. He just did. He went to Sweden and did the Nordenskaloppet, which is the longest cross-country ski race, 220 kilometers. And he finished that in difficult conditions, but he still coaches as well. He'd be very pleased to know that you remember that about him.
Yeah, that was... I've never forgotten that, and it was like a major crew mistake. And then what was that? So, and then 11 years later, it happened to me with my crew. So that's why I was clued in. I just remembered what I'd seen happen to him. Mm-hmm. So I actually started using Gerard Charlton's crew.
Yeah. Gerard, I think, might be even in Italy right now. I see some postings for him because he.
You are correct. Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about Arch to Arc and events like that, but he did the Uberman, and that was a heck of an event. There's only about half a dozen people who have now done that, I think. But and Giorgio Alessi comes to mind. Remember, Giorgio actually came to Australia and got lost in the first few kilometers of the bike ride, going out of the swim. And I remember about an hour later after he left, he came back. He said, I've obviously gone the wrong way because the crew had just moved too far ahead and he couldn't find them.
Yeah, The speaking of Uberman, I'll just let everyone know that's watching. Uberman is one of these bizarre events made up by one guy. Actually, Tony Horton spent a fair bit of time with this guy. But you swim from Catalina Island to the mainland in the US. Is it Long Beach that they finish? And then ride to Death Valley and then run Badwater.
Yeah.
And it's Ultraman style, so you've got your own crew, but you have a window of time to actually start this thing, and so it's not an organized race. It's just a challenge, and whoever manages to finish it, they log their time. So Mel Ure from Australia, she's done it. I believe she has the women's record.
Yeah.
And Gerard Charlton, the man who beat me in 2005 in Ultraman Canada, he has the male record, which is epic for Gerard to come out of retirement essentially and just post that. That was amazing.
Yeah.
But it goes back to what I was saying yesterday with Mel about what is your normal. Like, we know so many of these absolutely insane people who do these crazy events all around the world, and it just becomes normal.
Yeah. Well, and they make a lifestyle out of it, and it becomes their hobby or their second life in many ways. And it's a difficult one, though, to come down from. You know, when you lose the ability or you lose the speed or you find yourself getting slower and slower and slower. And that's what's even more impressive. Sergio Cordera, I believe now, is on the run. I saw something yesterday to indicate he's actually on the run. And I sure hope he finishes the Decker. And then you have people who are doing the triple Decker, you know, and Shanda Hill ended up finishing that as well, becoming the first female. So it's stunning.
Yeah, it truly is amazing. I've said it a few times to Kevin Kutchar, he talking about some of his clients he was coaching for Ironman, and he would say, she wanted me to coach her, and as one young girl in particular I was thinking of, he said she did no training, she did nothing, she just laughed her way around the Ironman course, and totally beyond my expectations. And he goes, and then I have these people that they pay me, but the whole time they're saying, I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it. And they talk themselves out of it. And I've said to people, what makes you think you're so special that you can't? Look at these people that can.
Yeah. Very good way.
But it's all in the head.
Yes, a lot of it is. And desire. I mean, how much do you really want it? You know, for some people, it's everything. Coming up a home stretch and hearing Mike Riley say you are an Ironman. For some people, that's absolutely everything. For other people, it's another race, another week.
Yeah.
Another notch in the belt. And for others, it's another experience in a totally new community or city or wherever it's being held for them because it's their vacation time.
Yeah. It is interesting. And for me, it's the people. You know, I mean, the races are an excuse to go travel in weird places and meet amazing people. And so I've been adopted, like all you guys have adopted me, you and Jean and Steve and Maria and Dave and Cindy. So I'm the son no one ever wanted. It just turns up. And but similar things have happened to me in Mexico. Van Sanchez's family adopted me. In Quebec, the entire ultra crew there that ran the double Ironman there for like 6 years, same thing. They adopted me over there too. And it's these amazing people all over the world that just will find a random stranger and just say, well, we'll do whatever you want to help.
Yeah. Well, and you know, you put a lot of effort into trying to get something off the ground there in Thailand for a long time as well.
Yeah.
It's like, it's hard to gauge sometimes. And Larry, he was going to try and host a major ultra event up in Whistler. And unless people commit, it's very hard to get off the ground, you know, nowadays. That's the other thing is the selectiveness. You've got to bring something new to it to draw a new crowd anyway. Because the old timers, they're very, very selective now, or they stick with the tried and true, or they say, I've got one more left in me, and figure out which would be the race they most regret not doing. And that could be a Swiss man, Norse man, Celt man, one of those types of events. Or it could be a low-key goodbye, nice to do a 70.3 on my way out the door.
Yeah, it's And this is why the whole argument about A, diversity, B, the gender war in Ironman at the moment that's going on, all kinds these things that I think a lot of people lose track of why we all do this to begin with. You know, I love finding the random races and follow them, like the Rwanda 70.3. And you look at all the videos of these triathletes in Rwanda that have nothing, and they just find a bike somewhere on this, you know, and it's a nothing bike, and they've got nothing, no equipment, and they just have this amazing experience finishing a 70.3 in I think it's Kigali in Rwanda. It's ridiculous. But
who would have ever thought, that they would host one there? It's absolutely amazing. It is. Well, look at the Dominican Republic hosting an Ultraman distance race. You know, right next to Haiti on the same island, and yet they can host it, and it would be a great way to have a holiday and do such an event without too much pressure.
Yeah. Well, and I was invited to go to that race. I don't know if is it still running, because
I don't know this year. I did check out last year in case we could get there for a holiday.
Well, you know some people there very well. That's where the Zonta family retired. So they're
Fabio and family.
Yeah, so they're all my sponsors from my 1999 Ultraman.
Barley Mill.
They were my bosses.
Isn't that something? Yeah. And there was also a couple that were there crewing, a gentleman who actually won the run in Florida last year, and they live there too. So we were talking about the event, and I thought, you know, it would be neat to go on a holiday and say, could I come and help you, be part of the dream team there in the Dominican Republic?
Yeah.
But we'll see. All sorts of opportunities are there to stay vicariously connected. I mean, I consider myself very fortunate that you and I can no longer race. You may be still able to, but it's nice if we're not able to, that we can stay vicariously connected in different ways. I love whether they're very tiny, small races or very, very big races like the Sun Run or the marathons and stuff. They've each got their the things that you like, whether it's the people that you hang with or that you've known for years or whether it's watching people achieve a goal of finishing a certain event or finishing in a certain time. But in the end, it's about personal satisfaction. And my hope is, I mean, I like the fact that Rajpal is Mr. Chowdhury there is going to be riding today, because that does speak volumes. And I felt bad watching the video of Vishnu there, who unfortunately, you know, was 40 seconds shy of the swim cutoff, and you saw him sitting there saying, you know, 6 years later, I've done the Ironman. I believe I'm confident enough to finish. So he had the right attitude, but 40 seconds, that was just the run up from the beach, basically, right? And you go,
yeah, that's devastating for sure.
Well, and culturally, you have to put yourself in his shoes, because what he's going to go home and face, having failed in what he wanted to do, means a lot more there than it does to us here, because we can do events all the time, but it's such an honor for them to do these challenges and to represent their state or, you know, their country, and it's just on another level. It's different. And so, you know, like I'm the same. My heart breaks for people like that, because it does mean so much more than just an athletic endeavor. It is really a cultural thing and a source of pride for not only him, but his entire state.
Yeah,
very true. If you follow their media, when they're talking about Ironman and they talk about one of their local athletes, a state representative, often they'll say the headlines will be so-and-so victorious at the so-and-so, and you think, oh, he won the event, and then you check the time, it's like 13 hours, 20 minutes. The victory for them, and quite understandably, it's just a different way of looking at it, was finishing the event, becoming an Ironman or becoming an Ultraman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know our young Indian friend, Steve, who finally got through he showed up in Canada to race and was not able to get through that race because he came unprepared. I'll let you tell the story. And then when he finally got through the race in Arizona, he went home to a victory parade in the town, and the mayor giving him, like awards and stuff. And I believe he's one of the youngest Indian athletes to complete a 5:15 as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're quite right. His family was obviously quite well off. You could see that by the reception he got. And it speaks volumes, because if you look at someone like Sir Roger Bannister, came from a privileged background, but when you achieve something so substantial, it adds to your academic background, because that gentleman is in university in the States right now.
We're talking about Vedant Nagari, by the way. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, and Vedant hoped to come back again last year, as you're aware, and unfortunately there wasn't just enough time for him to get to the start line. But as you said, he literally arrived the breakfast that we have the morning before the event starts, and he came flying in the door as we're doing introductions. Almost, it was quite something that he made it, because he had just been racing in Europe the week before.
Yeah, and he didn't have a crew. That was the other thing.
Yeah, that was a minor issue. Yeah.
But it's funny because he came to do the Ultraman Canada race, and was not successful in completing it, and then stuck around for the Ultra 520 race, and helped out there as being part of their dream team and crewing around the race. Getting to know everybody, because he was still wanting to be a part of the community. And I think that's really changed his life. We talk about how Ultraman can change people's lives, and it's definitely done that for him.
Yeah, and as you say, he went to Arizona, was the final finisher there on the run on the third day. Ecstatic family around him, and just magnificent and incredible satisfaction.
Yeah, and again, I would say he came with a crew this time, with his parents, but not the crew that you need. So Billy Rickards stepped in for him, and was basically the driver, the crew, the handoff, taking care of the parents and pacer all at once.
Well, that's why it's so impressive with the race director for the new Mexican Ultraman event, Van Dam Sanchez, 19 years of age, goes to Wales. Yeah. You're in Wales as a Mexican athlete, and if you know the Welsh streets, some of them are 26 letters long, and the turns and twists on that course, many of them, and you're trying to read, do we go left, do we go right? The fact that he got through and loved it so much that for years now he's been hosting similar events there, very popular events. They've done a great job, and the community's right behind him in every which way. When I was with him, and you probably experienced the same thing, Nick, the event's underway, and say we're on the run portion, it's coming back into town, wads and wads of traffic. There's a traffic cop standing there, whistle, arms all over the place. He grabs some food and drink from a store, and then he stops the car, because the runner's not too far behind. He runs into the middle of the road where this cop is standing, says hello to her, hands her the food and drink, tells her the runner's on the way. Boom, everything got stopped to let the runner come through. And it was just stunning. Yeah, absolutely amazing. And he just loves it. And the fact that he asked them, can I put one on? And he came up with a wonderful looking document that talked about what's possible there. And the two co-race directors from the World Championships went over, took a look around, because some people are leery. Some places seem less safe than others, of course, and it's got a reputation, but the race has a great reputation from the athletes, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's a fun time. And look, both Fresnillo and Zacatecas, where the new one is, it's only 60 kilometers away. They're cartel towns. It's no other way to say it. They're cartel towns. But I never felt unsafe, being there by myself. I never had any problems being around the town. And obviously that's where Tony works as well. I don't know if he's still working, but that's where he was working at Silver Mine there. And Tony would say to me, he says, "You're crazy. They think you're mad for just comfortably walking around and you don't care." I said, "Well, you know, it is what it is, you know." But I had everyone in that 2.5 weeks I was in Mexico for that race was just beyond nice. It was, it was even the federales that were security for the race. And a lot of Westerners go to these places. I mean, I grew up in Southeast Asia, so I'm used to it. But a lot of Canadians and Americans go to these places and they see the heavy artillery that these people are carrying, and it intimidates them. They don't want to go. Whereas I look at it and I think, man, this is fascinating. I just think it's amazing. You know?
Yeah, well, you might be a little bit different there, Nick.
Oh, I was down at the in Monterey, which is another cartel town, doing the quintuple back in 2010, I guess it was. And so that was the big ultra festival. They had the Deca, the quintuple, doubles, singles, you name it. And there was a travel advisory to not go there worldwide. And so a couple of the French people didn't come. Very few Americans came. And I had sponsored a young guy called Cale Poland, a young guy from Virginia, I think he was at the time. And so he came and we did the quintuple together. And we were told the sports facility they have there is exceptional. It's amazing. And right next to it, it's a massive army barracks. And we were told, do not leave the sports facility. And there are guards at every entrance. They will not let you out. It's not safe. And I said to Cale, I'm going to the 7-Eleven. He goes, we're not allowed to leave. I said, oh, bugger that. Come on, I'll take you. I spoke to the guard. He said, okay, go. And Cale, we were in the 7-Eleven and he went white. He tapped me on the shoulder and he said, Nick, and out in the car park was a Hummer, and they have 7 people attached to this Hummer. And the only thing you could see with these guys was their eyes, as the one guy is at the 50 caliber machine gun on the back, and the rest of them are fully armed to the teeth. And the captain comes in and orders food for all of them. And Cale was going, I can't believe we're here. I said, I think it's awesome.
Gentlemen,
Bad experience.
Gentlemen, look at this.
Look at everything.
Yep.
What's going on?
Banat, your sound is cut out.
My son is cut it.
There, now you're
I'm
back.
not talking.
No, okay, maybe not.
Okay. Yeah. Here we are. Look at all this artistic drawing from the other side of the window. Saying hello. What's going on? Talk to the camera.
Oh, come talk to the camera.
Oh, I can go inside.
Which crew do we have here?
Steve York, 340.
It's
Steve York. Yes.
And what are we painting over there?
Just some words of encouragement.
But he's not going to be able to see it from this side.
Oh, we're gonna have to do this side first. Yeah. But when we pass him, he does. Yeah.
Oh, smart. Good on you. So are we waiting for him to pass by?
Yeah.
So this is, where are we now? Like, is it the first stop right after the no crew zone?
Yeah, so you're going to come down the no, that's the no zone.
Yeah.
When they come down.
Okay.
So this is where we're waiting.
Okay.
Waiting for them to go flying past.
Nice. Well done. Well done. Okay, I'll keep you with it. That's amazing.
Yes, come on, boys. I know, my pens are going to start running out.
Oh, you've got plenty. You've got plenty of them.
Yeah, I know. That's the one. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. How was he? Is he all right? How was he feeling this morning?
No, he's good.
He's good? Yeah. Ready for today and tomorrow?
Probably more for today.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's a big challenge today.
Nah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll make it.
Yeah. But we've got lots of places. Boys are going to get out of the way.
All right. Okay, see you later. I'm gonna go to another car because there are plenty here. Everyone is waiting for them. Yeah, thank you. And good job. Look at them actually. Before going to another car, look at all this. What's going on? 14 Iron Man.
Up the walls.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Oh
Well
yeah.
done.
Up the walls.
Up the walls. This is really nice.
Looking good.
Looking good. Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was exactly thinking. And it's not it's a hire car?
It's high.
Okay, now should be fine. Bye. And what do we have here? Do we have here?
Team NOOSA.
Number
388.
388. How are we doing? Good. Early morning, eh?
Early morning.
Early start. Very early.
Out there.
There are a few. No, thanks for coming along.
Oh, wouldn't be anywhere else.
Yeah? Wouldn't you? Maybe in bed? Okay.
Yes.
All right. How's he doing?
Good. We had a
Doing
good
well?
day yesterday.
Yeah? And a good sleep as well?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, pretty
Okay.
good. Went to bed early.
Went to bed early? Good boy. So who do we have here? Mate, Darren.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
Good. I'm just waiting for him to finish on Monday so I've got someone to drink with.
Yeah. You should come with the Dream Team and have a beer like every night.
Yeah,
Every
I had a
afternoon.
couple by myself.
No, that's why. Join us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I might have to run with him tomorrow, so maybe.
Maybe then on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
And ceremony day.
We're here for another week, so.
For another week? Lucky you. So what are you doing? Actually, you are coming to support him and then staying for 1 week longer in NOOSA.
Actually, 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
But not in NOOSA. We'll stay in NOOSA. We're in NOOSA till Saturday.
Okay.
And then we're heading up to Cairns, Palm Cove.
Well done.
Over to Fitzroy Island.
Yeah.
To Daintree.
Doing some diving as well or not?
Snorkeling.
Snorkeling? Nice. Nice. Beautiful coast all along here.
Get home in June.
In June. Lucky
So
you.
where do you want to go?
What is home for you?
Mornington Peninsula, Victoria.
Nice. I was meant to be there 2 weeks ago. I never reached there.
Oh,
That's all right.
Yeah, we did.
That's what they say, right?
Yep.
Yeah, lies.
Rain here. It's dry there. We've had no rain.
Okay. Well, you've got a bit of time still until he comes, but not much. They must be coming along already. Okay, thank you so much. See you. Bye-bye. Happy Mother's Day indeed. Okay, let's go to the next car. This street is full of cars because that's the first place where the crews are allowed to actually sit their athletes. So who do we have here?
Josh Dutton, 389.
Josh Dalton, 389. How are we doing?
Doing
Good. Yeah?
Yeah, caffeinated up. We're ready to go.
Oh, you're better than me. I haven't gotten a coffee yet. That's bad.
Bakery down that way.
Bakery down that way? Okay. Maybe later. But yeah, how are you guys doing? Doing well?
Good. Yep.
How was yesterday? Was it tough out there?
Expected, which was good.
Yeah? Okay, let's see how it goes today.
Yep.
Yeah, should be good. We're all loaded up. We got whatever he needs, so we're just.
And whatever you guys need as well, potentially.
Yeah, car's full of plenty of food and snacks and what you need. So.
That's important. What about the music?
We have had a bit of a problem with the music.
No way. Really?
It's not our ute, it's
Okay.
Josh's ute, and we can't seem to connect. Bluetooth, it's kind of stuck on his phone.
Oh, yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, well, time to chat, I guess.
Yeah,
The two of us in the car, it ain't quiet, so there's never a dull point.
What do we have in the bag?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I'll come. Don't be shy. So what's going on? You're cold?
Cruising. No.
It's cruising now? Okay, yeah, fair enough.
This is lovely.
This is lovely. You mean like rain is lovely?
Oh,
Maybe not the rain, but the temperature's good.
Yeah, okay.
Single digits,
Yeah. Actually, it's pretty good. We can't complain
As
much.
long as the rain stays away.
Okay, hold on. Actually, there is the first rider coming along. Let's, thanks, guys. Let's go. Sorry, today it's a bit shaky because I'm doing it with my hand. I'll fix that in a bit. First rider, quick stop. Off you go, mate. Let's go. Go, 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 go.
Who is it?
First rider.
Find out who
37.
it is.
There you go. And the second one is coming along as well. You go, 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 go. It's 365. So following closely. And yeah, 379 didn't really want to stop much because he was being chased. So off you go. He doesn't want to stop, man. He's doing well? Yeah, what about you guys? Doing well as well? Okay, I won't bother you much. Off you go. Yeah. See you. Bye-bye. That was a quick stop over there. Who do we have here? The first ones.
So you had Tim Belstead and Josh McCaskill.
407.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they were first and fourth in terms of the bike times.
Yeah.
And Josh is actually fourth overall at this point. So it'd be interesting to see
How are you guys?
Is doing there.
Got the hard morning.
The hard job this morning. He'll keep changing probably. So who are you supporting today? Ryan Wesley?
Yeah.
407?
Yes.
Are you expecting him to come by soonish? Yeah?
Yeah, we've got him on live track Garmin. So
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Full tech?
Yeah,
Well
full tech.
done.
Yeah, the fancy
It's okay.
Yeah,
It's
we ran
okay.
The last left-hand turn about 3 or 4 minutes ago. So
Okay, so he should be soon here. So he might be third potentially.
Yeah, he's good on the TT. So
He's good on the TT. Nice.
long day, but a good day.
Although those guys don't.
Yeah, they're gone. We're starting to be by ourselves. Not really. There are lots of cars down there.
Oh, there you
Yeah. You are actually the first ones. You are in pole position.
There we go. Yeah, pole position.
Oh, lucky you. Well, you are ready way too soon, eh? With the Coke and the water bottle. Hopefully he's all right, though.
Check the track.
Yeah. How was yesterday?
It was good. He felt pretty good yesterday. So,
Yeah?
Took it easy yesterday.
Took it easy.
Yeah, there's a few funny videos we've got of him taking it far too easy on the downhills, which is good. So yeah.
Make sure that you send them across.
Yeah.
But we can't upload them.
You can't upload them. Larry, what's going on? Hold on. There are crew members that don't have access to the drive, apparently.
I've got the link.
I've tried, but it's still loading.
Oh,
So I just
maybe they are too heavy or something like that.
Could be. I've got the link, but I can't actually upload anything to it. I can only view what's in
Okay,
it.
let's talk offline, and I'll make sure that we can actually pass them along.
Yeah.
Because we've got a long day today, so yeah, we need that content.
Yeah.
You've got hips.
Banat.
I try and get a couple of people. So
yeah.
Banat,
Larry?
that is a Jeff Morris question. He's the one who set up the drive. So I'm gonna pass that one back to him when you are trying to solve that for these crews that are having trouble with the uploads.
Okay, sure.
All right, so
Yeah, it's either we watch some crew videos, or you're going to have to suffer 10 hours of Steve King and Nick Mallett stories.
That's true, and they are laughing.
So
well, we don't have to suffer it, so we're fine.
What do you mean?
That's true. Yeah.
Aren't you connected all the time? You should be connected.
We're too busy shooting content. That's the thing.
I'm slipping between everything.
Yeah, we've got maps, we've got nutrition plans, we've got everything.
Yeah, actually, and you need a driver as well, and someone guiding. Tough work out there. It's just the two of you?
Yeah.
Well done.
I've got the GPS file up on my phone screen so I can track the course when we're going, which is really good.
So what's your setup, actually?
In the car?
Oh, hold on. There are a bunch of people coming, so you better be ready. Yeah.
Tell them that the world is gonna judge their handoff here.
That's true. Mate,
That's Miriam
the
that you
world's
got
gonna
there.
be judging you how you actually pass on the bottles and everything, eh? So make sure that you do. Yeah, watch out. You have a spare one or what?
Got 6. I had 7 in total.
Okay. Okay, here we've got. I'm gonna try and grab their numbers as they come, okay? I'll do my best. So we've got the first lady. Off she goes. 168, 314, 407, 395, 389, 381, and 392.
Wow.
Wow, that was. I'm impressed with myself.
Great job, Banat.
Yeah, really.
Great job.
Got the second girl. Yoo-hoo! And I can see her number.
Wow. Hopefully there are no officials nearby there.
Yeah, really.
No, she had the number on for sure, but it was covered with a bottle.
No, I was talking about the fact that they all came through drafting.
Nah, they weren't drafting. They weren't drafting. It's just the live feed. See you. 390 coming along. Bye. 308.
Those two were definitely drafting.
49 and 403. And you know what? I'm
John-
gonna start running.
John-
Sorry about the shaking.
Okay, thanks, Banat. John Demandel there was definitely in a tuck right behind. Well, it's nice to see these athletes out there still all tightly packed together. It's a race for day 2.
Yeah, it's good.
There we go. Those ones are still getting ready with the painting. Well done. Steve is gonna be happy with that. No, he's not. But
that's Kelly.
No. I don't think he's anybody. Maybe yeah.
Not part of the race.
Oh.
Is that what you're saying?
You don't want that one. You don't want that crew vehicle. See
There
how
is a
much
side
more
story. Yeah, you go.
There we go. See how much more relaxed all the crews are today.
Yeah, they've got a long day today. So
Yeah.
hold on. I see some people. I see sharks and dinosaurs. I need to get there. There are some crews already dressed up again. Oh my God. Morning. I'm fine. I'm well. What about you? How are you guys?
Another day.
It's another day.
Sun is shining. The rain isn't here yet.
Well, yeah, that's true actually.
So
How are we doing?
I think he's going to come around now.
Who is he? Who is he?
Ian.
Ian.
344.
344. Hasn't he passed yet?
I hope not. I've already failed.
There you go.
So we'll see how the day goes.
How did he sleep last night? Was he alright?
He slept.
Yeah.
See how we go today.
Nice. Well done. Okay, I'll get to it. And all the best. I'll see you on the court. Bye-bye. There you go, making a bit of noise to people. Yeah. Oh, I've got this. I know. Guys, see the dino over there? I'm gonna get closer. Okay, we've got another rider passing by, but he is not actually part of the Ultraman.
No.
So doesn't no. What's going on here?
how are you?
Oh, who are we supporting today?
Just everyone.
Just everyone.
Yeah,
That's
we saw something on. We see we show up.
Look at them, the sharks, everyone. You, the beer man. 396. Well done, guys.
That's too funny.
What is it hot inside?
It's steamy.
Steamy? Yeah.
It's like a NOOSA sauna.
Free sauna. Well done, man. You've got the moves as well, mate.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's enough. What? Might have been enough.
Like he's got the moves. Look at them. They're fighting.
Watch out for your back. Also, the hole in the ground is here.
Yeah, okay. Problems. Nice spin, eh?
Screaming going.
It's going well. Look, now we are actually you are live.
That's unfortunate for the rest.
No, it's going well.
Has anyone turned the camera around on you as yet?
What do you mean? On me, like?
me, what I mean.
No. That's all good.
Nobody knows what the face behind the.
Actually, I think the guys connecting and logging yesterday, they might have seen me. But
Yeah,
I will
right.
try to keep myself quiet today.
Fair enough.
Yeah, shy.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Well, that's it. The shark is quiet. He doesn't move much.
Yeah.
She or it. Not too scary. Okay, where are the riders?
We've seen about 10
So 10 going through? Okay.
Yeah, about that.
Okay, we've got now another one.
Thereabouts.
There you go.
We're about an hour 45.
Yeah. Woo! Off you go. Well done. 344. Okay, guys.
Hey,
I'm
Banat,
gonna go-
Banat, before you leave these guys, can you ask if one of them was a horse yesterday?
Who was that horse? That video, it was you entering in the bar. Okay.
I got that. I got that one.
Okay, you got that one?
I got that one. Here we go. Hold on.
Everybody actually supporting everybody. That's nice.
Oh. Walks into the bar.
Yeah.
Thank.
Okay, guys. I'll go up the road. See you on the road. All right. Bye-bye. Ciao. Okay, we've got more crew members here. As you can see, everybody actually stops here because this is the first place where they can get their drinks, their nutrition for the day from the crew. Oh, look at them. I know you.
Who do we got?
I mean, in nutrition, yeah. Look, they're not only feeding their athletes, but also the guy behind the camera. So I'm happy with that. So what do we have here? Before doing that, who are we crewing for?
Kathy.
Kathy? Yeah. Number?
399.
399. Okay, how's she doing?
I think she's doing great.
Yeah? Did she enjoy it yesterday?
Oh, she loved it.
She loved it?
So much that she decided to come back today. We tried to talk her out of it.
Okay. And what about you? Did you like it?
Oh, it was great, yeah.
Was it great?
Yeah.
Following her along, watching her. Yeah?
Yeah, it's good.
Nice. Well done.
Scenery, beautiful part of the world, yeah.
Nice. And what?
We just hope the weather's better.
Well, the weather is gonna go on and off, I guess. But yeah, that's. I mean, you want the full package, you know.
Yeah.
If not, you may get sunburned, and that's not good. You look fine. So, what do we have here? What have we prepared?
Oh, well, it's the salt, the carb.
All the goodies.
And then the gels, for energy gels and, I mean, you've got to eat some real food.
So what's the plan? She will be stopping by and she'll just decide?
Hopefully, we might stop and change water bottles, which means she's keeping herself hydrated.
Okay.
So, I mean, 50 k's, 2 water bottles, I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, and what about you? Are you keeping hydrated?
Yeah, yeah.
And fed?
The next will be coffee shop.
Oh,
Next will be coffee shop.
nice. How many coffees today are we expecting?
At least 3, maybe 4.
Yeah.
3, maybe 4.
Definitely Kenilworth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm not sure we'll shoot for the 1 kilo donut.
Yeah, we'll see about that. This is John Duffy. Duffo! Woo! Duffo, I don't know what number, but everybody knows him. So, yeah, he's going on the road.
He comes to go on the red bar.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, yeah. He'll probably want to stop and have a massage and a shoulder.
Yeah. 100%. He's enjoying life. Off we go.
Don't need a massage.
4:08.
Here comes Kathy.
And here he goes. Oh, okay, Peter, stop.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
lads, yeah, let's do this. Would she be happy to be recorded? Yeah? No, she's not coming along?
It's not her, actually.
Okay, we've got too many riders. Off we go. Cristo 54 and 380, I believe. 380 or 300? I think that is 380.
I just like that.
No, I saw it. I wasn't making it up. Okay, let's see. Katie rocks up.
No, this is not Kathy.
Okay.
So, Banat, we got a question online from Tegan Preble. Just got here. Where are we on the route at the moment? Can you give us your update as to where you are on the route?
Yeah, so before doing that, 340 just passed by. And the place that we are is the first place where the crews are allowed to actually feed their athletes. Bye-bye, 69. And that's why there is so many cars in here, because that's where everybody normally stops to fill up their bottles, swap things, potentially even like change clothes, get some food, etc., etc. So we must be.
And this is like kilometer 56, is it?
50, yeah, 50, 56, something like that. Yeah, before one of the big hills of the day, and before that mini loop that takes a left corner. So yeah, a really nice place to stop, lots of parking. 401 passing by. Yeah, and as you can see, people is loving it.
Trevor. So he was behind me yesterday, so I'm not sure whether he did.
So what I may do is actually I may jump to the other car,
Yeah,
to the next car, if that's okay. Yeah. Okay. See you around.
Yeah. Great. You're doing a great job.
I don't know about that, but yeah, we'll try. See you. Bye bye. And the driver, the designated driver. Yeah, you don't want to get out. You can't get out. You see, following the rules. Well done. Okay. See ya. There we go. Yeah. 1-1. Who's coming?
Do we know where the timing mats are today?
364, 384, and 356. This could be him?
Not the yellow.
The one behind? What are we waiting for?
The next timing mat, Nick, is at 66. Turn back onto Corroy Road after Sunrise Loop. They've already passed one at 22 37 kilometers.
Go 388. So what happened with Ben Yates' bike this morning?
It was a bit of an electrical issue.
An electrical issue? Okay, so did he need to swap it or something like that, or you managed to fix it? There you go. Okay. Okay. That's Ben Yates.
Yes.
Okay, and that's his main bike?
Yeah.
Okay. And he started with the other one already?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that him? Yeah. Is it? No. I can't see, no. No. Nice work.
Here we go. 377 passing by.
There's a tip for athletes out there. Wear something very distinctive so your crew can see you from a long ways away, whether that's a helmet or a jersey, something that's going to stick out for your crew.
There's another rider coming. Hold on. 378. Are you Ben's friends or are you Ben's friends? Oh, nice. Oh, that's true. You said that yesterday. I remember that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I talked way to too many people already that I keep forgetting. And how is he doing in terms of nutrition? Is he? Yeah. Nice. Okay, so I'll leave you here waiting for him. Hopefully he will rock up soon. He had some time to make up, right? Yeah, because he started a bit late. Yeah. All right.
Long day.
It's a long day indeed. Okay. Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Well, I do remember once upon a time when a athlete named Nick Millett slowly strolled his way up to the start of a day 3 run at the Ultra 520K with the same claim of it's a long day. I got lots of time. Started about 10 minutes after the rest of the runners were called off the line by Steve King.
Yeah,
Well-
okay, so there are not that many cars left anymore up the road. So what I may do actually is walk all the way down to and get my car and jump to the next spot, if that's okay with you guys.
That sounds great. Sounds great, Banat. Great coverage again. Really appreciate it. This gives us a chance to talk about the order that these guys have gone by. I'm sure Steve's been writing it down and is wanting to comment on that. I'll try and pull up their first splits as well. So thanks, Banat. Join back in just as soon as you can, and happy to see that everybody's out there riding on some dry pavement today.
Yeah, it's a bit wet, but at least it's not raining now.
Excellent.
Which is good.
All right.
Okay. Over to you guys.
We'll see you at your next spot.
Rider coming through.
Oh, rider coming up, Banat.
Yep. There she comes. Well done, 399. Go, go, go.
Thank you, Banat. Oh,
Two.
another one. Hold up.
Yeah. Let's wait for him. Well done. 371.
371 is Mahesh.
I believe so. Is he the one that just made the cutoff yesterday?
Yeah, it was. The one who did 11:54:08.
Correct, because I remember his face. Yeah. Okay, so over to you guys. I'll start walking down.
Thank you.
able to capture like 35 riders there because we missed a few though in terms of the numbers, but that was great to get a bit of an update, and we could see the gap between first and second was very little actually, but it is Tim Belstead who was leading at that point, and Josh McCaskill looked like he was in second. He had the fourth fastest ride yesterday, by the way, so in good stead right now, and it looked like Kirsty was right there in that third position, and then Craig, and that's Craig Jackson, and he was, I think, in eighth place going into today overall, but he had the fifth fastest ride with a 4:58 yesterday. Ryan was right up there. Greg, Josh D was there. Then I think Reese, Richard, and I think it was Nicola filling out the 10th spot there. So interesting to see how things are bearing up. The order should be very similar to yesterday based on the cycling times, of course, but again, anything can happen at this point.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard any, good thing is we haven't heard about any crashes or flats or seen anyone off the side of the road. We did see Shane going past, so hopefully he's not going to have any more issues, mechanical issues at that. But interesting to see Josh hanging on to Tim, because obviously Tim wants to come away with an overall victory, given the cushion he's got of 1 hour and 7 minutes 52. And don't forget, that's over Boris Backerline. That's even more, obviously, to Joshua, but not that much more. About a further 9 minutes, I think.
Yeah, and I do have the web results coming up here now as well. So we'll take a quick look at these.
Well, we said it was close. Look how close it was. And it looks like Josh has just either moved ahead or that was earlier than we saw. But John DeMandel coming up there?
That was at 43 kilometers. So we saw them at approximately, what would it be there, Nick? 50 something?
Yeah, quite a ways beyond.
Yeah. So, yeah. But that gives you an idea of the order that they were running in there.
Mm-hmm.
And for people watching at home, you can just scan that barcode and get to these same results. So that looks like we've got all of our racers through that checkpoint at least. So we'll catch them again. The next checkpoint that they're going to go through is at 66 kilometers. So not too far away down the road from where we just saw them.
Okay, so that's, yeah, well, I had the right numbers then, because there was Stuart at the end there. If you could scroll that up just a little bit more. Stuart, Trevor, Kathy, Ben, and Leanne. Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. Love those costumes out there. There's some really inventive crews out there this year with their costumes.
So yeah, where they were all sitting was about 52 to 53 kilometers, because I'm looking at the other map I have here, and it was across the street from the cemetery.
Okay.
So I've tracked that down. Yeah, so they're at about 52, and that's about 800 meters short of that first big climb.
Yeah, that's going to take a toll.
Oh, yeah.
Well, hopefully we got Tim coming in here soon. And we'll get some of that. Well, actually, they've already gone by where Tim was, haven't they? We didn't get anything from Tim.
No, he hasn't set anything up.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe they're having a technical difficulty out there on the course. He will definitely be out at Steve's corner, though, which he is now claiming as Tim's corner. He'll be at that little out and back that the athletes go by 4 times. So we'll be getting some good footage there. And I know they're going to have another Dream Team member at the end of that out and back. So hopefully we'll get some footage from them as well. And Banat will be cruising around to different areas. Banat's also going to go to the top of that climb. That becomes the highest point on day 2 for us today. So we're going to get lots of coverage coming up shortly from the course.
And we're just 2 hours, 1 minute into the event as well. It's amazing how quickly it's gone already. A mere 10 hours left.
That's easy for us to say. We're not in the saddle.
Yeah.
He's not in the Ultraman NOOSA one. He was in the live.
Well, I think this might be a good opportunity to allow Steve and Nick to digest some of these numbers that we got. I'm going to give us another one of our memory videos that we can use to help celebrate the highlights from previous years. And I'm going to go to 2019 this time. Just a heads up for you guys, Nick and Steve. This is a longer video. This one's going to run for 12 minutes. So
Okay, cool.
a little opportunity for a break for you guys. We're going to run this highlights video from 2019. While you're watching in the chat, if you see yourself, if you see someone you know, let's hear it. Give them a shout out for the people that competed back in 2019. Oh, I think I accidentally cut off the end of that video, gentlemen.
That's all right. I'm just looking at the 66-kilometer sections now that they've reached.
Are we? Oh, do we have results on the barefoot for 66?
Yeah. Well, there's a whole bunch of them gone through 66 now.
All right.
But Tim and Joshua's broken away from Tim, and it's quite interesting. He's over 3.5 minutes in 23 kilometers. He's taken out of him.
Wow.
Yeah. And the rest are all pretty close, to be honest.
Let's bring that up.
Are you going to bring back the rest of the video, or should I talk about that a bit? Because that was actually an interesting event there.
Yeah, please do, Steve. I apologize for cutting it off, and if I tried to go back, I might not get back to the same place.
Yeah, fair enough. But that was that year that Carl Reed just dominated, ended up winning by literally almost 2 hours in the men's race, but the women's race was something else. That was the year Emily Kempson won the event over Tracy Morrison. But going into the run, there was 34 minutes separating them. But at the end of the run, there was just 1 minute and 17 seconds that separated those two ladies, first and second overall. And
wow.
Yesterday, Nick referred to Dave Carroll, and Dave was doing the race there. He was the final gentleman to finish that race at 11:51. But behind him were two other women, one of whom was Jennifer McMillan, and she was on camera yesterday, so it was nice to see her there. She did 11:54.41, and the final finisher was Donia Trethway Brown. Remember, she has been with us as a volunteer for a number of years there, so I don't think she's with us this year, but she did 11:56.59. So there we were with 3 minutes, 1 second left on the clock in time allotted. So it was a great race from the front end of the field to the back end of the field on 2019.
Wow. That's value for money racing, taking it to the limit.
You bet.
We have been getting some crew videos in from the field, so I'm going to run a couple of these for you. One of them is going to be multiple athletes that went by together. This is a little bit earlier on now. It's a bit delayed for getting to me and me getting it back out to you, but it'll be from earlier on, not this timing that we have now at the 66 kilometer. So we might be able to see how the order changed. And then there was also one of the crews, Bothwell's crew, gives us a little video and insight into their crew vehicle. So I'm going to play these for you. I'm going to unmute you guys so you can commentate over top of this if you like.
Yeah.
Some of the fun that we see out on course.
Here in the middle of the night, quite a lot.
So that's the crew having some fun up there.
Team 380 Bothwell coming in from Sunshine Road. We are brand new to crewing and feel like we've got a good handle on it today. So I can show you our setup in the car. We have
nice.
tubs, found that really helpful. Thanks for that tip at the briefing, guys. I think I got the last set of 3 tubs from Kmart. Appreciate that. We have fridge plugged in, really handy.
Not even an esky.
Jeez, they got a fridge, a real fridge running. That's crazy.
We've got spare bike on the back. Dave's making up some carb drink for Adam when he rolls through, because he should be about 57 k's in when we see him today. Feeling good. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, that was
That's
excellent.
awesome.
Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff that we're hoping to get out from the crews. So people that are watching, if your athlete is not getting their crew to send in stuff like that to keep you up to date, please get on your WhatsApp, your chat, whatever it is, and tell them that we are playing these videos. We do want to see what the crews are doing out there. And it's, that one is a good example of what we just talked about. Is this was a rookie crew. They learned from going to the briefing about organizing their stuff in the vehicle, and now after day one they're feeling more comfortable with it. So this is exactly the kind of thing and the way it happens. Are you guys on mute?
No. So can you see these numbers, Steve, from the 66K?
No, I haven't been able to see them.
Let me pull them up.
Okay.
Again.
So Josh were at 66K. He crossed that in 2 hours and 2 seconds, and Tim was 2 hours 3 minutes 30. So yeah, Josh was taking 3 minutes out of it, or 3.5 minutes out of him. Wow. But the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the next 6 are 1 minute and 20 seconds apart.
Interesting stuff.
Steve, are you able to see it on the screen as I'm displaying it for you? Or is it too small on your screen?
Yeah, I've just opened another window in my laptop from the actual site.
So we did get a call in from race headquarters as well, saying that Tim is on his way to Tim's Corner and should be set up there shortly. I'm not sure what happened when they were out in that no crew zone, why we didn't get any feed from them. Maybe something went wrong with their connection, but I'm sure they'll set it up at that point because they're going to be there for hours, and we'll be getting some good footage from them out there.
Oh, it's tough to stream videos when you're paying for coffees at the gas station.
You're thinking he took Simon along with him? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's obvious Josh has done a huge amount of work. I mean, if you look at his time yesterday overall, 4th place, I think he's knocked like 2 hours, 13 minutes off what he did for day one before. And he did just under 9:56 for day 2. So, and yet he's flying out there right now. So obviously that guy's been working hard.
When was his last race here?
Last year.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's hell of an improvement. Jeez.
Yeah. I'm totally impressed with that. Yeah. So, wow.
Well,
he's barreling along. If you look at these times, he's gone at 33 kilometers an hour, right, for the 66K. But you have to take into account how slowly they have to go for the first 8Ks.
Exactly.
And then they have to sort themselves out.
Yeah. And the climb.
So, yeah, and then the climb. So it should be very interesting once he gets around to Tim/Steve King's corner to see if they start picking up the pace.
Absolutely. No, I'm really impressed that he would be going this hard. It would suggest he's got the mental confidence to move ahead of Tim after he realized what Tim did yesterday. But we got to remember, Tim was 4:26, Joshua was 4:53, and yet 4:53 was the pace for 2 others as well. So they were the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th riders of the day that were right up there. The 5th being Craig Jackson. He too is going very strongly at this time as well, from what we could see.
Yeah.
And Greg Jenkins, he too was one of the others. So I'm impressed. And obviously Kirsty, what was it showing where she was in terms of the gap?
She's at 2. Well, she went through 66 in 2 minutes 7:06. So she's 7 minutes behind the leader, but only 4 minutes behind Tim.
Wow.
So they're all doing pretty good.
I reckon.
Oh, it's part of all this riding in a loose group that helps. But I'm waiting on John DeMandel because they went through 43 only. Well, they were actually in front of Ryan Wasley at 43, and they still haven't shown up yet. So
And
unless the tracker's not working.
Yeah, we did notice yesterday, like when Shane Duffy came in at the finish line, that they didn't necessarily pick up right away, and they actually had an athlete that finished after him get a time recorded before it came back and recorded his. So the timing is not always 100%.
No, I've got it worked out because I just refreshed the page, and almost the entire field, well, half the field's gone through 66K now.
So is that reading the same as what's on the screen here now, your refreshed one? It looks like it just went down. So we are at...
So we're Daryl Kirko's through. He's the last one I've got registered.
Okay.
At 2 hours 17.
Yeah, okay. So we might have a short day today, gentlemen. These group of riders are just flying out there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And you felt, Nick, that the wind would be on their back on the way home for the last 30K or so?
Yeah, so if they've looked at the weather and they've, I know they've been talking about it, I believe that they should have treated this like a 240K ride, and because they will get blown back from Twin Water or from Bly Bly really. So yeah, I came back that way today. So it was from the first roundabout when you get off that horrible section and you're about to hit Bly Bly, first roundabout you come to, and that's exactly 25 Ks to my place, and I'm with the course another 20 Ks south of Noosa. So it's 45 kilometers that they will essentially have the wind in their back. So that's a really good finish for the day for everyone.
I'll say excellent.
Well, guys, at this point, I want to go and talk about something that hopefully we'll get to a little bit later today if the racing doesn't get too frantic, and that is a Kahoot quiz. I've got some questions that have been developed through searching the archives of Oh, there we go. Searching the archives of the history annals of the first 9 years of Australia. And so later today, I am hoping to hold a Kahoot quiz to see how well you know your trivia from the first 9 years of Australia. So I'll put the pin up here once we're ready to get that started. But if you've never been on Kahoot before, maybe just scan that QR code and set yourself up a little account. You can play on your phone, you can play on your computer, and it's just a multiple choice quiz where we're going to have some questions about what's happened in the past and see how well you know your history of Australia.
Woohoo.
I'm going to guess that you would do quite good at this, Nick, so you better play along.
Well, there was here that I missed out on.
Yeah, well, it's not all about the previous races. There's a few questions about this year's race. There's questions about in general. So we will be looking for a good knowledge base, but a lot of it might be a little centric. So hopefully people will have fun with that and join us a little bit later in the day when we get to one of those points where the athletes aren't in one of those areas where we're getting a lot of coverage, and we'll see how the crew videos that are coming in.
Or when the crews are too tired to talk to anyone.
Exactly. Yes. So I'm gonna leave it for you two guys to chat for just a few moments while I go in and look at the crew videos that are coming in. I want to go see what we got that we can put up that is recent, and then I'll just leave it for you guys to keep the chat going here for a little bit.
Nick, I'm looking on the screen and I can see Shane Duffy hasn't come up again on there. You remember that happened yesterday a couple of times. I'm hoping he's gone through that mark, the 66K. They've got him through the 43, but he was ahead of a couple of the guys I can see on there right now, Rajpal, Christian and Kelly, when we saw him earlier. So hopefully he hasn't had another mechanical.
Yeah, he's not having a good weekend, is he?
No. And Adam's just come up as well.
Oh, has he?
That's in 29th position. And
oh, there you go.
Adam was in 27th when we first saw him, when Bernat was videoing for us. It's interesting to see how things are moving up here. Quite a few people are continuing to hold the same sort of pace, but Nicola's doing quite well there. She was in 10th place when we first saw her. She's still in that position. And Kirsty now, she was in that 3rd place. Looks as though she's presently in 6th position, but very little between it. We're talking only 1 minute between 3rd and 6th position.
Yeah, there's that. Well, and if you continue to look down the list here, I mean, it's just they're staggered. All the top 20 here are all just staggered quite evenly all the way along. It's like there's no massive big breaks in time until you get between Marcus and Ian Blatchford. Everything else is just like a minute here. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it is. Well, and they all look according to the time. There's only a couple that are close in terms of 1 or 2 seconds, but it's enough to know, there's not drafting going on because obviously they're going over the timing mat. So, yeah, and then you've got Nicola and Boris 4 seconds apart and a further 21 seconds. You've got Matt Wheatley who's doing his 6 and, Kelly Ridge is doing likewise in terms of doing her 6 as well. And she was, I think, 26 going through that mark with a 2:23.12.
So I'll look to see exactly the 11K marker is. I suspect it's down where Tim is. Have a look. All right, so the 101 it is. So I think the next timing is not on your corner. It's on the end of the out and back.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in case people are just checking in or weren't there with us at the start, we had 40 riders start off this morning. Unfortunately, one rider or person who was involved yesterday was not able to make cutoff on the bike or on the swim, was just seconds shy on the swim, literally 46 seconds shy. And that was Vishnu Prasad. Rajpal Chaudhary was not able to make the swim. He had to drop from that, but decided to go for the ride today. So he's out there. And so we're looking forward to hopefully him experiencing the full delight of getting through day number 2. But the final rider, 11:54.08 yesterday, that was Mahesh Kumar Prajapati, Sadhanad Amarapur. He was, I think, 31 minutes in front of him at that time. So it's looking good. 40 riders out there. So hopefully we're going to see 39 that will be official competitors going into tomorrow, the 3rd and final day, but one participant at this time. And if anyone else drops from today, they can still go for the big run tomorrow as well.
Right. So we won't really worry too much about guesstimating average speeds and stuff to cutoffs for another probably 100 miles.
Yeah.
And then we start doing the calculations, because not only the terrain gets tough, they also will be riding into that headwind. Now, for those who have joined us, the prevailing winds today are south-southeasterlies, which means fairly shortly they're going to be turning into the wind for a little bit, and then they do a big circle around the Mary Valley. So tailwind, headwind, and then up the big climb, and then they'll be wind affected for the next 40 kilometers. That's when things will start getting tough, and we'll be able to start thinking about A, the race up the front, and B, the race for the cutoff time in the rear.
Yeah, we're not going to beat any of the records in terms of the numbers over these 3 days. 2019, we talked about that earlier. We saw the video, but that was the year we had the largest number of finishers at 47. But we have had 45 and 44 before. When you look at first-timers, though, taking on the challenge, we had 38 first-timers at Ultraman Australia in 2018. So that was a big year. The largest contingent in the women's division of first-timers was 12, but we had 13 female finishers in 2018 in total, but one of them had actually raced it before. And if we look at the big names as well, some very familiar to a lot of people, but the original champions being David Kalinowski and Penelope Holland. And times have been bested throughout, but they set great benchmark times. David with a 21:40:42. He ended up going to the Big Island. Penelope Holland did a 26:34:55. Twice we've had women at 11th place overall. We've had an 8th and a 9th, a 7th. In fact, we've had 3 women that were 7th overall, one that was 18th overall. And of course, the highest placed female is a record holder as well, Kate Bevilacqua. She was 4th overall when she raced in 2021.
Yeah, that was an amazing performance.
Yeah, and I believe she may be joining us at some point during the course of today or tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she's definitely been invited to come in and join us. I haven't talked to her since yesterday. I know before that she was hoping to do so. So I am hoping that Kate will come in while she's out on course there, checking in on her athletes that her and Guy are coaching, and get us a little update, not only on her athletes, but maybe the other ones that are in that pack as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the coaches out there helping, I think today's a busy day. It's the tough day to get your athletes through, as you know, Steve, or you too, Larry. Day 2 is difficult. Day 3 is the fun day, so they can chill out a little bit.
Yeah, and then anyone who's interested in knowing age group wise where we stand as well, we've got 5 women that are contesting the event. 3 are in the 40 to 49 division. There's one in 30, 39, and one in the 50 plus. Kelly actually just moved into that division this particular year. In the men's division, we got 3 in the 20 to 29 division, 10 in the 30 to 39, 11 in the 40 49, 10 in the 50 to 59, and 2 64-year-old men that are contesting. That's John DeMantle and Adam Mort. So they're the battle for the age group awards, but you can get some guys really near the top of the field. We in Florida earlier this year, a guy called Duggan Walker had a magnificent day 1 and day 2, and ran very strongly too, and set a world best just 25 hours plus. Imagine that, you're in your 60s, and just phenomenal. And he ended up in overall.
Yeah, and you can actually get all of those on the results webpage as well. We can put those up by their birth date. So,
well, and the other nice thing, Peter Wheatley is here. He does own the record on this course for the 60-69, a 28:41:03 set in 2017. And Rosie Spicer, Trout's partner, and everyone knows Trout and Rosie. She set the record in the women's. It's a world best as well, 30:36:31. That was in 2021. But I believe they're out there doing some mountain biking in some really rough outback areas right now.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I do have a crew video I'd like to share with you guys. I think
Sure.
Nick might appreciate this one. This is from yesterday. That when the athletes sent it in, I believe they titled it "Time to Stop and Smell the Roses," or we'll see. That's one way to get some honks when you're on the side of the road, I guess.
And they're looking at the baby.
And that's exactly how crews miss their athlete going by sometimes. You know, they're off smelling the roses and enjoying the scenery of the course that they're on, and that was Leanne Coghill's crew there. I recognized because of their cowboy hats. They were part of the video that she did. One of her videos that she put in for me, where she was explaining her why video. So I'm going to just play that now too. The people that were here yesterday would have seen this one, but here's what Leanne brought in as one of her why videos.
Hello, my name's Leanne and I'm 48 years old and I'm doing my first Ultraman. I live in Marcus Beach and the run course goes straight past my front door, so that's how I learned about the Ultraman, seeing it firsthand the last 10 years or so. The reason why I'm doing this event is because
Mom, I want to go to the toilet, but the window's open and I can't close it by myself. No. This shoe's so tight and this shoe's so loose. I can't do it by myself. You have to help me. Mom, I can't find my pajamas and my towel isn't toweling. Mom, I need to find my shoes. I can't get
Babe, I've got to go to the toilet.
see you at the Ultraman.
From the streets of Darwa.
So there you go. One of our athletes who came up with a little extra for us on the videos to introduce herself to the people. She's been really good about having her crew put in some stuff for us, a little bit of bonus activity stuff. And Nick, for you, you might be interested in knowing that one of her, I believe it's Leanne, that one of her crew members was a producer of Survivor for 15 years in the United States.
Oh, no way.
So I know that you are still looking to get on Survivor Australia.
Yeah, I'm waiting for tomorrow.
So maybe when you're out there on the run tomorrow with these people, you can talk to her and get some advice about how to get on the show.
Yeah, that'd be very cool. I actually know a guy who was a what we call in Australia a chippy. He was a carpenter on the American Survivor in Samoa in Fiji for 4 years, and then COVID hit and they all got fired.
Oh yeah. And Steve, for you, and probably Nick as well. You're of the age. Also on her crew. Is her husband, Jonathan Coggle, and he is the drummer for Powderfinger. So
what?
Yeah. Now, people
Oh,
of a
okay,
certain
that's-
age will know the band Powderfinger. We know them here in North America as well, and I know Steve knows his drummers. So I thought that might be an interesting one. They used to tour around with Silverchair.
Yeah.
I believe they were very, very big in Australia.
Oh, yeah, huge. That's right up there. Well, not quite as up there as Steve's mate from Backman Turner Overdrive, who lives in Summerland.
That's right, Paul Rogers, actually from Free.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that is impressive, though. Very. And Backman BTO, that was Jim Hines. You also referring to, he played with them when their drummer, and sadly, Randy just passed away a little while ago. But they're back together. The band is doing really, really well, touring. They had 19 dates recently across Canada, but Powderfinger, they were big. Yeah.
Yeah, huge.
That's him. Probably played with Diesel. Is Diesel still around?
He's still around, but he's not overly popular. It's kind of niche things now with Diesel.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
How things change.
Oh, yeah, totally.
And the other person that is on her crew, that the name that you're going to recognize probably is Mal Helshed. Helshed?
Oh, yeah, great triathlete.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yes. So
Holy cow.
that's her coach, I believe.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Yeah. I was a huge fan of hers back in the day.
Is she actually on the team? Is she on the squad?
Yeah, maybe not present, but that
Didn't
is.
she win a world championship in a duathlon or something?
You've got that right. She's a 3-time world champion, and she was also the ITU long distance champion.
Yeah.
And
it's unfortunate. That's the world championship no one cares about.
Yeah, unfortunately, we hosted it once. Lionel did a great job on that one. Yeah.
Like he did last night.
Like Lionel did last night?
He won St. George.
Brilliant. I didn't know that. Thanks. That's wonderful news. Wow.
He destroyed the field. Absolutely incredible.
What sort of time did he get?
I'll get it for you. It's a new course record. He broke Sam Long's bike record by 90 seconds.
Oh my goodness!
And took the fastest ever time in St. George. Yeah, but I'll find it for you. And Paula Finlay won as well. You'd like that. So it's a Canadian day in St. George.
Well, that's not the first time either.
Yeah.
Recent one. Yeah. Good. She's on.
Yeah,
fire,
she was saying before the race that she was really hoping to do well because St. George was the first 70.3 that she did.
Yeah, so it's amazing how you can be the final athlete at an event like she was at the Olympic Games one time, and yet you can come back and be right at the top of the world. So that's the thing about hanging tough, and it's the same with ultra athletes. One day you may have a terrible time and things can go haywire, but when it all comes together, obviously it's a fantastic 3 days in this case.
Yeah.
But the sheer speed of those guys now, when you're looking at Ironman and you see someone doing a 3:57 bike split, that was the sort of bike split they used to do in Roth with the relay team when they got some great swimmers who were doing like 45, 46 minutes, then a biker going sub 4 and a runner doing a 2:16, because they have a lot of teams there in Germany, as you're well aware.
Yeah. Well, that's like Cameron Worth in Ironman Texas a couple of weeks ago. 3:53 or whatever he did for the bike. It's ridiculous. So yeah, for you, Steve, Lionel, 3:37.54.
Oh my goodness.
2 minutes. Yeah, oh yeah. 2 minutes 14 ahead of Sam Long.
And what was his run time, if I may ask? Because
it was
69, 70?
71.
71. Okay.
Yeah, that's a tough course there. Last time. So yeah.
And his swim, because that's where the improvement needed to come from, obviously.
Well, I was actually watching it. I've got almost no sleep last night.
I think that goes for everybody involved in this, Nick.
Yeah. So I'm trying to find his swim time, but he biked to the front really early on, like really early.
Good for him.
And Magnus Detlef got a flat tire, had to change wheels, and his race fell apart very quickly.
Well, gentlemen, as we are waiting for some more live course coverage from either Banat or Tim, which we suspect will be coming shortly, I'm going to give you guys a bit of a break here, and I'm going to go back to some of our athlete introductions. So the second group of athlete introductions that we're introducing for today, I'm going to play these out now. It'll probably take about 5 minutes for it to play through, gentlemen, just so you know. And these are the ones that the athletes have presented themselves out to me to present to you, the world. And again, if you see your athlete on there, please put something in the comments and we'll get you on the screen as well and let us know where you're watching from. Here's the second group of athletes.
Hey guys, those are coming to you from Frankston on the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria. A bit about myself. I'll be 55 on race day. My background is all about running. I remember as a 6-year-old waking up one morning and feeling this amazing sense of anticipation in the air. Walked outside to discover Melbourne Marathon was starting pretty much on my front doorstep. Came home that day thoroughly inspired by the amazing athletes and the atmosphere and the like. Promised my dad I'm going to do that one day, and signed up for Little Aths next week, and pretty much been running ever since then. Through numerous marathons and ultra-distance marathons and the like. Came across the triathlon a few years ago, ticked the Ironman box off, done some pretty epic swims and some pretty epic bike rides along the way. So why Ultraman? I think for me it's just the next logical step. I feel like I've done pretty much what I can do in a 24-hour window, so it's time to have a crack at a multi-day event. People kept whispering in my ears about Ultraman, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm done with running, but yeah, one day I found myself on the website, and I suppose the rest is history. So looking forward to an enormous challenge. Looking forward to meeting a whole bunch of like-minded, amazing athletes and their amazing support crews, and having a great time together. And hopefully we can all get each other across the finish line. Good luck with training over the final few weeks. I know it's hard. Not long to go now. Looking forward to it. Take care, guys.
Hi, my name is Nicola Matthias. I am 37 years old and I'm from Johannesburg in South Africa. Something that makes me unique, I think, is the fact that I absolutely love extreme triathlons. I have done the NOOSA Extreme 3 times. Done Black Lake Extreme in Montenegro, and then Norseman in Norway. Something that I must just share with you guys is I am extremely nervous for Ultraman, but I am equally excited. I'm excited for the race and excited to meet you all.
G'day there, my name's Adam Mort. I'm from Mudgee in the middle of New South Wales, and I'm a sheep and cattle farmer, and I've previously done one Australian Ultraman race in 2017 when I was 57. Didn't think I'd probably do another one, but here I am. I'm just about to turn 65, and I thought as a 65th birthday present to myself, I would challenge myself to do Australian Ironman on one weekend and then Ultraman the next weekend. So I'm a little bit nervous.
G'day everyone, my name's Ollie Whiteley. I'm a proud Rajri man from Geary in central west New South Wales, but I'm currently living here in Sydney. 2025 Ultraman is going to be my first Ultraman event, which I'm very much looking forward to. I've been watching a lot of videos, going through all the photos, but it's not going to compare to the real thing, so I can't wait to get up there and meet the dream team. Big special thanks to everything that they've done thus far and everything they're going to do. Can't wait to meet all the other athletes and their support crews. understand they're not just coming from all over Australia, they're coming from different parts of the globe, which would be fantastic. And also can't wait to get out on beautiful Gubby Gubby country and just have a look and see what Mother Nature has for us.
G'day, my name's Reece Byrne. I'm 44 years old from Wollongong, New South Wales, and this will be my very first time competing in Ultraman Australia.
Hi, my name's Josh Dutton. I'm from Bathurst, New South Wales, and I'm 37 years old. I grew up racing motocross, riding horses, and chasing all sorts of other adventurous sports along the way, and I'm looking forward to testing myself over the next 3 days for the Ultraman.
My name's Tim. I'm from Hobart, Tasmania. I'm 28 years of age and this is my first Ultraman. I started competing in triathlons only 2 years ago. I completed my first half Ironman in 2023, followed by full Ironman in 2024. So it just made sense to continue the trend and complete Ultraman in 2025. The idea of Ultraman was originally floated to me by the man, the myth, the legend, Jason Clark, which a lot of you guys will meet up in NOOSA. Shout out to Jace. Who's bullied me over the last couple of years. Every time I've completed an Ironman distance event, he said, but yeah, you're still not an Ultraman, mate. So shout out to Jace. I'm using the Ultraman event as a way to raise funds for the Alex Godomsky Fellowship. So my cousin Alex passed away of bone marrow failure syndrome at the age of 21. So looking to raise some funds for the fellowship that's been named after him. I draw a lot of energy from the passing of Alex while I'm out training and having those tough days, which over the last 6 months there's been a fair few of for me personally. I've been dealing with a nasty stress fracture and haven't been able to train to my full potential, but very grateful to be getting to the start line and looking forward to seeing you all up there. Cheers.
Hi, my name is Trevor Garvey. I'm 55 years old and I live in Cairns, North Queensland. I'm really looking forward to meeting the Ultraman Australia tribe and sharing the camaraderie of such an epic event. This is my first ultra distance triathlon.
All right, we're back. We're nearing 3 hours on the clock here, and that was just the second group of the athletes. That we will have another group of athletes to introduce you to shortly as well. But for that group, we are going to use their why videos because they didn't do an introductory video, but they did do a why video, which of course Jeff was asking for the Facebook page of Australia. If you haven't checked out the Facebook page of Australia, I do recommend. They are putting up a lot of information on there as well, so check them out online at Australia for Facebook and Instagram, where they are putting up their own finisher videos and finisher photos for each of the days. And of course, come and check out my own Facebook page. I have the 515 Podcast Facebook page, and I have the 515 Podcast podcast. And if you haven't listened to my podcast yet, what I do in the podcast is tell the stories of the Ultra family. And you can scan this QR code or you can just search it wherever you get your podcast. We are now into season 7 and hundreds of people have been on the podcast. Many of the names you will know. I use it as a way to introduce the new athletes that are coming into races. I do athlete profiles for those people, and I also do interviews with people who are known to the races. The next episode will be coming out shortly in about I guess it's only 1 week after this is going to be finished. And we will be having, hopefully, the winners of Australia on there. And we'll have a wrap up with Jeff Morris as well, I'm sure, to talk about how things have gone for everybody at the race this year. So if you haven't listened to the podcast yet, please check it out. And yeah, let's get back with Steve and Nick. Oh, no, we're going to go back to Banat. Sorry. We're going to go to Banat.
Have a look at that for a weather check.
Oh, that's you, Nick. Okay, hold on. Let me get that for you, Nick. We're going to go to... Let's try this one. Okay, what are we looking at here? Is that a windy day?
You're looking at the wind. Yeah. That's what's happening out there right now.
That is amazing.
Yeah. So that's blowing north to the north from the south.
And if you had to guess what that's going to do to the race, what's your suggestion as far as helping them to get to that finish line today, Nick?
I'm 8 minutes away from predicting 3 non-finishers.
You're 8 minutes away from making the prediction?
Yeah, because I'm looking at the time for the last 3. So we're about to hit 3 hours, and if they haven't gone through the 66K in 3 hours, they're kind of in a little bit of trouble this early. That's the problem.
I thought we had everybody through 66.
Oh, hang on. I'll tell you the time.
Maybe not. I see Stuart King and Trevor Garvey, Leanne Coghill are not through 66.
Yeah. So the time is roughly 23 kilometers an hour. They have to be riding to make the 12 hours. And currently they've actually been riding with a tailwind, or a tail side wind, all the way to Karoi. But those guys haven't. They'll at about 90 k's, they all turn into the wind, so things just get slower.
Right. Well, right now I am just trying to work on my ticker for the bottom of the screen to update the riding order for today. Obviously, it's only the orders thus far, so I'm working on that here in the background. Perhaps Nick, you can just take us through where we are in the standings, as we said. Get us back to like who's in the lead, what those gaps were in the middle for people that are just joining us, how it's a nice tight pack there, and then the couple people that we maybe have at the back here that haven't made it to that 66K. If you can give us a review of that for the people that are just joining us.
Yeah, so what we've got here is the timing points for the 275 kilometers today. 43 kilometers, everyone's got through that quite fine. 66 kilometers, and everyone but 3 currently have gone through. I'll just refresh that to see what happens. Now, yeah, so 3 still haven't made it to that 66 kilometer mark, and it's just under 3 hours right now. So that's already a bit of a concern, because I know the course very well. I live here, and it doesn't get any easier, and they've still got 210 kilometers to go. So is 101 kilometers, and Josh McCaskill, he went through 66 Ks at 33 kilometers an hour. So if he keeps that pace up, he should be passing the next. He actually should be past Tim now, like as we speak, if he's kept that pace up. And he should be passing the time check within the next 5 minutes, theoretically, if he's kept that pace. And then the next thing we need to do is check how close this big group is, because there's Tim was 3 minutes behind at 66K, and then a group of like 7 or 8 people that all seem to be staggered by about a minute or 40 seconds. So essentially it's one great big pace line. Not drafting because you look at the timing, it's like a minute apart.
Right.
But everyone is very, very close together. And that helps them because they don't feel so isolated. These long rides, if you're by yourself, it's very easy to say, I don't want to play it anymore. And you get into a lot of self-pity and self-doubt. But if there's a whole bunch of you there, especially in an Ultraman where there's the crews there as well,
exactly.
And it helps so much to have the other people's crews around cheering you. So, and what will happen, just because we're social creatures, if everyone's close, like a minute, 2 minutes, the crews will bunch up on the side of the road as well and hang out.
Exactly.
Which is for the crews experience is a huge fun part of being a crew member, is camped out on the side of the road with 2 other crews or 3 other crews. And you end up hanging out with them for the next 8 hours.
Nick, can you throw in some headphones? Because we're getting an echo.
I've got, they're plugged in. So I've got them on. Hang on, I'm just going to shut this sliding door. Hang on.
And with that, we are coming to the 3-hour mark of the race. So we are getting to the point where Nick is going to make his call as to whether or not he thinks we're going to lose a couple riders off the back. We've got the 3-hour mark. Let's refresh the standings and see what that looks like. Where are my standings page?
Yeah, so 3 hours, they haven't made it yet. So for the 3 hours for 66 Ks, you can do the math on that. And it's once you've, and I always tell people this, don't race the cutoffs because it doesn't leave you any wiggle room in case things go wrong.
Right.
So if you're going from point to point and you're right on the margin this early, it becomes very difficult for the rest of the day. And poor crews start stressing out and you start I mean, and the reason I say this is because I've done it. I've have the privilege of being one of these people, and it's one of the rare ones that have won races and come dead last. So I know what it is to suffer out here and try to make the cutoff. So I'm not talking like putting people down or any of that sort of stuff, because I've lived what these guys are going through right now, and I know what they're going to face in the next 6 hours.
Right.
Oh, that for go! Go!
All right. Looks like we got Banat back.
Excellent.
I just got Shan Duffy going through Ponoma. Really hard and challenging conditions out here. As I was riding, it was raining a lot. I managed to pass around 10 athletes, I would say, and they are coming across. But yeah, real challenging conditions for both the athletes as well as the crews out here. The wind is picking up. There is rain. There she goes. Female rider. Go, 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 go. 399.
Oh, that's because I don't have that bad weather here.
So 399, that was Kathy LaFosse.
Yeah, Kathy. And there should be a few more people coming by.
Oh, looks like you picked a good place to stop then, Banat. Thank you very much.
I just passed like 10 or so athletes and I said, okay, I'm going to stop here. And actually now it's not raining that much, so it's fine for all the people. Another crew going by. So for all the people connecting from elsewhere, we are at Pomona, I believe. That is just before actually going into the loop section, or just before, a few kilometers before, I would say. There is another rider coming through.
It looks like you don't have your steady cam today. Maybe you need to stop Shane Duffy's crew and borrow theirs.
There you go. 377.
377?
That's Christo.
Did you say 3?
And 111.
111. That's Mort, I believe.
Yeah.
Adam Mort.
377. Front. Yeah.
And 377 is Praveen.
Correct.
Well, yeah.
I'm still working on taking that stick, the stabilizer. But yeah, it will be with me hopefully for the next connection.
No worries, no worries. I'm just so used to you running with the crew and keeping that steady shot. That looks great.
Not anymore today, unfortunately, Larry.
Yeah. So, Banat, you've got your own story of trials and tribulations that happen when you're out on an Ultraman weekend. We were talking just before we went on the air today about a little story that happened to you last night, because parts of this race are, what do you do in the night? How do you recover? What does the crew do? How much work are they doing? Because they go back and they unpack a car, they repack a car, they clean the bike, whatever they need to do, make repairs, go shopping. It's more than the 12 hours you're on the course. If you're on for 12 hours, it's the morning hours, it's the late hours. And last night you had a little bit of adventure on your own, and it didn't involve any alcohol from what I understand. Can you just fill us in on what happened to you last night?
Thanks, Larry, for bringing it up straight. I wasn't expecting this, but yeah, so look, I am quite a character and I'm a disaster in general. So what happened last night was, actually it involves that bloody stick, the stabilizer. So clearly I didn't do my homework and I haven't brought enough chargers with me. So I kept on switching from one battery to another, from one charger to another, from one device to another. So last night, I set up the alarm at 2 a.m. to start charging the stabilizer. Okay?
Yep.
So it's 2 a.m. after a very big day out there for the first day in Ultraman in NOOSA. The alarm goes off and I'm like, yep, let's charge the stabilizer. So then as soon as I see the stabilizer, I realize that a part is missing. So what goes and actually holds the phone was missing from my device. And I started thinking, where the hell is this piece that it's missing? Because without it, I can't really do any recording. So I started thinking that potentially it could be in my car. So I thought, you know what? You're not gonna go back to sleep unless you know where the stabilizer is. So I made the smart decision actually of, I see some crew down there, so let me walk all the way there.
Okay.
As I explained the story, so I went out. I was in my pajamas, let's say, and I went out of the house. I'm staying in an apartment in NOOSA, beautiful apartment by myself. Guess what?
You locked yourself out.
I'm shutting my... No, I forgot. Yeah, correct. I forgot the keys. Which means that I couldn't come back. Which means that actually I'm still wearing my pajamas because I haven't been able to go into my room yet. So I had to sleep in the car from 2 a.m. Luckily, we had an early start today. So 4:30, we were already out and about. And yeah, and that's my story. So I haven't been able to go back to my place. And hopefully I'll manage to get in sometime today.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the side story. And I'm not even racing. So imagine how many stories all the crews will have.
But that is a great story. We appreciate you.
Well, at least you were wearing pajamas.
Yeah, but I'm not wearing a shirt. I only have my jacket on. And I'm not going to show you. But it's an ongoing joke now. They keep me asking to actually pull off the jersey. And yeah, so my abs and my dorsal. But well, anyway, that's the story.
Thank you for sharing your hardship with us, Banat. And I apologize for Nick's laughter at you.
No, I'm the first one actually laughing about myself. I think that that's the best thing you can do about yourself. Okay, there is one smashing it. There we go. 378. Yay! 378.
Sadanand. We got some Tim coming over the on the mic here as well, coming through on your feed. We'll be coming to Tim in just a moment. We've got Banat coming up to a crew. Banat's just going to interview this crew here, Tim, and then we'll come to you right after that.
It's me again. How are you guys doing? Good. It's rainy. Again.
The Sunshine State, isn't it?
Yeah, stayed behind or somewhere. How are we doing? It's tough conditions out there for the riders.
For the drive.
Yeah, 100%. It's tough for you indeed. Oh, there is one coming in.
A little.
There you go.
Hello.
Look at that. I'm gonna go.
You can tuck in.
Yeah.
You can have a nap. Have a nap.
Oh, look. I wish I had this bed this night, actually. Yeah.
Do they have any spare T-shirts there?
No,
There's even a toilet.
Even a toilet? Really? Oh, look at that. You are full on, fully prepared.
Well, use it.
No?
It's gross.
We're gonna use it then.
No, Stu uses it for trail running.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
He lives in the van trail running.
Lives.
Yeah. Just
Whatever.
sleep in here.
Who would sleep in their car? That is crazy, Banat.
Yeah, that's great. I was just sharing with the people live that I slept on my car today, in my car.
Did you? What?
Yeah, I locked myself out of the room. There we go. Portal. Oh, sorry. That was my fault. Oh. You alright? Are you sure? Oh, okay.
Morning.
Look at Chab, you're in trouble. I'm not in trouble. Okay, you better catch up, yeah. Just go tomorrow. It'll be fine.
Stop.
Don't stop.
Was that?
Bye, girls.
All right, Banat. Thank you very much. Yeah, Team 397, Stuart King. They're going to have to catch up to him now and give him a new bottle for the one that he just dropped. I'm sure he's fine. These athletes train on a single bottle on a 200-kilometer ride sometimes. It's only those princesses like Nick who get a little bit antsy when somebody doesn't give them a bottle every 10K.
That's right.
All right. Well, we also have Tim Franklin set up now on, I'm guessing, Tim's Corner. So I'm going to go over to Tim. Thank you, Banat. We'll come back to you in a little while the next time you take a stop.
Okay, so first guy's gone through Tim's Corner in 3 hours 10.
How are we, team? Yep, we're 90 Ks in. We've just had five athletes come through. We have Josh McCaskill. Going straight.
Straight. You got
Jill, that is. Get over the other side of the road. Yeah, come on, Jill. We've just had our 6th athlete come through. We're about to have our 7th athlete come through. Reese Byrne, that's athlete 381, Reese Byrne, who's just come through. So that's 7 athletes through. Josh McCaskill's in front. Tim Belstead, so our day 1 leader, 1 hour and 7. He is in second. He's had some bike troubles this morning. Feels okay. I don't think he's having the greatest day out. Doesn't feel like it, but he's just warming into it. We've had a lot of rain early out on course. It's slowly drying up. It's dry now. Well, it's not raining now. It's definitely not dry. Everyone seems to be going well. Everyone through 40. We were at the 40-kilometre mark about an hour ago. Everyone got through that very comfortably. And now we're on our way. We've got a couple of athletes, as you know. This is open roads. They've got to know their own way around the course. We've had a couple of athletes that have fallen off the course. Here we have another 2 athletes. I know one of them's Matt Wheatley. Great job. And Nicola Matus, keep going forward, keep going straight, guys. Looking great. Always smiling, Matty. I love it.
Yeah, Tim, can you hear me?
I can.
It's Nick here.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got 3 athletes haven't gone through 66K yet, according to the ticker.
So we started the day with 40 athletes.
So the final 3, Stuart King, Trevor Garvey and Leanne Coggill, haven't gone through 66K.
Leave it with me. We will sort the timing out.
All right, cool.
Boris, 3rd time.
he's been here on course. Yeah, we don't know. We haven't been through all that. We followed the course. We know that Leanne made a wrong turn, so we had to go back and get her back on the track. That's athlete 3, 9 and 2. Richard Gilby's racing well. He's one of our ADM. Oh, sorry, I thought it was only 10 seconds. Why do you? Not.
Ooh, there's some fancy camera work. Are they getting kicked off the traffic circle here? What's going on?
And for 11, so we've got John Demandel and Guy coming through. So they had a big day on the bike yesterday. Unfortunately, they came off, had an incident. They've picked themselves up, and there they go. Great work. Great work. Legends, keep pushing. 90 Ks through now. We'll be down at Tips Corner in no time at all.
That bloke in the back there's drafting.
Good one, Nick.
You haven't heard that before, have you?
Nah, first time, mate. You've nailed it. One thing, your originality really scores you points.
Second time today.
Really, we're at the back of the course. Really good conditions. We've got our leading cyclist coming back up. I'm not sure if you can see it in the back of the camera, but that's Josh McCaskill riding the house down today. He's pushing out the flying mullet. He's going to come straight. He's going to come straight through. Don't make him turn. Jill, he's coming straight. Good work, Joshy. Awesome, mate. We'll see you in a bit, eh? We'll see you soon. Keep pushing. Stop going.
Hey, Tim, can you please orient us on what we're seeing here as far as the out and back? Which direction is the out and back? Which direction are they coming from when they come from NOOSA, and which way they're going to go?
So this is probably the biggest intersection of the day, probably of the race. So if you're looking over to the left of the screen, so where it's pointing now, the athlete will first make their way down there. They'll come past us, and they'll go about 4 kilometres down that direction. They'll then make a U-turn, come towards us, then they'll go back the way they came, and then they complete about a 40-kilometre loop. So they'll come all the way, and then they'll come out. They'll come out through this road here, and then they'll turn right back down to that same corner, come back around, come back up, then they'll turn left back the ways they came, and then they go back towards the coast. So that probably sounds really tricky and really difficult to understand, but being here, it's actually quite self-explanatory. It's just hard to talk through.
Yeah, no, we looked at the course earlier today.
What was that? Sorry, Larry?
We used the Google map to look at the course earlier today. So we understand the out and back and going up to Tiff's turnaround. I just wanted the viewer to be able to see it live.
Yeah, so this is what, for people that have never been to getting to the outback of Australia, just got to go straight, fella. Straight. Tim Belstead. And that's Tim Belstead, our overall leader, winning our 7th race today. Looking good. So it is, yeah, see, so there's arrows, there's a few points. We've got a few people on course, and it doesn't help. It probably doesn't help the athletes when there's a lot of high vis around. They're not quite sure which way they should be going. So we've got to try and talk through it. So we might have to go back to you in the studio, so to speak, and we'll keep directing athletes if that's cool.
Oh,
but everyone's doing well out here, and it's dry for once, which is awesome.
We would love to stay with you, Tim. You've got all the action for us right now. Banat is driving,
Okay.
so
Okay,
we're happy
we
to
can-
stay with
we
you.
can. Yeah, we can. We just got to be mindful that the safety and the direction of our athletes is a priority. So we'll get to you guys as much as we can, and I'll keep delivering as much information.
Yep.
Just want to make sure that everyone's going the right way.
Sounds good.
Yep,
Sounds
all
good.
good.
Yep.
Awesome.
But they went off camera.
Well, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 have gone through the 101 kilometers, and they're pretty much sticking to the game plan. Tim's pulled back 30 seconds or so on Joshua at the front, but the next three are just lining up as they have before.
So, Steve, were you able to catch what was going on there? I know you were on a bit of a break there for a few minutes, and you've come back with your snack. But did you see what was happening there?
I did. I captured the first two, obviously, Josh and Tim. Was Kirsty still in that third position, or has that changed? Because I see Greg Jenkins was right up there as well.
So Kirsty's in fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, fourth.
Nick, is it possible to adjust your camera just a little bit for us, Nick? We're seeing a lot of your fan.
Hey,
Thank
I
you.
don't have many fans.
Thank you.
Where's the camera going? All right. That's because I took it outside.
Right.
Isn't that weird? The whole thing's actually reversed itself.
I see Josh Dutton's going well there as well, because he was just inside that top 10. He was the 10th rider of the day yesterday in terms of ride time only. So he's making up ground on Richard Doe's.
Yep.
Nicola's hanging on to 10th place. That is really good too, that she's doing well there. And again,
So my concern is if you look at the still look at the 66K mark, the bottom three haven't, according to them, haven't gone through. So they're now at less than 20 kilometers an hour, which is not what you want.
No, that's for sure.
Hopefully, if it's a timing glitch, that'd be nice.
But at this point, to have less than 12 minutes separating the top 8, that's a pretty close event you got going.
Yeah, they're doing really well actually. There's a couple of positional changes, but they are all sticking together. It's crazy.
But there she is. Nicola just went through. They're in 9th position. So, again, excellent stuff. And she's only 31 seconds back of Reese Byrne. And he's doing well because I think he was, in the top 18 or something. But I think when we saw him at the end of yesterday. But he was the 8th fastest on the ride, but 30th out of the swim. So, again, it's good to go that way. If you're going to move one way or the other between the events, if you're not consistent in all three, then it's nice to come from closer to the back end or mid of the field closer towards the front end. And then if you've got a strong run in you, of course, that's the best possible way to go.
I like seeing the strong cyclists who aren't necessarily good swimmers, because they just really love it out there for 2 days riding.
You bet. Oh, and Matt Wheatley now into that 10th position. Great. Yeah, it would be nice for him to have a really good day. Yesterday wasn't his best of days in putting it together, but putting it together still over all these years is fantastic. And again, if you can have either one discipline that goes really well for you, or one day where you have the perfect day regardless of the others, it's satisfying to have that. And it doesn't help with the weather, but you've got people who really enjoy the sun and would hope for that, and others who love the conditions the way they are.
Well, all the people from Melbourne, you know, all the Victorians, this is just like a beautiful day for them.
Yeah. And obviously the Taz here is pretty much at home with this as well.
Oh.
So what have we got?
He just turned his camera around.
No, this is wetter than Tasmania, Steve. So while I'm not going to give much audio, I'm just standing where they're coming back past us after they've been to Tiff's corner. So I won't give you much audio, but I'll give you a little bit of visual from this point here as they come back past. It's important for us to make sure these athletes. I'm just going to turn around here. It's important for us to make sure these athletes continue straight here on their first lap. There's Tony Horton coming around in the black Defender as we speak. Probably get a wave out of the big fella. There he goes. So it's important for us. We're very limited on our crew. So there's Tim and I here. Tim's commentating with a lot of crew up on the corner there. It's important with only 2 people. We've got to make sure these athletes stay on course, and it's wet and all the problems we've faced, etc. So apologies to everyone watching out there, but I'll go off audio now and just make sure these athletes. So we've got another athlete coming up the hill now. I'll go off audio and make sure these athletes are going in the right direction, guys. So I'll get off before I say a swear word again. Bye-bye. Nice work, fella. Straight ahead, mate.
Jace, if you're concerned about being the camera operator while trying to perform your duties for the race, we'd be happy just to have that camera, set up and we can see Tim and hear Tim. That would be great for us to just know which athlete's going by. I'm not sure that they're hearing us.
Yeah, I think he's probably turned it off. Muted it. That is quite a busy intersection too. I actually ride that road quite a bit on my way to Gympie when I do my bike tours. So, there's a gas station as you're looking at the cameras now, straight ahead, about 10 kilometers, and that's my turnout. That's 60 k's from home for me. And as you can see, all this traffic coming through, it's a busy intersection for a place that's in the middle of nowhere.
Looks like we're getting a second camera out there. So I'm going to see if we can bring that in with Tim here. Okay, Tim, we got you on there now.
Way too close.
It's because you're in portrait mode.
Yeah. Oh, right. No, is that better?
That is much better.
All right, just still in the corner. Obviously, I think you've been on Jace's camera for a little bit, but I just heard Nick saying it is one of the busiest outback. I think it's got voted like top 5. Oh, we lost me. Sorry.
Who are you supporting? What are you cheering for?
Go ahead. That was Banat's camera coming in.
Oh, right. We've got another athlete coming through now. He'll be coming straight up as soon as we... Looking good too, looking strong. On camera. Beamed out to World Athlete 389. That was coming through. Looking good too. We've had a steady stream of athletes, but back to Nick's point, this has been voted like one of the busiest intersections in southeast Queensland, outside of an urban area. It's chaos all day for no reason.
Yeah, for no reason.
I don't know what's out here. Another athlete coming straight up the road, completing the first lap to Tiff's corner. Looking strong, big smile on fire. That was Reece Burns just came through. So Reece Burns just come through. So he's on his way to complete the big loop. If you had looked at the course map earlier today, they're out now on that big loop. on the west, that southwestern part of the course.
Excellent.
All right, another athlete coming through now as well. If you can see, I think this is our second female, Nicola Mateus. It is looking good too. You right? Yep.
Uh-oh. What do we got there?
You.
Oh, good Lord.
All right, here we go. We got the mayor of Launceston is coming up now. We got Matty Wheatley. And obviously you can see his crew in their 17th outfit. Good job, Matty. Awesome, mate. That's what it's all about here. I hope you got that. And Boris, looking good. Smile, Boris. It's free. Good. So Boris's crew, you might have seen that they just quickly water bottle change. We are, just under 100 kilometres in here when we see them the first time. So at 100, it can sometimes start to get a bit ugly. Then the mental demons start early for some of them. But by the time they come back, it's 160 Ks in and they've broken the back of it. They're over halfway and they start to get a bit excited because they start to head towards the coast. And that is a magical part of this bike course and a magical part of the planet, to be honest. We've got another athlete coming down now. For the first time, we've seen them 2 athletes coming down the hill. And we've got 1 athlete coming up the hill. So it's going to get busy here. So we're going to get a camera set up so you guys can see all the action from home or wherever you might be. Oh, the other Wheatley, he's taking behind.
There you go. No, not there. There you go, Christo.
So was that Andrew Wheatley that just went by? He seems
that was Andrew Wheatley. Yep. So we've seen Matt come one way and Andrew, so they're within 10 kilometres of each other.
Nice.
Another athlete. One of our ADF athletes coming through. Athlete 392. Athlete 392 come through. And there we go. We've got a steady stream of athletes. I'll see if you guys can see it. Awesome, mate. Keep rolling forward. Awesome. Great job, team. Awesome work. Keep pushing. Straight down. You'll turn around. I'll see you in a few minutes. Awesome work. 90 Ks in. The bearded dragon. Here he comes. Great job. Awesome work. Keep going straight. Keep going straight. You're right. Monster screw got monster screw. So report to the crew. Look at them on the move.
That was quite the swarm that came from out of every direction.
So for people who are watching at home, this the road Tim's standing on here is the old highway, and that's people still use it. That's why it's so damn busy.
6-time starter, 5-time finisher. Will be 6 times soon. Kelly Ridge is coming through, and then followed by 2 more athletes. 3 more, 4 more athletes all coming down the hill. We'll try and pick up their names, their numbers. It's quite busy here. A lot of cars, as you can see. Crew's working hard. No, you're on the international television right now.
Trying to avoid it.
It's too late. It's too late. I hope you weren't meant to be at work. All right, see that? There's 5 athletes you can see just in one frame. That very rarely happens. Very rarely happens in the 10 years that we've been doing this. I don't think I've seen congestion anywhere like this. So the athletes are nice and close. There's another one goes through now. I'm going to try and catch up on their numbers and report back their names, because I know that people will be watching from home and care about certain people out on course. I'm going to try do my best to figure out who's who in the zoo and get back to you guys as soon as I can.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
But yeah, it's absolutely flat stick here.
No, it's crazy. We've been following the timing, and they're all a minute apart. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I must say I haven't seen anything like it. I don't think there's been anything like it in Ultraman history, let alone here.
No, baffled by what's going on.
Yeah. Yep. Fast and Furious Racing, I think they would call it. Here we go. We've got another. Adam, looking good, mate. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I would have told you otherwise. So we've got Adam Bothwell going through, another athlete coming down the hill as well. So then another athlete coming up the hill. So they'll continue straight back to where they came before we see them again. And we'll see our leader come through from that direction. There's another athlete going through, looking good too. The problem as well I've had today identifying them is it was raining at the start, so they all had gillets on, and then they've subsequently taken it off, so they look like they've all changed. That's Ollie Whiteley going through, our youngest competitor on course, born in the year 2000, just to make you feel really old. Larry, Nick, Steve.
Hey, I feel old every day.
But it's bonkers down here, to be honest.
I'm still missing those final 3 at the 66K mark, so I don't know whether they've gone.
They're coming, mate. They're coming.
Good. Maybe they're going to finish at the bakery.
They got to get there first. Oh, it's a little bit of a lull now, but it'll get really busy soon. Guys, if I could just get you to stay behind that grass. Don't. If you come back over that line one more time. Oh, I'm still live, aren't I? I won't threaten them on live television. I was just going to try and turn my screen around, but I don't have the technical capabilities to do that.
Hand it to one of the crew members back there that are a little younger. They might be able to help you.
Yeah, find an 8-year-old. They'll fix it.
Is anyone tech friendly? How do I turn my camera around?
There should be a button on it.
I know there should be. I know. Oh, no, I got it. That button. Why didn't you say that?
Yeah, nobody's missing your crowd on that traffic island there with all that color.
But I'd say it's a hazard, though.
Oh yeah, me too. Can you imagine a random person pulling up like that guy going, "What the hell is this?"
Well, at least they're going to slow down and the bikers can get through.
Oh, that's true. That's true, and it creates a really good atmosphere as well, especially for the cyclists who don't really see a lot of people throughout the day. And that's one good thing about, I suppose, having everyone close together, is that you get...
that's what we were saying just before. You know, it's actually really good because all the crews are hanging out together as well.
Yeah, exactly. So we should very shortly see a whole bunch of athletes coming from the right of screen as we're looking at it. And there's still more. We've got TOs looking very officious, just driving past. But I must say, for the most part, everyone's been pretty good on course. Like we were saying at the briefing, a lot of the times it's actually the crews that get their athletes into trouble.
Yeah.
But look, we're in the clear now. We've got crews up there. A bit of a lull, which is nice. How are we all feeling, team? We're good? We're good? Athletes going well? Why would you say that? It has. For what? 7 seconds, it stopped raining. Then someone goes, "Oh, we haven't rained in a while," and then it just rains immediately again.
Well, I can tell you the weather's closed in here in Coolum. It's just grey and pouring.
Yeah, as opposed to the blue skies we have here.
Oh, yeah, well, that's it's bloody luxury where you are compared to here right now.
I got to say, looking at this area that you are in right now, Tim, this is the reason why people come back to UM racing again and again and again, is that the energy that is on that area right now, the fact that you're there with the microphone calling these people, and this is what it's all about, and the excitement, and who wouldn't want to be there? I wish I was there right now. I'm glad I'm here watching it.
We've got another athlete coming down. We've got a chief photographer. We've got an athlete coming up through. So we're going to have two athletes pass each other. Maybe they'll say hello to each other or yell at each other. Who knows what's going to happen? That's the fun of racing.
Cyclists don't
Great
say
job. Awesome work, guys. Great job, mate. Keep pushing back up that hill. Awesome. You'll see them stop in quickly. Try and get a crew stop, what it looks like. Check it out, refuel. No, not dissimilar to what happens in an F1 team. In and out. Under 3 seconds. There we go. Let's see. All out. We've got an athlete coming down, one of our Indian athletes. Looking good. Is that a smile? Yeah. You'll go down. You're turning around soon. And then you've got 180 kilometers to go. Shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. And then we go. We've got Benyat there, looking good. One of our live streamers. And this is great to see cool cars like this.
Holy cow, it's Jet Clampett.
I was going to say Steve King.
That's not really fair on Steve. Come on.
All that lot, they look like a work detail from a women's prison.
They're there.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, a bit of a lull now. All right, we've got another athlete coming down the hill. You know who that is? No. Yeah. No, that's an. We've got another athlete coming down. We've got another athlete making their way down the hill. There should be a whole handful of athletes coming back very shortly past Jace. And I'll come back past us. And then not too distant future from behind us, we'll start having our leading cyclists come through. So when they pass us the second time, they're about 100 kilometres in. Then when we see them for the third time, they're about 150 Ks in, so they're just over halfway. Here we go, we've got a cyclist coming through. Oh, it's the Force, Kathy. May the Force be with you.
She must have got ahead of Shane Duffy. Previously, Shane was ahead of her.
Yeah, there's been, obviously with being wet, we've had a couple of maintenance issues on bike course and stuff. So there's every potential that people have had to stop. All right, we've got Johnny DeBandel coming back up, our visually impaired athlete. He's coming back up the hill. We'll see him. So you could it's time for another one of your terrible jokes, Nick.
Poor John.
Let's go, Johnny. Punching straight up the hill. Great job, team. Awesome work, mate. Great job. Great job, legends. That's when you say, you should start pedaling, John. All right, another athlete coming. 2 more athletes coming down the hill as well. And we're going to see a whole bunch of athletes come back up the hill shortly. And then this little part will be a bit quieter, and we might send you back to Banyat for a bit as he roves around the course. And he's speaking of Shane Duffy. I think he is the Duff man right now. I think no, it might be a false call. Just trying to rely on colours. It is the Duff man. Great job, fella. Feeling good? Start putting in. That wasn't well received. That wasn't. I don't know if we'll be friends anymore. Do you have your phone on?
Come on, Duff man.
I've got
Start
great
putting
job,
in.
mate. Awesome work, Morty. Great job, mate. Looking good. Keep pushing. I'm on. I'm gonna get Banyat to turn his mic on so I can just figure out who's who in the zoo.
Sounds great.
Come back to you with some names.
Yeah.
But Banyat's here now, so he's going to turn his camera on from the same spot. They'll have the same vision, and I'll just figure out who's doing what. Here we go. We've got another athlete coming through.
The Indian team time trial will come through in a minute.
So, looking good, mate. Keep fighting. You're not going to go missing wearing that kit.
Wow, there was a transition.
So I've got Banyat on now. So if we might transfer to his video.
Yep, we're on his video now.
Turn his microphone on.
Awesome. Turn your microphone on, mate.
Already done that.
Thank you.
Banyat, are you connected to the Starlink? Your video feed is just a little bit more fuzzy than what we were getting before.
No, not connected. Let me do that.
Okay.
If I can get a couple of minutes.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll go to Jace's camera.
Alrighty.
So if someone can actually ask Jason about these 3 stragglers that we've lost.
He's a little further down. If he doesn't have his audio on, we're not going to get it.
Right.
We're looking into the 3 stragglers. We'll get back to you.
There
Cool,
you go.
thank you.
From the voice of God.
Same initials, different bloke. So we've got another athlete coming up the hill here, guys. As Tim Franklin was saying a little earlier, we've got a glut of the athletes coming back up from their first passing of the big intersection here. Obviously, my role here is just to keep them going straight. So we're just straight ahead, mate, straight ahead.
Oh, we lost our feed.
Yeah, and a few of the athletes haven't registered on that last checkpoint. Like John Demandle's gone through, like 3 or 4 minutes ago.
Right.
And which means he would have passed 101 about 10 minutes ago, and it's not here.
Yeah, because that 101 is down at the end of the turnaround that they're doing.
Yeah, but John's already gone down there and back.
Yes. I'm just for the people that are watching. It's
Yeah.
Oh, Jace's camera is back. We'll go to him. And Banat, I think, is almost going to be ready as well. Oh, yeah, it looks like we got Banat. Okay, Banat, you're live. If you can turn on your sound, we'll pick up what Tim's saying on the PA.
Keep pushing. This is course for our 6th Ultraman Australia. That'll be the most ever finishes.
Banat, can you get your sound on for us, please?
It's on.
Oh, it's on. Okay, thank you. Yep. I was just expecting to hear Tim.
Straight. Can you hear? Straight. There you go. Watch out now. There you go. Watch out. Watch out.
You're just going straight on the hook.
Oof. A bit of a rocky moment there, no?
Here comes another one coming down from Jace's camera.
Here we go. This is that one rapid tutorial.
Go straight here, mate. Go straight. Straight ahead.
387. 387. Another one. That's
another one coming up the hill. Running straight through him. Coming straight through. It's Yorkie.
There you go, Tips.
One, keep pushing. Athlete number 340. Returning athlete. The busy intersection.
Another one now.
Oh, the good turning is coming through. Great job. Just the local.
Looks like we lost a feed there.
Have to be. We'll Hudson. All right, another one coming out, another one coming through. You see them going with the wheel. Another athlete coming through. Straight on. Athlete number 380.
Fascinating to see how things are unfolding there. When you look, there's only 11 minutes separating positions 15 through to 27.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane how close together these guys are running today.
It's good to see Rajpal right up there as well, just amongst the top 20 right now. I'm sure he's happy about that.
So people that might be just joining us, please let us know where you're joining from. Join us in the comments. Type in where you're joining from and which athlete you are following here. We are out at the out and back that the athletes are passing through 4 times at kilometer 98, 106, 136, and 145. We have Tim Franklin out there on the microphone. We have a number of crews, as you can see, hanging about. We have officials in their high vis there to help direct the correct way through this intersection, because they are going different ways each time they come through. Is that Jeff Morris over there in the raincoat? So it's obviously a very busy area. You can see there's people right near the side of the road, lots of cars coming around. I'm sure that they're concerned to make sure that everybody stays in a safe spot while they're out there. The bikers have been coming through very quickly. Oh, that's Tim Franklin. They've been coming through very quickly, all close together, not spread out at all on the course. Over such a big course, you would think they would get spread out at some point. But these guys are now, at the 100-kilometer mark, and they're still very close together. We said we had 15 riders, and most of them are within a minute of the person in front of them. So that's what we're looking at this point in the race. We got some fans here chiming in. Banat, you recognize this name?
You know who that guy is? That is the person that actually put together the video for me.
Oh, well.
He is the hero, actually. So all the material that you put the other day, not the other day, yesterday, coming from my crew, it was all done by him. He's a hero behind the scenes, hero without cape.
Well, we'll have to probably play that again later today to make sure that he sees that what his hard work has got into the live stream. Because I don't know if he joined us yesterday. He didn't come on to the...
He did.
He did? Okay, good.
He did.
All right, excellent.
He did, and he commented, yeah, I got all the screenshots. That's why I know.
Ah, great.
And you know what? I think that he is onto something. He's a very good rider, but never really run much. Actually, the longest run that he did was along the beach when I finished the Ultraman 2 years ago. But to our surprise, for everybody actually in our group of friends, he went for a run. Was it on Thursday or so? He did like his first, 2Ks or so in his life.
Ah.
So, yeah, congrats to him.
Well, we know where he's going to end up in 5 years.
Yeah. Probably crewing me again, though.
And I see we also had someone tuning in from Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's Tony Hampton, who's cheering for Leanne Coggill. We're still trying to figure out where she is on course. We're a little concerned that her chip is not working properly because she is not registered at going through the 66K mark yet, Tony. But we're trying to find out where she is on the course. I think I had an update from her crew, and I'm just going to get that up on here in just a second as well. So stay tuned, Tony. We're going to have an update on Leanne, I think.
You were talking just before about how bunched up they are. We've got a group of 13 people within 10 minutes of... That's just nuts.
Yes, it is.
And that's why actually even the photographer came to record all of them. He's coming there. All the pictures that you've seen from the official channels, it's coming from him. He's another hero behind the scenes. Morning. Good. How are you?
Going well. Yeah.
Going well. You're live, actually.
Yeah, okay, cool. How are you guys?
How are you? Have you had any shots?
Making my way around the course, yeah.
Nice.
All the boxes.
Taking all the boxes?
Trying to get ahead of these guys and finding some cool spots around the course. The rain's making it a little bit tricky, but it's
Oh, good, man. You've got a nice camera over there. All the good outfit. Okay, I'll let you do it. There's the professional.
Okay, guys. I do have a video from Leanne's crew. I'm not sure exactly when this came in. I'm gonna play that through for you guys.
This is the gig. It's raining, it's cold, it's Mother's Day. The
She's out there on her bike on a 280-kilometre ride. This is Leanne Coggill. She's our woman. We're her team. We've got her back, her front, her sides, top and her bottom. We love you, Lee! Water. Water, water. Yeah. Open the top, open the top. Oh, she wants an after light one.
Well done.
I'm caught. There's that Leanne, she's having a tough time.
Yeah, you got enough reception. You don't need to get. No, I'm actually not understanding.
Yeah, I missed. That was Sabine Agamar.
All right, Banat, we're back on your camera now.
A bit of a quiet time now. Got a couple of minutes that no rider has come through. Because yeah, before it was hectic. So many people crossing around.
Well, they'll be crossing back
Hey,
again.
Steve, have you ever seen so many people this close together riding on day 2 before?
No, not at this sort of distance. I mentioned that a little while ago. Les, that's 15 people, 11 minutes separating them basically, and it's quite stunning as to what can happen. Therefore, you know, if they can continue to work at some level together, it's not that they're that close that they're drafting or anything, but man, it's impressive when you can always see someone just ahead of you. That's going to be helpful for each of them.
Oh yeah, the psychological assistance is huge.
Yep. Yeah, I am concerned about Leanne though, because you know, she finished half an hour yesterday on the bike. In terms of just the bike alone, she was half an hour behind the one person in front of her, and there were 38 people in front of her, but the nearest person to her was half an hour behind. So I don't know if she ran into mechanicals or went slightly off course yesterday, but earlier the indication was that she had gone off course somewhere.
Okay. Well, she's riding very slowly in that video that she just posted.
Well, her aim is to finish, and she certainly sounds like a gutsy lady with all the things
Yeah.
she's got going on. So let's hope she can just push through. And as we were talking earlier about, one of the things not to do is to get off the bike. You know, in other words, just keep pushing through, because other people are going to stop, and sometimes you stop too long and it's hard to get going again. And given the conditions of the day, from a muscular point of view, from a core temperature point of view, it could be a little dodgy later on for some. So they need to keep warm, have the right clothing on, and have the right nutrition going on for them.
Well, that's it. With the nutrition on days like this, you know, it's a balance, because you do need more to keep yourself warm, to keep everything functioning properly.
You bet.
And a lot of people can't deal with the extra intake of nutrition that they need.
Yep, very true.
Well, we got a couple more people here in the chat. They're telling us where they're joining from. So let's take a look at that. We got Tegan joining from the Yarra Valley in Victoria, watching number 380, Adam Bothwell. Says he's a gravel bike with road tires. We have a lot of trails here, and it seems to be paying off given the weather.
Absolutely.
And then in addition, we also have Chloe who's tuned in, and she's in Adelaide cheering on Vishnu. Oh, we got to stop here.
Cool.
Let's go see what's going on over here.
A little chat. It may be private, so I'm not going to put the mic on.
Is that Duffy? That's
Yeah,
Duffy.
Duffy.
Yeah. Duffy's okay.
Duffy looks good.
Is
He
it-
always looks good.
Is he looking to do a bike switch? Thought I heard
No,
the
I don't
word
think-
derailer.
It's just having a random chat with Tim.
He didn't even get a kiss.
Yep.
What's going on, Tim? You didn't get a kiss?
Yeah.
Well, Shane was actually 4 places back of Adam Bothwell a while ago, just about 10 minutes separating them.
Maybe we can try and find out what happened there, Banat. You don't have to do it on camera, but maybe just check in and see if there's something that we can report back.
Can you feel on fire? Yeah, I'll just talk to myself.
Larry, anything in particular that you want to know?
I'm just wondering why Shane would stop to talk to Tim if he was having any issues or if it was just a chat.
Yeah, it was probably just a chat regarding like the people on the road. But yeah, I'll double check. Tim. Yeah. All good. With
All
Duffy?
good. Yeah. Duffy just he just stopped and let me know that maybe he's got his nutrition plan wrong, and then he had eaten a little bit too much up front, and he wasn't digesting it that quick, so he felt a bit full early. I think he's less full now, and he's on the hunt. He goes, "I've got plenty of people to chase for the second half," and I said, "Second
Happy
half,
days.
mate, you're only 100 k's in." So he's got he feels good. He feels good now. He just he got his nutrition a bit wrong, but you live and learn, and he's off and he's on the hunt. And he's a strong rider, so he's trying to obviously ride himself back up into the field a little bit and see what happens. He's got 180.
Well, he can. He's if you're going to screw up, that's the way to do it. It's better to have too much too early, and then you can slowly use it, than blow up and not recover.
Exactly right. Yep, it's better to have a full tank than no tank at all.
Yeah.
So, Tim, something else. Like, do you reckon that we'll be seeing the lead athlete actually coming that way anytime soon?
Well, I wasn't completely across the time when they got here, but that loop is about 40, 45 kilometers, so it shouldn't be too long. Probably, it would be the next, I would assume it would be the next 15, 20 minutes. Sometimes it's hard to judge distances and time because...
But you are Tim.
Well, that's right.
So he went through the 101 checkpoint at 3 hours and 10, and it's now 4 hours and 7. So he's not riding 40 kilometers an hour, so it'll be another 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's what I said. So I got it right.
Once.
Well, I mean,
I call that black.
It doesn't come as a surprise to the viewers, no doubt.
All right, we have another athlete making their way up the hill. Just a quick transition, new bottle has been placed. We'll find out who it is. They're just a little bit out of 377. Looks good, still moving well. And that was sort of a smile there.
Biggest smile, I would say.
All right. Maybe we can reset the map here and let people know where we are again. I'm going to go back to our Google Earth bike view here. That is not the one I want. So that we can see exactly where we are looking at. So again, I'm going to ask Nick, maybe if you can talk us through this as I get to the right spot here with the with the map. So we're now moved out to, this is the point where they are. They're on this little island over there. The out and back that they go up to TIFF is right on the top of the screen there. They are coming from our left, if I'm correct. as we look on the screen, and they go by Tim at that orange dot, and they're going on that out and back, and then they are returning past him again straight through in order to go out onto the loop that is going to go around in this direction. So can you tell us again how this is going to work, and then how they're going to get back to this? I'll advance it a little bit as we go.
All right. So so Tim and the boys they're all there on the pin point, and so they're heading right around this way, and you can see the Mary River there. So
oh wait, I am
other way.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna scoot back around because I'm at the end of that little map thing. There we go. So they're going to come out toward the front of the screen right here.
Yeah. Where are we going?
And then we're going over.
That's the hill. So not yet. So bring it out a bit so we can see for more. Can you do that?
Bring it. Well, I was going to do the loop here.
Yeah. Well, we got to figure out where the loop starts first. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah. So right there.
All right. So we're going along this way.
Along this way to get into the loop.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then
they go along here, and it's just rolling hills all the way along the rolling hills, and then they take this left-hand turn, and they join back up to Tim here, and then they go to the out and back again, which is out to Tiff there.
Yeah,
and back.
Yeah.
And then a left turn here, and then go back up to here, and then up the hill. This is to Kenilworth.
Right. So that's the loop that the leaders are on now, and the other people are going through that out and back for the first time.
Yeah. So we've had, according to the timer here, all but 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone but 4 athletes have gone through the 101 on the out and back, the first out and back. So yeah, all but 4 are on the loop now. And we've had some times added on for some of the missing people. And the only one that's missing now, there's a couple of missing ones up here from that 66K timer, but they've gone through the 101. So we know they're on the road and on the right place. But Leanne still is not registering for 66. Hopefully it's just a timing issue with her chip, and then she'll turn up here fairly shortly. I'm just really waiting to see when they start to break up, or if they're going to. This to me is just. You were talking, Steve, before about being on a tour, and it's kind of what's happening here.
It is, but it's not deliberate. It's as you said, it's psychologically beneficial for every one of them at this time. And if they could stay that way for the next 100K, that would be ideal, because some of them are obviously going to drop a little over time. Others are going to really give a push, because a lot depends how much of charge have they got left in their battery, so to speak. And nutrition is going to be a big factor today, as well as any mechanical breakdowns. And hopefully, because of the weather, hopefully there's no sliding out or any accidents during the course of the day. It would be nice if everyone gets in safely.
Yeah. So the next timing, Matt, is just past halfway. And so obviously that's going to give us a great indication of who we need to worry about at the back half. The longer they're out there in this rain and the wind, the harder it is for them all.
Yeah, so the 140K mark is the next one, and when we were looking at that map, Nick, where would that correspond to?
That's Tiff's timing thing again.
Oh, that's Tiff's timing again. Okay, right.
That's the second time around.
Okay. So yeah, when we were looking at the results, we did see those other ones come through, and so only Leanne is left without a 66-kilometer time, but presumably she's in that hunt there with the rest of them, and just maybe her chip didn't read, because it looks like a few of them the chip did not read at that point. And when you look at the rain that she was riding through just recently, probably a good reason why that chip didn't read.
Absolutely.
So we've lost all.
We have phone numbers, I'm assuming.
Sorry, I'm just saying we've lost all contact with. Oh, we got Banat back now. Go ahead, Steve.
But yeah, that's it. That was Timmy's crew. But Timmy's not in front, is he? Unless he's jumped ahead, but I doubt it. He was miles behind Joshy.
So give us an update, Tim.
So we've just seen Tim Belstead's crew come back through. So we've got our leading athlete who's I've just come into visual now. So we've just got our leading athlete come through. When we saw them at the 100K mark, it was Josh McCaskill. So we'll see if it's still Josh. We know that Tim Belstead is right behind him. It actually looks like there's a change. It is Tim. But he's got to come through here and he's going to turn right. So he's just got to be careful. Timmy, turn it right, mate. Turn it right. So it is Tim's come through.
Well done, Tim.
Careful. That's our leading athlete. So it was Josh McCaskill who had quite a sizable lead, and we haven't seen him. So I don't know what that means. We'll try and get some reports. We'll try and get some crew out on course to give us a bit of an update. But yeah, we've had it. So there's a change of lead on the road. So Tim Belstead, he was our race leader overnight. He had hour 7 lead over second, third, and fourth place, all very close together. And now he's put some more time into it. We're just waiting to see if we can see our second place athlete come in. Rain has started again. It's really quite miserable out here, to be honest. So we'll wait. We're just waiting on Josh Pascal. And we've got another athlete coming up. So they're about 125 kilometres in to the run now.
Very, very wet.
About to get very, very wet. We already are very, very wet.
Well, I see you've kept that your raincoat from the year of the deluge.
All right, Sadman coming up through. He'll come up past us and onto the big loop. He looks good too, moving really well.
Well done. Off you go. That's the biggest one.
That's it. He's up and about. So here we go. Now we've got Josh coming through. And he'll turn right. It's clear, mate. It's clear. It's clear. Good job, guys. Keep pushing. Still looks good. Riding well. Now we've got athlete 397 coming up through. Staying straight. Putting the layers on. Trying to keep dry. Isn't keeping dry. Yeah, looks good. Athlete 397.
So what just happened?
So we've just had our first 2 riders come through about the 140, 145 kilometre mark. There's been a change at the front. So Tim Belstead is now leading on course today, and Josh McCaskill. So they've swapped positions. So he was quite a way ahead, Josh McCaskill. So whether he's gone out too fast and slowed down, or he's had some sort of mechanical, whatever, who knows. Stopped, met with his crew, don't know. We'll try and find out. We'll get back to you. But we've had 2 come through the 140K mark, and we've had nearly every athlete come through the 100K mark. So we'll get back to you. We'll get some updates. They'll go across a timing match shortly, and just so we'll know, we've got about 3 or 4 athletes, I think, still to come. But it's going to get busy again as athletes come through. There'll be 4 athletes coming from 4 different ways soon, so it's going to.
This is just an update from Leanne's crew. Sorry I cut that off.
That hill. Look at her go.
Located, and if she's doing okay, but a minute 45 is what's separating first and second, where Tim was located.
Did you show that footage again, Larry?
Sure.
I'm trying to figure. Okay, so she's going through the town of Curran. She's nowhere near Tim.
That hill. Look at her go.
Unfortunately, we've just had a report that one of our athletes, John Demandle, has come off his bike and is requiring some medical assistance. So we'll keep you guys up to date. But it looks like John, unfortunately, they came off yesterday. It's especially on a tandem bike, visually impaired athlete. There's a lot going on. So we're just actually, the ambulance is coming right past us as we speak. So he's had it crash. We've got ambulance emergency services going to him. Apparently he is okay, but obviously safety is our priority. So an abundance of safety. So we're just there we go. So we're just making sure he's fine. Yeah, it's upsetting, but it's a bit of nature of the beast in races like this.
So Tim, Leanne Coggles her crew's just posted a video of her riding through what looks to me like Curran. She hasn't even got over the hill yet.
Leanne. Yeah, that might be right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It might also be that video was held for a little bit before they posted it. They might have been busy doing other things.
There's a lot of water on the road in that video.
Right. Move with their crews very quickly. We're going back. Athletes facing down. Back alley. Clear. Just take it easy around the corner.
Could you pick out who the riders were there? Was it Greg?
Going straight up the hill. It is. Yates is looking good too.
So, Tim, who just passed through?
That's a great question. A lot of people just came through. Craig Jackson and Jenkins and Sheehan. So leading female, Kirsty Sheehan was through. And there we go. We've got Kirsty Sheehan's crew behind us. And then we had Ben Yates come through to go up the hill to complete the loop that those guys just finished. So that's about 40 kilometres separates like the top of the field with some of the back markers. So as you can see, they spread out a long way over 280 kilometres, but they are only 140 kilometres in. So they're halfway. They barely scratch the surface of it. As you know, like people would know, anyone that's done endurance stuff, the race doesn't really start until that second half of the day. Have they gone out too hard? Have they not eaten enough? What's their fueling strategy? What have they got to worry about tomorrow? So it's really interesting. Like that, things are starting to change. People are starting to move. Kirsty's dropped back a couple of places. We've seen a change at the top, and you'll see some of these back markers work their way through the field. So in the middle of the field will start to work their way up as they've prepared better or they've paced themselves better. So it's really, really interesting part of the day now, and especially with this weather, because not only physically, it also becomes mentally challenging as well.
And one problem with weather like this for a lot of these people that don't train in it is you don't want to drink and you don't want to eat when you're soaked constantly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like you don't feel like you're sweating.
Yeah.
so that your hydration can fall. And for a lot of people this day and age, their hydration is also their nutrition. They have this liquid nutrition. So if they're not drinking because they don't feel thirsty, then they're not getting the fuel in, and it's one thing can lead to another, and then they start to feel fatigued and they start to bonk. But at the moment they've all come through. They look like they're in good spirits.
Yeah, it's great.
Despite weather, and one great thing, and we were just talking about it as a crew earlier this morning, is despite the weather, no athletes brought it up. No athletes said, "Oh, this weather sucks," or "This is crappy out here." They've all just been concentrating on the job at hand, which is really admirable, considering it is pretty miserable out here. Just constant drizzle. Probably harder for us crew, to be honest.
True. And the thing is, as much as I hate the whole influencer thing and motivational speaker, the truth is that you remember the epically bad days.
Well, that's true. I think you remember the worse more than the better, don't you?
Yeah.
But it's busy. It's busy. It's just we're a little bit of quiet time now. We should see our lead athletes come back through, and they'll go out and they'll disappear, and we won't see them. Well, I won't see them again until the finish line. So from here, I'll leave here and duck off to the finish line. But yeah, look at that. We might have some sun. Is that the sun? Is that what the sun looks like?
I've forgotten.
Those are your eyes that are shiny.
It burns.
All right, Tim, here's a stat for you. So Tim's just gone through the 140K timing map in 4 hours 25. So there's nothing broken today.
No, absolutely not. So we know that, the guys have gone low sevens right on this course on a good day. So a really good ride is around that sort of 7:30, 8 hour mark is a really solid ride on this course. That's been most of the people right up the pointy end of the field have done that. So yeah, it looks like today, and it's completely understandable.
Yeah, 100%.
Having said that, there's not much wind to speak of.
It was windy initially, yeah?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Well, would I was it? 100%.
Hey, Tim. Larry here. It's interesting that you're mentioning how they're not whinging about the weather out there. I think this might be a good time for the viewers that weren't with us yesterday, just to play a little clip about you and your incredible run around the world. So, because I'm sure that there might be something in there that relates. I'm going to play that now so everybody gets a good idea of who you are as well, Tim Franklin.
All right. This version of Forrest Gump has become just the 8th person to run around the world. Tim Franklin has averaged more than a marathon a day for 576 days.
An extraordinary journey unlike any other. 5 continents, 19 countries, 26,232 kilometers. After 576 days, Tim Franklin has run around the world. Straight into his mother's arms in an emotional homecoming at Brisbane South Bank Parklands, the 41-year-old crossed off his final continent to become the 8th person to run the world.
Yeah, all the emotions. Excited, nervous. I don't even know. I can't even put it into words.
Tim Franklin's journey began in New Zealand before he ran coast to coast in the US. Followed by South America, Europe, Asia and Australia. He has faced almost every weather event during his run.
Day 302, I'm melted into the frickin' tarmac. I think it's snowing. Hey guys, it's snowing again. I don't know whether it's snow or hail. It just drizzled all frickin' day. But we're not complaining about the weather because I can't control it. I can only control the controllables, and the controllables were I put a jacket on and I just bloody grit me teeth and went, and we got it done.
And been attacked by wild dogs.
There were 3, just like here, and then I was like,
All of that on top of exhaustion, illness and injury, but his positivity has always shined through.
Today completely blows my mind and blows everything I've ever done in my life out of the water, and I'm lucky that everyone in my team thought I could do it and knew I could do it and kept pushing me, because there's plenty of times where I didn't think I was going to get through it.
Tim Franklin set off with a world record in sight, but has finished the second fastest.
Unfortunately, on day 80, I found out that my father had a terminal illness and only had 3 months to live. I made the difficult decision to go home and say my goodbyes to him. The world record was a carrot dangling, but it was never the be-all and end-all. The message was get out, get moving, and have fun doing it.
It's a message he wants to continue to spread. Tim Franklin has raised more than $39,000 for 3 charities, Inspiring Brighter Futures, Lung Foundation Australia and Wings for Life. He will turn his attention to recovery, but won't stop running.
And I feel $1 million, so I feel like I could go do another lap.
Casey Shields, Sky News, Brisbane.
Numbers! You!
Well, mate, great job. Just take it easy around that corner.
Well done.
We've got Johnny Mandel.
Who did we have just go by there, Banat, please?
I think that he was Boris, but let me confirm it with
This
Tim.
might be Leanne, I think. This might be Leanne coming down the hill now.
Oh, here we go. Leanne Coggle.
I think we're not sure. I've just been given information that she might be close. Oh,
It's all for Where does he go? To go down there and to turn around and come back.
And the elite athlete as well. Coming over.
all right. No. All right, here we go. So we've got Leanne Coggle coming down the hill, but not only that, we've got our lead cyclist, Timmy Belstead, who's going to come in. It's going to turn left, and then he'll be off back towards the coast. We've got another athlete coming down.
This is our lead athlete today.
Here we go.
Off you go. And
No crying, you've got to keep going.
Leanne in the other side.
Great job, mate. Awesome work. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. You'll go down. We'll see you in a little bit. The turnaround's not far away.
There's Leanne.
That's Leanne, yeah.
Excellent.
I think turn right here, mate. Yep. Here we go. Looking good. 389.
Josh Dutton.
All right.
More athletes coming by.
Nicola coming through, looking good. Your teammate, you can go straight away there. Good job. Take it easy around that corner.
Who did we have there, Banat?
I think that is Nicola, athlete 400. Is it possible?
Banat, when Tim is doing his announcing, if we can keep you closer to the speaker so we can actually pick up the names that he's calling, that would be appreciated.
All right, we've got another athlete that's completed the loop. He'll come in, he'll turn right here. Athlete 381. How you feeling?
Not too bad.
And he's away. Says he's not feeling too bad, which is pretty good. 150 Ks in. As we come around what is affectionately known as Tim's Corner.
Did you hear that, Steve?
Sorry,
I heard
Steve.
him. It's all yours, Tim.
I just pinched it. I forgot I was on air.
All right, now Josh Pascal coming through, so second place on the road. He's got his game face on today. He's riding really well, really strong. Hopefully now the sun's out. This is might get 5 minutes of dry weather. Don't say anything. As you can see just then, I'm not sure if you will capture on the footage, but
Busy here, right? Constantly cars coming in and out, and especially now with cyclists coming from 3 different directions, it does get busy, and it's really on the athletes, on their crews, and on the team support to make sure that everyone stays safe and we respect, you know, the local community. We don't get in their way. We look after each other. But it does get, it can get, a lot happens really quickly, and then there's a lot of periods of nothing. So it's all part and parcel of this ultra endurance racing, especially here at Ultraman Australia, where we just have full fields all the time with so many athletes, and then obviously cars, supporters. Yeah. So we just got to make sure, got to keep your wherewithal about you the whole time, which is another thing that athletes have to think about, because they're open roads. So mentally, it's exhausting as well as physical.
So, Steve, what are you thinking about the splits coming through the 140?
Yeah, as you said, we're not going to see any records, but again, it's interesting to see how things are unfolding. And when we saw them come through there the first time, it was a minute 45 seconds that were separating 1 and 2, and it looks like that gap has opened up just a little bit more at this time. But you got to hand it to Josh for doing what he can right now, because big improvements since last year, obviously.
Yeah, and third, fourth, and fifth are all bunched up together now, within a minute of each other.
Yep.
But they're not falling behind second place too much, because the margin is almost the same.
That's right. There was just 6 minutes between the top 5, which is quite incredible. We've got a race going on. No matter what Tim does, he's got to be aware there are people behind him. But he also knows that he wants to have a decent gap. You know, the man can obviously run, having been a sub 10-hour performer, but you never can tell what's going to happen out there, and they've got to keep something in their legs for the big day tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
You also don't want to feel like you left too much out there either, but caution. And the crews, as you've said, they've got to be aware of nutritional needs here because of recovery. And you want to get the maximum amount of recovery, but they're also lucky enough to be the first ones to get a massage, etc., and get in the warmth once again.
True.
Well, let's take a look at our leaderboard here again, and what we're seeing with these people that are out front now. We've had that little bit of switch.
Yeah, so look at that. The gap is even less. So
it
made up a little bit of ground with Greg Jenkins there being the last of those 5 that have gone through there. And you can see now 5 minutes and about 39 seconds is the gap. So 20-odd seconds they've taken off, in fact, of him. But again, it could be just stopping at that corner if there's traffic coming through. So these are minor adjustments going on right now. And it's still 3 minutes and 27 seconds between second and third.
Yeah.
We've just had our leading female come through. Kirsty, she's just come through. She's turned left, so she's headed out. We won't see her again, and she's headed towards the coast. And here we go. We've got another athlete going through from
Geez, finally we've got a split.
He's riding really well, having a really strong day on the bike today. Again, now the wind's really dropped off. The sun's out. With the roads, if you don't get any more water, maybe those times will pick up, but you cannot afford, we're talking about, I heard Steve just talking about not being able to push, like what the times are a bit off the record times from previous years, but given these conditions, you cannot push too hard, especially in points. It's a tech, as much as it is an awesome bike course out here, it's technical. So you've got to be on point. We've had so much rain in southeast Queensland over the last few months, but the road service is a bit, in some places, not as good as it normally is. So they've really got to be concentrating, slowing down, when normally you just be sending it. So that's going to hold people back, and you can see that because Tim Bellstead yesterday rode a really strong day one bike, and he's just had to be more circumspect out on course today. But they've all done a great job. I know that we've had one incident with John Commandel coming off, but apart from that, everyone's done a really good job. I mean, touch wood that we continue to stay safe, but thus far, everyone's done such a good job of being sensible, being reasonable, and really riding to their ability in these conditions as well, because these conditions can play havoc. We've got another athlete now, including the top loop. And he's good to keep going. With the ball. One of our ADF athletes, great job. Athlete number 392. Looks good out of course. Really strong, actually. Had his wherewithal about him.
So we've finally seen a split from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 between 5th and 6th. In that loop, 6th place has dropped 4 minutes ish.
We just had Richard Gilby come through, so he's completed about 140 kilometres, so he'll be back down to Tiff's corner soon, so we might get that next reading as he comes through. I think he's our 7th placed athlete on course. I think you guys will know better than me. You guys will have those stats with you.
7th is Boris.
Cool. Watch out there, lady.
Donut. I agree. They are there, and we are here.
That's not the same place.
We also have to remember at this
We'll just
time
put the
that
shout out to any crew that's here that provide, the first crew to provide Benya and I with food, coffee, any sort of sustenance. We'll just take 15 minutes off their athletes' time.
Yep, at least
20 minutes
20 minutes.
per calorie.
So you can see Nicole has gone through there. So she's. It looks as though Kirsty has added almost another 10 minutes to the elapsed time, cumulative, including yesterday. So it's about 29 minutes up between first and second on 2-day total to this point.
Yeah, it feels Steve, on that loop that Kirsty just completed. It feels like she gained some time on pretty well the whole field. Is that right? I don't have access to the splits, but it just felt
yes,
like
Tim,
that.
you're right.
Yeah.
Because Kirsty, Craig, and Greg went through 140 Ks within 20 seconds of each other. So they've been riding together the whole way around, pushing each other, and now they've created a 7-minute split between 6th and 7th.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. It felt like that they've just moved. But again, like I was saying earlier, we're 140 Ks in. We have barely scratched the surface.
Yep.
Yeah, and the other good thing though is, as I was mentioning with Kirsty, now being about 29 minutes in total time up on Nicola Mathias, but Nicola has someone just about 10 seconds ahead of her. So it's going to be helpful for athletes to have someone they've got in sight all the time. And hopefully if they pull them back, there may be another person just in front of them. And that looks like the case right now for about the top 10 athletes that have now gone through.
Yeah, I think one thing I noticed throughout the morning was that there was a group of, say, 10 at the front, then a bit of a gap, then another group of 10, then a bit of a gap, then another group of 10. It was sort of that sectioned in quarters. Now, whether they can hold that, whether that stays the same, probably not, because there'll be natural drift. But you're right. If they can keep a rabbit in front of them, it's going to keep pushing them, keep driving them. You just hope that rabbit doesn't slow down. Because I remember way back in the day when I was fit enough to ride a bicycle out on this course, completing it. So that's what I was on my own from about 100 Ks onwards. I did not see another soul. So I had no bearing on where anyone else was on the course. And this was well before we had electronic timing as well. So I couldn't get any splits at all, which is really challenging to try and stay in the zone and keep pushing.
Yeah, true.
And probably before live streaming too, where your crew could have just been watching the live stream to know exactly where everybody was.
Well, yeah. I think, Larry, up until yesterday, every race has been before live stream.
Touche.
I'll be interested to know if anyone's going to try and make a run.
Well,
Yeah, I want to see if anyone's going to push up this mountain up to Kenilworth.
Oh, you've got to.
Yeah.
There's a bakery on the other side.
I noticed they have an express aisle for Ultraman people.
They do. So we reached out to them. And they've set up. They've got a special number of extra. They've baked a special number of extra donuts for us all this weekend, especially for today. And obviously, understanding that today is Mother's Day as well, so it's a busy day for them as it is. Then we just throw in the mix 41 of the hungriest people in Australia.
Yeah.
And all the crews.
I was going to say, I think the crew is more hungry than the athlete out there. The athlete's getting their nutrition.
That's true.
Well, I think so. It's just a long time on your feet. Okay, we've got
another one of our leading athletes coming through to complete. They'll come in and they'll turn left here. They'll go out and they head. I think it's Boris. It is Boris. He's going to turn left here. His crew's just around the corner. So grab some hydration, some nutrition from them. If he wants it, he doesn't need it. He shakes his head. Waves them off and away he goes. The next time we'll see Boris, he'll go. So they'll leave here. For those that don't know the course, so they leave here. They start to head a little bit south. They head towards Kenilworth. And between now and Kenilworth, there is a hill that's relatively steep and about 1.5 kilometres long. So it's a nice and tough challenge, but then they get to bomb down it into Kenilworth. Then they turn left and head east. When they're heading east, they're heading for the coast. And once they hit the coastline, it is the best 40 kilometres of cycling that they will do in their life as they head north up the east coast of the Sunshine Coast here in Australia. It is some of the best landscape, the best country you'll ever be on. Today, it's probably not the best example of that given the weather, but it's still lovely out there. So we should see another couple of athletes. We've got Leanne coming through. She'll come up and she'll keep going straight past us to complete the loop. It's important now, I suppose, that the crew's job changes from just feeding and fueling and hydrating their athletes to also making sure the morale is high, especially if this weather sets in, constantly building their athlete up, making sure that they're feeling good, they're forgetting how crappy the weather is, and they're staying in their zone, they're staying switched on, staying present. You can start to drift. We've got another athlete coming up here. As we can see, this is where it gets busy. He's going to keep coming to turn right. I think it's Ollie Whiteley coming up. He's going to turn right. You're clear, mate. You're clear. Roll through. Yep, roll through. Done a great job, mate. Keep pushing. Keep going. Stay safe down this corner. Good job, mate. Awesome work. That's Ollie Whiteley, our youngest competitor on course. 25 years old. We've now got 2 athletes coming back up. We're going to turn left, and they're going to go out. And again, they're heading towards Kenilworth now. They're heading south. Great job. Awesome work. Great job. So that was our second place female, Nicola.
And guys, just a reminder, you just said, who is Nicola just behind? What was the athlete then?
Josh Dutton.
It was yeah.
Josh
Dutton. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Hey, I'm gonna get back. How's this for Mother's Day doing, mate? Okay.
So Josh Dutton and Nicola Matthias was right there, so they can work together, hopefully, over the next 140 kilometres. Because now it's quite strong southerly now, so they'll be riding straight into the team. Just while this rain blows through, again, once the rain goes, the wind goes with it. So they're going to head. So it's going to be a bit painful as they head that south and then east, because they'll be riding into the southeasterly. But once they turn, we've got another athlete coming through. Turn left, Brisbane. Is it?
Turning left it is, turning left here. And he'll go, he's heading south now, south. He'll go over the Kenilworth line. He'll drop bomb into Kenilworth. He'll turn left and he'll be heading back towards the coast. Where it's David Lowe Way for a fast and furious 40Ks to the finish. Isn't that right, Cookie? Fast and furious 40Ks to the finish.
Yes, definitely. Straight up the David Lowe Way.
Some of the great, probably the most ridden road on East Coast of Australia, I'd imagine. David Lowe Way.
Right.
For very good reason.
Great views, mate. Great views. Great views.
How many times have you done it? Yeah. Too many. Talk us about it.
Hey?
Talk us about that ride.
It's a nice roll. It starts off flat down south, and then as you head up north, mate, gets a few rollers in it. But you've got great ocean views and stuff as you
All the way?
Most of the way. Yeah. Plenty of cafes if you want to stop in for coffee or a turnaround point. No, it's pretty good, eh?
Alrighty.
Primo. Primo.
Primo.
Yeah.
Well done. Look at people cheering all the athletes passing by for Mother's Day. There is mom. Maybe they want to do it through the mic.
People are, you want to yell through the mic?
Yeah.
Let's do this. Get on the mic.
Stand now. Hi, Mark.
Keep going.
Right.
That must have been some loud yelling because the Zoom took the volume off for us to protect us.
Apparently you were too loud. Thank you. All good. Thank you. So those were Leanne's daughters, I guess?
So that was Leanne's family. So Leanne's husband, Leanne's daughters came out on Mother's Day to see her in what is awful weather. So that just means she was in, obviously, emotional. But she's our back marker on course, is my understanding. So she's gone through the 100K mark. So she's on the loop now. So every athlete is on the loop or heading south towards Kenilworth. So they're making pretty good time. Just under 5 hours.
Everyone's doing it.
Yeah, everyone's doing it. So we're under 5 hours. So it'll be touch and go, but we can get her there, you know?
Yeah, if she's just got to keep consistent. She's at 21 kilometers an hour right now.
It's just, and especially it's a bit hilly, a bit lumpy through here. The roads don't give you a hell of a lot through here. But once she gets out of the loop and heads down towards Kenilworth, gets over the Kenilworth range, bombs down, it's really good riding, especially if the southerly continues. It'll blow her home.
Absolutely.
So we just got to make sure that we get her. We just get her up there.
Hey, Banat, are those children still there for Leanne? Are they still around?
No, they've just gone.
Ah, I wanted to congratulate them on their acting skills. They were in Leanne's Y video.
Looks good too. I think orange suits you. Brings out your eyes. Good job, Matty. Take some fuel on. Look at that. Oh, no, one job, babe. One job.
Did a good job, eh?
I mean, it's really disappointing to see.
It's just really disappointing to see crews let their athletes down like that.
I think I'm getting scowls.
Jason is now coming to for you, mate.
It is tough, right? You get one opportunity, and they've got to get in their car, fly out.
It's quieted down a bit here now. It was hectic here earlier, and now it's just calmed down a little bit, which is good.
See you, team.
Well, for the people that are watching at home, I have just updated the day 2 results ticker to show the current running order of the athletes today. If you want to see the actual split times, you can go to the barefoot timing that we've been showing earlier today. I can put a link in the comments as well. And speaking of the comments, Steve, we got a comment here for you. This is Kerry Mandel.
That's Kerry.
Yeah.
Appreciate it very much, Kerry. We look forward to having you involved in this one sometime down the road. And obviously, you've got a lot of people you already know. And I look forward to seeing you back at the races. You had a great job at the Worlds, being on the podium and taking care of business in Arizona. And obviously, it was good to see you there in Florida. So take good care of yourself and continue to watch the action.
Well, we're getting up to 5 hours into the day 2 biking course now. So we are well underway. I think we've established. Whoa, who do we got there?
108. Get him, son. You're my favorite Wheatley. Don't tell me I said that. Don't tell me. Love you.
Was that Andrew?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So, Larry, we are packing up, everything moving to the next station. Team as well as Jason will be moving into the kilometer mark 190. We'll try to connect from there as well, okay?
Actually, Banat, is it possible that you split off from these guys so that we get a little extra coverage? Looks like it's snowing now. Just if they're going to be moving all the way to 190, it would be nice if maybe you stay at this spot for a little bit longer, and then maybe you can try and catch up to people on that big hill climb that later on, and get some stuff in Kenilworth for us, and we can let them go through to the 190.
Guys, I'm gonna be checking out for a little bit. I'll check in soon. Everyone's in really good spirits, flying along. We've got athletes coming through. Great job, mate. Great job.
356.
Awesome. Weather's just turned a little bit, but hopefully it doesn't last too long. I'll be back shortly. Pew, pew.
Cheers.
Thank you, Tim.
I wonder why they've chosen 190. There's nothing there.
I agree. I was actually telling that yesterday, but yeah, that's on the kind of like 70, 80 kilometers to go. And they want to stop there before they head to the finish line.
I believe the reason was because Tim talked about this on the podcast when we were doing the preview episode. There's just a place to pull over there is what it is. There's space to actually get out of the vehicle. But yeah, and then the next timing mat will come just after where they are at 2:08, which is why I had that 2:08 on the map as well. So Banat, yeah, please, if you can stay with us for a little bit longer here at this location and keep watching for the athletes that are still passing by here until Leanne has gone by, and then we can figure out how the best to do this. Maybe by then Tim will already be into a new location and we'll be able to keep the live footage going.
Larry, I think that I'll run out of battery way before that, unfortunately.
Okay.
So I'll do my best.
Okay.
But yeah, I can.
And you have a charger. You have a charger with you, right?
Remember that I don't have access to my room.
Oh, right. But
that's okay.
You have a second phone.
I do have an. Yeah, that's correct. I'll do my best.
Okay.
There you go. Let's walk there.
All right. Well, Nick, I'm going to bring up the results here again. Now that we know that everybody is still on course, and maybe we can go through that a little bit more. If you open it on your own screen, that's fine. We'll just see what it looks like.
There you go. Well done.
We've got John DeMandel is obviously out, and Ben Yates still hasn't been registered as going through the 101. John's been medically removed, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, second day in a row with a bike accident for John and his pilot, Daniel.
So yeah, and the only one that's missing apart now is Ben Yates. Hasn't registered going through the 140. The 101, which is odd, but
yeah, but I'm sure he's been through there.
There you go, mate.
Let me bring up.
How far we're 5 hours in now.
Yes.
All right.
5 hours in 10 seconds. Banat, you're still on with us.
Yeah, I'm on there.
Raj is about 130k in.
130k?
Yeah, so he's on his way here now.
Oh, that's good. That's good. How's he doing?
Really, really good. Tough day yesterday, but today he's back on it and fueled up well, so he's having a good bike so far.
Yeah, tough conditions out there, mate.
Mate, shocking.
All right.
And it's slippery roads. It's just can't catch a break.
Yeah. Let's make sure that we bring them all safely home today.
100%, it's the main thing.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, there is another rider coming by. 401 stopping by with the crew.
So, Anthony.
You guys have...
Anthony.
Sorry, say that again?
You got Anthony there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, hey, go.
Hey, Anthony, it's Larry.
What was that, sorry?
It's Larry from the 515 podcast. Yes.
How's things, mate? Good?
They're good for me. I'm in a dry room here in Canada where the weather is nice.
You lucky bugger.
Yeah. So what happened for you yesterday morning? Did you have to do a little extra duty out there?
Yeah, I did. So I'm crewing today. And over the weekend. So yeah, we've got a Indian athlete who came over and we gave him a bit of a hand.
Mm-hmm. And were you drawn into going out for one of the swimmers as well yesterday that you weren't supposed to, or?
No, I was meant to.
Okay.
But I was lucky enough to get out of it.
Oh.
So I didn't have to deal with those conditions.
Yeah. So how does this? How do you think these conditions are faring compared to last year?
Last year was a lot better. It was just there was no rain for us, so it was it was a lot more pleasant. Where this is just on-off rain, roads are really slippery. But even in the surf yesterday, it was definitely a lot tougher.
Mm-hmm.
So start flat, then as soon as the wind and the rain come in, it was definitely challenging conditions. So I think that makes the swim course record yesterday more impressive.
Absolutely, I agree. Yes, and when you were thinking about coming back to the race this year, was it something that you wanted to do right away? Like after winning the race last year, were you like, I want to come back to this race again and again, and maybe I can't race it again this year, but I want to give back, or what was your reasoning for coming back?
To be honest, I had too much fun, and I really wanted to give back. It was such a good experience, and pretty much like an honor to actually finish the race, and that I wanted to help as much as I could in other athletes, international or local, to finish the race and pretty much have what I had. So yeah, it was. I wasn't able to do the race this year, just with it's my wife's year to chase some goals. So the fact that I could come back and crew and support, it's been it was a no-brainer.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. And who's the other crew member there?
Yeah, so this is a friend of Raj. He's from India.
I'm from India too. My father is racing here
as well.
Yeah, he's Mahesh Prajapati.
Okay. What's your name?
Krishil.
Krishil?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, man.
How are you?
Good. How did you learn about this race?
My father actually was swimming. He had a habit of swimming, so he learned from his doctor that there is an event called Ironman. Then he did that, Then he came to know about the Ultraman. So he decided that he wanted to get here. So,
That's great. That's great. Lots of Indian people come over.
yeah, there are.
Yeah, apparently it's like the second most represented country in the
Yeah.
history of Ultraman, Australia at least.
Well, there's a coach here from India. He told us that he's been here the last 3 years, and he brings athletes over. So this year he's got 4 athletes, I think, all competing in this event. And yeah, so it's pretty good that he can bring people over and help them out and achieve their goals, and just brings more awareness to how good this this race and this distance really is.
I think that's right.
100%. Let's see if Rash is coming. Okay, you guys ready?
You want to end it, fella? You good? Yeah. Good job.
Well done.
Nice work, mate.
There you go. That was Steve York passing by as well. Hold on. Is he going left? He doesn't need to go left. Right? Okay, good. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right.
We just wanted to create a bit of excitement.
Yes. We need drama on this live stream. Thank you, Anthony. We appreciate that.
Not too much, though.
No.
But they're good.
We definitely don't want anyone to get lost.
No.
But it's always good. So we don't need a coffee now for at least 20 minutes.
Oh, speak about you, mate. I need a coffee.
Yeah, we'll have to find one. And we're hanging out for Kenilworth Bakery to get some donuts. I missed it last year.
Me too.
Yeah, so maybe we should meet up. Donut challenge.
I've already had one.
You have?
There is a 1 kilo donut or something like
Yeah.
that.
We go half. It should be like a date.
Let's do that. Larry, I'll be going off camera then.
Sorry, live stream. We're eating donuts.
Yeah.
No, hey, that is perfect, because I actually would love to have coverage from Kenilworth. I know all the crews are going to be going in there. It's going to be a great place for you to go in and speak to the crews and see how things are going at that point. So we definitely want you moving down the road to that point, so you guys can make that date. You can make that plan to meet there and get your 1 kilo donuts each.
Okay, so that could be like in what, 1 hour-ish?
Yeah,
1 hour and a half? Yeah.
Yeah, won't be too long.
Okay, let's try it out.
Yeah.
Let's do it. So what's the plan for you from here? Are you gonna?
So we'll wait here for a bit because the turnaround's just down the road.
Yep.
So it seems to be a nice safe spot, this park, and we'll have some food ourselves, try and look after ourselves a little bit, and then off he goes. We'll just keep leapfrogging, making sure he's good.
It's like a plan.
We can hear you yawning, Nick. Hey, Anthony, thanks a lot. And, obviously you're training up the next generation of crew here, and they got the great tutelage. So I'm sure you know exactly what you're doing. You guys have a great time out there in the vehicle. And if you get the opportunity, hey, please shoot some video and send it over our way through the link.
100%, Larry. It's good to catch up again, mate.
Yeah, you too.
Long.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
See ya. Bye-bye. What's going on?
Crash down the road.
Oh, is everything all right?
Yeah. They've been taken away in an ambulance. They've been there. Yeah.
Okay. So you were there assisting a little bit.
Yeah, we do. We did our bit as we do. Good
Okay,
do
yeah.
for
Yeah,
helping
100%.
family.
100%.
Really good, and they're a good mob.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Sorry, can we get a bit more of an update? Banat, can you hold for a second? Yeah, because there was both John and his pilot Daniel. Are they both okay?
John's got left-sided injury. He's okay. Dan's been looked after by the medics.
You probably should get the information in the right
Yeah, you haven't checked it yet.
Yep.
But yes,
Let's do that.
They've both gone off and they're good.
Good. Keep warm.
Thank you. Thanks for caring.
You bet.
Yeah, if I hear anything from the internal comms,
Right.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I'm just looking at our people that are commenting on the YouTube page here. So we've got some comments. We got Rose, who's out there cheering for Paul Giddings, number 356. And we also have one of the viewers from yesterday out there says, still cheering for Josh Dutton, or still watching from Vegas. That's Evan Legg. So thanks for tuning in, Evan. We seem to have a lot of American viewers joining us today and yesterday. And we are hoping that people will go ahead and post where they're watching from, like you've done, so we can get a good idea of where everybody is, and even go on to the Google map that I've created so that we can see where it is that you are, and just drop a pin where you are on that map. At the end of the 3 days, we want to pull that map up and see where all our viewers were coming from. So if you are so inclined, please go ahead and drop a pin on the Google map. You can find that link in the comments. Just scroll back up. All right, but now it looks like we still got a lot of vehicles there. Are these all crew, or are these other people that are out hiking or something?
There are all crews. So who do we have here?
401.
401. What's happening? You don't want to get out, huh? You don't want to get wet.
He's about to come past. Do you want to take a drink over first? I don't want to get wet.
I'm not allowed. Damn it. Yeah, look, I'm wet.
Yeah.
I'm soaked.
We're avoiding.
What are those notes?
Oh, you can't see those.
Well, why not?
Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in.
What's this? Okay, that's not for you.
That's the turn-by-turn directions, yes.
Okay.
They were posted in the crew chat to make sure that they have all the ways the turns. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. And you printed it out and everything. That's really nice. I don't think my crew actually printed the notes at all. No.
That's all we got to go by. Yeah. We live and die by that.
Okay.
Ride and die.
And the rules as well. Are you following them?
Well, that's just in case you want to argue with someone.
Yeah. Well, at least you're wearing the high vis.
Yeah.
So that's good.
We can get the rules out and say, no, you were wrong. See?
Yeah. And I'm right.
Yeah.
Just don't try that with Tim Franklin, because he's never wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
Having a good time so far?
Yeah, real good. It's a
Yeah.
great event. It's awesome.
Awesome.
Having a good time.
Good. Halfway through on second day. Yeah. So, yeah, man. From here, downhill. Too easy. Surely.
Downhill.
Yeah.
It's easy for us.
Okay, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Let's see. This looks like I don't know, like a McDonald's car park. And I'm just going one after the other. Let's see if they open. That's it. No, he doesn't want to open it. That's right. Do you want to chat? Do you want to chat? No? Okay, good. You see, he didn't want to chat, but that's okay. But they left the snacks outside.
Steal his snacks. Yeah, steal his snacks.
Yeah. I'm water. Okay, what do we have here?
Do it.
Nah, I'm not even touching it in case I get in trouble, you know? But surely they've got some beers over there.
Yeah, there's got to be.
There's got to be for them at least. Fresh water. No, all the essentials. And even a pump. Hopefully he doesn't need it. Or she. There we go. Another car just chilling, looking around. Everybody seems to be parked here.
Oh, these guys are getting
What's
out.
going on?
They want to talk to you. Oh, that's Mort's crew.
Hey, people. Yeah, and I'm chatting to you now.
You're chatting to me. It's a
Yeah.
terrible day, isn't it?
It's not the best.
Yeah, it's called the Sunshine Coast for a reason.
Yeah.
Is it always?
Because it has a coast.
Yeah. It's just wet coast.
Yeah.
We renamed it.
Correct.
How's it going? How's things going here? We're good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. People seem to be having fun.
Yes.
Despite the weather.
The conditions, the riders seem to be enjoying it.
Yeah, how's your rider doing?
He's going well, actually. He said he's feeling good, so he's
So you are crewing 4?
Sorry?
You are crewing 4? Who are you supporting?
Morty. Adam
Morty.
Mort.
Adam Mort, yeah.
Number 111.
Yep.
Morty.
I think he's the oldest guy going. Is
Yes.
he the oldest one, I think?
Yes, he is.
5 or something? Yes. He
The
is.
less young.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's young still.
Less young. Yeah. 100%.
Sheep farmer from Mudgee down New South Wales is what he is.
Okay. Were you meant to be like doing some stuff, like picking up something for him? Because I don't want to entertain you. I got in trouble before.
Yeah.
We're getting the banana ready, but he's going to be a little while. I reckon he'll be another 4 minutes yet or so.
4 minutes. You better be getting ready, mate.
All right.
Alrighty. Thanks, man. You're good.
Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna actually stay around and see how you prepare the banana in case you've got a secret. Oh, just a banana.
Yeah, just a banana. We're going to option it. I think he might need some more fluids, so he hasn't been drinking enough, we reckon.
Nah, you gotta keep an eye on that because it looks like, oh, I don't need water, I don't need anything, but you actually do. And not only for today, but also for tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hey, excuse me. Is Morty coming around for the end of the loop, or is he coming back from the out and back again?
He's
end of the loop.
He's coming there and he's going to turn up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And he was riding close to Shane Duffy, was he not?
Yes, I think that Shane Duffy was in front, if
Ju-
I'm not
okay.
mistaken.
Just a little in front.
Yes. They're going pretty close to each other without drafting, apparently.
Well, we better go back. We got to go back to that first car and check the rule book.
Yeah. They were actually reviewing all the rules. Do you know the rules? Have you gone through them?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, good boy.
I know rule 303.
Did you crew for Morty the last time he did the race?
No, we didn't. We didn't really know he was going to do it then. I live up on the Sunshine Coast now. I used to live down at Mudgee with him, and that's where we met Morty.
Right.
Same as Ricky did. Ricky's retired to move up to the Gold Coast. I retired to move up to the Sunshine Coast. So when he came up, he contacted Ricky and said, could he crew for him? And then they asked me, and I said, yeah, I can do the hand as well. So we're crewing for him from there. But when he was down, did it 6 years ago or something, we didn't really know much about Ultraman, what it was. But when you look and see what they're doing, it's awesome.
It is awesome.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his result from his previous race in 2017, and he had a 10:03 on day 2. I'm suspecting he might be a little bit ahead of that, or maybe right on it. What was his goal for today? Do you know?
No, I'm not sure.
Finishing.
Finish and not be bad. He was happy with how he went yesterday. He didn't cramp.
Isn't it?
Oh,
That
there he
I knew that I was.
We'll get you on the way back.
I was gonna get in trouble.
Man, we're in trouble now.
Yeah, it's the second time that it has happened to me today.
You could go down to the turnaround and catch him there rather than wait.
Exactly. He's got ahead, so he's overtaken that lady. So he's going. He must be going well.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he was behind her.
Okay, actually, potentially we should actually walk the other side and make sure that we don't miss him on the way back.
Okay, well, yeah, it was Kathy LaFosse and then Shane and then Adam was the order before.
So now it was Adam, Catherine Defoe, and we haven't seen Shane.
Okay. So that sounds like Adam overtook 2 people then out on the loop.
Yeah, by the sounds of it.
Excellent work for Adam. Is Shane's crew around there, Bennett?
I haven't seen them, but they may as well be here. I don't see the car.
Okay. They're probably just leaving him alone to do his own thing.
I mean, he must know this road by head. So he doesn't need much of a help. Think so.
About 150 going the other way.
Yeah, halfway through.
Yeah.
There we go. We've got athlete 382 on his way back home. And
382. That is Nicholas Chapman. Is there somebody coming toward you as well right now?
yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
It's actually gonna.
Oh,
be
going to
recording
stop.
one of- Yeah,
We got to stop.
just stop it. Okay, this is a pit stop. Athlete 403.
Marcus Smith. So that was just a quick stop to take off the rain jacket.
Yep. And 401 going down.
401 is Ryan McKenzie.
As well as 396.
396. Daryl Kirkow, the bearded dragon.
The bearded dragon indeed. And 387.
387 is athlete Aaron Croft, or Crofty, as Tim has nicknamed him for the weekend.
Make sure you follow the rules. And by the looks of it, Shane Duffy's coming up. I think that's Shane.
Okay, so Shane has dropped off 2 positions while going around the loop. We had for Steve to just catch up a little bit. We had Adam Mort go by just a couple minutes ago. He had gone ahead of Kathy LaFosse and Shane. Say hi.
Shane.
Larry says hi. He still looks like he's moving good.
Yeah, he's comfortable.
Yeah. And I assume he knows the route by now, I'm assuming. Having been here numerous years.
All right.
So yeah, that was like not Team Duffy. I want Athlete Duffy. So Shane Duffy, he's been here for 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. And if you look at his photo there, he's got the grandbabies. This is from last year's finish. And he gave us that same pose again yesterday at the finish line. I'm sure he'll probably do that every year until he can't hold them up anymore. And that'll make a nice little flip book for him. So we got Nick and Steve back. So maybe Nick and Steve, we want to do a little rundown on the standings. I do have updated day 2 results on the run there from about 25 minutes ago, but I suspect those have even changed as I've discussed with the fact that Adam Mort has moved up at least 2 positions. So parts of those are still going to be slightly out of order. I'm going to have to redo those with another order, but I know, Nick, you've got the barefoot timing on your screen. So if we can maybe talk about some of the standings, go through, maybe start right from Tim Belstead, and we'll look at where we are and what the splits are. Because for a while, those splits were incredibly close together with only a minute apart for many of the crews and only 10 minutes for about 15 of the athletes, for about 15 of the athletes, or 15 minutes for about 10 of the athletes. So it seemed to be getting a little bit more spread out. Not too much, though, and definitely not enough to make run day a foregone conclusion, because these guys are going to be tight coming into run day. So I'm going to let you guys take over on talking about the standings here for a bit.
It'll be interesting to see who's brave enough to make a move. See, they're all going up to Kenilworth now. The next timing station isn't for 68 Ks. So that's 2.5 hours on today's pace, or 2 hours 15. But yeah, so Tim's made a move, but he's still not very far in front of Joshua. And then again, we've got 3 people within a minute, and then a whole stack after that. Like there's another dozen, 10 or so within 20 minutes of each other. Well, actually within 20 minutes of each other. So they're spreading out very slowly, but it's not like the gaps, there's huge gaps forming at all.
Well, and if you look at the athletes that are in the 5-hour plus category, going past that last timing point there, from 14th place right through to 24th place, there's only 16 minutes, less than that, 15 minutes plus. So it's very, very impressive to see how things are unfolding, and no one's totally dominating out there. And sadly, there's unfortunately, you know, that one person at the back who's going to be struggling to make it, especially given the weather conditions. The wind may be on their backs for the last 30K. Hopefully that can help back markers. But also I'm concerned about body core temperature as well for a number of the athletes out there. If you're very slightly built, that's going to make a difference for athletes as well. But you've got some pretty big, powerful guys in there that should do quite well and are hanging tough right now. And if you think about the sort of record times, whereas when we look at Tim, for instance, I think Tim did, when he did it in that second year, it was around 8:15, I believe, was the time that Tim did. And that was for second place. And no one got under 7 hours, under 8 hours. But when you look at what Simon did and what Steve Ledger did, Steve was the fastest at 7:14. That was a phenomenal year. The conditions were ideal, as well as them being tremendous athletes, of course. And we've seen maybe about 7 or 8 people that have gone a sub 8 hours on this course. And we've seen a sub 8.5 hour from Cape Bevilacqua. I just think the weather conditions are going to impact the times, but the athletes are going to have the ability to continue to focus on others around them and keep motivated. And that's very, very important. You know, and someone like Shane, who finds himself a little off the pace right now, but he's still at sub 4, or was at sub 4 going through there. If he knows, as maybe the crew will say, oh, within 10 minutes of you, you got 4 more people, that's going to be helpful to him.
That's right.
I put it nicely. I said
So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what happened, because by the time they get to the next checkpoint, they've gone up and over and back down to the flats, because the next checkpoint is in Umundi, and it flattens out for a while all the way through to, that's the back road to Yandana before they turn off to Bly Bly. So that'll be very interesting to see if anyone is brave enough to try in the front, brave enough to try and pull away.
And how far is it going to be at that point where they're in Umundi?
208 kilometers.
Ah, good. Okay. That's a great section. So 130 miles for those Americans who may be checking in. And it's going to be interesting to see times. I usually, when I'm around the course, if I can, at any of the courses, I try and get to the 112 mile mark, or 180K, of course, you know, to check, see what sort of pace they're doing for the Ironman distance. And in Hawaii one time, there were like 6 guys around 4 hours, 45 minutes. It was stunning.
Wow.
But we had to slow them down, literally, because it became obvious that they were just pacing off each other. And poor Miro Krieger was the next person back of them, and they were just hauling away. So we literally had to remind them that they're going to get not DQ'd, but penalized if they don't start breaking up. And that can happen. I mean, we got, I think, 4 people there within a minute, 5, 11, 6, 20, 51, and 56, and 58. So 5 people. And they're just got to be cautious, obviously, but they can support each other, and the crews. That's the other nice thing. There's also the personal satisfaction of knowing that anything goes wrong, if my crew is suffering a bit, or a vehicle goes off the road, you never can tell these things can happen. There's plenty of other crews around me, so I can still get my needs met if necessary.
Yeah, very true.
Hard to believe almost 5.5 hours as well at this time.
Yeah, gentlemen, I'm going to leave the screen on you guys now for a bit, because Banat is going to move on to a new location. Hopefully, in the meantime, we quickly get Tim back up and running. He's moved on to the 190-ish area where there's a pullout on the side of the road. Banat needs to move on, and he needs to go charge his phone. Oh, he doesn't have the charger. He needs to go work something out about that. Yeah, we're gonna let him leave off of this corner here at the big out and back, and then we'll just keep it with you guys for a little bit. I'm working on some updates as well from the cruise. I think I know why Shane Duffy was out there at the out and back by himself, as I was just discussing with Banat, and that is because we got some crew video from their crew in Kenilworth. So I'm going to try and get that pulled up in just a minute, but I'll leave you guys to just continue your conversation and let you know that you're going to be on screen for the next little bit.
Okay.
Kathy Lafosse there, I see 5:27:30. If we look around there, look at that. You've got athletes here, 5:27:25 through to 5:28:58. Again, very, very close in packs. In fact, Kathy, part of her ambition, I understand, is to be a stand-up comedian and doing improv. So interesting hobbies that a lot of people have as well. She's coached by Jason Alley from Alley Performance. That's in Hobart, I believe. And she's out of Banksia Beach in Queensland. So she has raced the Cairns Ironman and also got into the VinFast World Championships. That was in 23 and got I think a 13:08 at that particular event. But lots of family on crew, parents are part of it as well. So I really appreciate that. And I'm sure they and their friend Ian and the captain, Ellen Ariel, are very happy with how things are going to this point. It's been interesting because Banat's done a wonderful job of sort of introducing us to some of the crews. And I'm sure the crews too really get pleased to meet the other crews as they go back and forth and get to know them as well. And it's the other nice thing as they build towards that third and final day tomorrow is the fact that pacers can be out there along with them, and we'll get to know more about the pacers, some of whom are doing this for a first time and some are alumni. So it's very nice to see that as we talked about just earlier this morning about last year's winner now being on a team and ended up paddling despite the fact he wasn't aware that he was going to be doing so an hour prior to this.
Oh, you know what? We just had Anthony on. He was at the out and back with his athlete. He's doing one of the Indian athletes, and actually I had the story backwards. He was scheduled to paddle for that athlete, but somehow managed to get out of it. He said so. But he was very pleased to be able to be there and give back and support an international athlete to help reach their dreams. So we had a nice little discussion there for about 5 minutes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And you think of some of these internationals, many of the Indian athletes come quite a ways to be with us. The very first Indian athlete, though, to compete was years ago in Canada, and it was a female. So we were delighted. That was at Ultraman Canada. And so I think the guys were a bit upstaged at that point.
Yeah, she was a bit of a celebrity in India, apparently. And but didn't she have some issues? Like, was she DQ'd or some problem?
That's a different one.
That was a
was it?
Yeah, that was Manisha. Manisha had already finished the Ultraman in India. But I noted on a couple of occasions, and they've done that at other events, depending on the terrain and the course or the severity, they allowed some athletes, 13 hours, etc. That happened in Spain as well, where it was such a tough climb that they had during the course of that event in Spain that some people were given over 13 hours to complete.
Right. Oh, okay. Wow.
But Praveen Agarwal, for instance, he's done 40-plus Ironman distance events and raced in places like Copenhagen, Kalmar, that's in Sweden, Busselton, he's raced there. And so, he likes to travel around. And some people have got the local captains or Aussie captains, even though they may live elsewhere. It's pretty expensive when you travel so far and you bring maybe 3 or 4 people with you as well. So it's nice.
Well, yeah. And
yeah.
If you can do like I've never flown anyone anywhere. So I've been lucky, but yeah, you hear about some of the costs of some of these events now, and it's just like, my God, you know. And people from countries like Kenan Murgasan, he had to sell his bike because during the COVID, because he was out of work and he needed the money. So he sold it. Yeah, he sold his bike, and then he picked up. And he was supposed to come here, but Ultraman was cancelled because of COVID, and so all his plans, he didn't get refunds for all his airfares and all the rest of it. It was a real gong show. But luckily, he did a fundraising and he got some sponsors, and he was able to put his equipment together and come back after COVID.
Wow, that's impressive. And, you know, but it's also fortunate for this particular race that, you know, Tony and his team and Jeff, obviously, have got things like the NOOSA Head Surf Club involved, so that people don't have to come necessarily with their own paddlers or with their own kayaks. And obviously that, or boards, because that makes a difference. Quite a few people in other races also use stand-up paddle boards, which certainly I wouldn't be doing, but because if you've got nasty weather, the poor paddleboard are out there. But we've had a couple of very inexperienced athletes over the years in terms of the people who are actually doing the paddling. We had one gentleman who was in one of those dinghies you'd use for your family on a holiday when you're just floating around, and he tried to paddle with it. They totally unexperienced, tried to paddle with it, went around in circles, literally, because you cannot, you know, paddle like a kayak either side. It's extraordinary. And unfortunately, we've had a couple of cases where the actual kayak or canoe leaked, and the person went in a drink, and the swimmer was trying to hold on to keep the poor paddler upright till we got some help. So anything can happen in these events, but thank goodness you're always pleased when the swim portion is safely out the way. And
That's
obviously, and then the athletes and crews and the organizers certainly also pleased when the bike's out of the way. It's not that you want it out of the way so much as if everyone's safe, if there's no major incidents out there, you know, and people are back and they're on their own 2 feet again, and that's really nice.
Yeah, I know. It's a huge relief because, like I say, the run is the easy day.
Yeah, relatively, as you say.
Yeah.
And for some people, it's the number one discipline that maybe got them into the sport in the first place, and for others, it's what they dread.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
Yeah, but you could still run sub 8.5 hours. You know, a lot of people would love to get a time like that, Nick.
Yeah.
And that's why it's also nice. I think when you look at sponsors as well, this event does very nicely in attracting sponsors as well, and that's something one would hope that others are able to do as well, to offset the enormous costs, because you've got capital costs that are essential. You want to dress the event up as well, and you want people to use a good product if you're lucky enough to have some on board. I noticed Infinite was one of the products here that is used and sponsored, and that's a nutrition company out of Australia, and so it's good to have that on board. And you've got some of the resorts that the people actually stay at. You've got Peppers and Mantra, and so I think it's very, very fortunate. But also it's nice to see that your podcast is one of the sponsors listed as well. Yeah.
Larry's he's put a bunch of work in. I didn't realize he'd been putting so much work in over for this year.
Well, I can't begin to imagine.
I actually kind of started this back in probably October, November, just learning how to do the process, and then putting together the information for the athletes that Steve's reading from, putting together all the overlays on the stuff that you're seeing today and things like that. So it's been very fun for me. It's the kind of thing I love to do. I want to tell these stories, and I love technology, so I kind of blended it all together, and I like to learn new things. So I'm spending that time learning some new things. I do have a video that I want to add to our broadcast now, and that is from the crew of Duffy, and they're down in Kenilworth. So I'm going to play this one. I might have to mute in and out of it a bit because there's some music playing inside the bakery, but you'll get the idea of what's going on.
All right.
Let's go, Ultraman! Oh, I don't know.
So the key here is if you see there is an Ultraman fast track lane there, I think that is a very nice touch. And then I'm going to have a shot. I'm going to get a shot of the donuts coming up as well that they've created for the race. So tell me, I've seen them on Instagram. They got a really nice Instagram, Nick, where they do some very entertaining things to advertise the bakery. Have you been down there, and how many calories do you walk out with?
Oh no, Kenilworth's too far away for me to go.
You've never gone on a race course day though?
No, because every time I've volunteered, I've stayed in transition.
Okay.
Like I did all the announcing in transition while Tim was out doing his thing.
All right. Yeah, gotcha. Well, I think we're going to get a lot of crews coming in from that one, so we'll see exactly what it's all about. I'm going to show you what the donuts look like too in just a minute. So I'm going to interrupt you guys again at that point, but you guys go ahead and continue on with what you were discussing there.
420. I'm doing a time check. 420. What did they do? 425. What is it now? All right, Aaron. 15. So he should be. Tim and Josh should be heading downhill. They should be through Kenilworth and heading downhill by now.
Yeah, one of the persons I'm pleased to see there, he went through that last checkpoint with 5:20 on the clock in 25th position. That was Steve York.
Yep.
He was aiming 2 years ago when I was there. He was aiming to become the first Maori to be able to complete the Ultraman. So I hope that is the case this time out. And he certainly started really well. When you look at yesterday compared to 2 years ago, he did a 9:23.59 yesterday as opposed to a 10:08 2 years ago. So should be happy with day one. Let's hope this day goes well. But he just missed out on finishing in time on the run. So for him, this is unfinished business.
Yeah, there's not too many people left to finish that the out and back again. This for the second time. I'll be kind of glad when everyone's off that section.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous. Too many cars.
Yeah, it looks like we have 25 people through there at this point.
Oh, more than that.
Oh, more than that. Okay.
Yeah, there's only according to the ticker here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to go. 1, 2, 3.
And one of those is John DeMandel, so 5.
Oh, actually, and Ben Yates, so there's only 4. I don't know where Ben is. He's still missing.
I suspect he's just missed a time. Like they just had a timing match because we haven't heard anything from anybody at the race that he's gone off course or withdrew himself. So he might be just not getting on that timing mat. All right, let's take a look at what these donuts look like over in Kenilworth. Here we go. This is Team Duffy.
What have we got here? All for Allison.
I love it.
I'm pretty sure that's why they weren't with him up at that out and back because he just went through there a little earlier and Benat was in the car park and his crew was nowhere to be seen. But it was around the same time that video came in.
That's awesome.
You know, yesterday, Nick, we were talking and you mentioned some of the people who influenced others, and you mentioned Rich Roll. I just noticed earlier this morning that Rich at a Facebook posting, he just had some major back surgery. But his book, Finding Ultra, it really had an influence on a lot of people. When I asked people just prior to any Ultraman that I go to, you know, what influenced you, what motivated you, I'm amazed at how many people talk about either that book or David Goggins, You Can't Hurt Me. You know, it's quite amazing. And I understand there's a documentary now being made about David Goggins. And so, you know, we all come from different mindsets and motivations and things that enthuse us or make us passionate. And as much as I admire David Goggins, and I certainly do, but my goodness, he's one hard nut, and I wouldn't really want to have had to establish being so hard in order to survive and get through what he had to. So at one level, it's a tragic story, but thank goodness he was able to rise above it. And unfortunately, other people don't get to that point where they can find something that can transcend the turmoil of the past. And I'm certainly admire him for that. But it is interesting, you know, how reading a book, reading a magazine article, seeing the documentary, watching someone's 5-minute YouTube can do wonders for you. It just right?
It's amazing.
Inspiration, yeah. And you look at present leader Tim Belstead, you know, talking about his cousin and what sadly happened when I think it was Alex, just 21 years of age, losing his life. And again, you know, when you dedicate an event to someone, it tends to draw out even more determination than you would have otherwise.
Yeah, true. Very true. Yeah, it's and a lot of it is like you see a lot of these people like that have got huge followings and are making, you know, an entire career like Rich did. Now Rich, years ago, I used to get in trouble for pointing out the truth, and I've learned to not point out the truth as much as I did because it gets me in trouble. But Rich, he was dubbed the one of the 25 fittest guys in the world. Well, you know, but he was I believe, an entertainment lawyer in Hollywood at the time, and he that 25th guy in the world. So he raced Ultraman twice. He finished once, and when the time he did finish, I believe he came 5th. So it was 2008, so it was Olympic year, and I remember saying that, well, if he's the 25th in the 25th, what about the 4 guys that beat him?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure what competitions you need to have done in order to be even qualify for that. I get your point, but he was very fit, and there was that one time he led after day one. You know, got to the end of day one still leading because he
wasn't he a collegiate swimmer? He was a collegiate swimmer at Stanford.
That's what I'm saying. He was an excellent swimmer. But as you know, the conditions there, just like here, they vary so much. Whereas in a flatter lake, like maybe Okanagan Lake or Skaha Lake, as it was, you know, you can pretty much gauge what should be done. But that's why you got such variables in winning time, like the 2:14s that we've seen twice there on the Big Island, and we saw here yesterday. But then you've got that year you mentioned with Rick Kent and a huge number of others where like 60% of the field couldn't finish in time. You know, they went well beyond 6 hours on the swim. I remember Rick telling me literally he could see the same thing underneath him for 20 minutes. And it's sad, but you're faced with the conditions, and that's what people sometimes volunteer to do when you're talking about some of the more extreme, like Siberia, man. There's no way I'd be doing a race up there. Number one, I've never been there, but it's the anticipation. I suppose it's like some Americans who think, oh, go up to Canada, you'll be freezing your buns off. Whereas, as you know, we're in the hottest part of Canada right here.
Exactly. I always thought that having read Goggins' book and speaking to Gary Wang about it, because Gary did the race the year Goggins was there, and I always thought that if and Goggins admits it now that he did no training, had no idea. I thought if he actually had an idea, and even if he just got his equipment correct, and that's all, no difference, or done something, he would have won it easily.
Yeah, well,
But
easily, that's hard to say, but I reckon he might well have been vying for the win. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it was just a bit of a gong show. But that happens when, like he's a troubled soul. I think he's pulled himself out of it. But in those days, it was just it was crazy. That's why he appeals to so many people. It's very much like Lionel Sanders.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yep. It's like the world can beat me up all I want, but I'm going to choose what I allowed to beat me up this time. And that, but beat me up in a way that the endorphins, dopamine. The things that can make you feel good for quite a while, and it can last even in your memory when you reflect on these things, as I occasionally do. From even in '94 when I'm at races, if someone asks, I can go back and remember so many aspects of it, and it brings joy to me because I remember in the swimming pool afterwards, tears came down my eyes, and I'm thinking, what am I crying about? And I've realized, no, I'm feeling so pleased about how things unfolded. And that's probably why I never did another one, because I knew those 3 days were special. And that's why I hope for people, you have a very special time out there in so many different ways. And it's not just about performance, but it's about personal satisfaction. Because who are you going against? Yeah, we may see these people in clusters of 10 and very close together, but really they're going against their former self. And that former self could have been someone, as you said, who doubts their ability.
Yeah, Steve, and I think this is going to lead in really well to running our next group of athletes, because in the next group of athletes, they didn't do an introductory video where they're just explaining who they are and where they're from. So I grabbed some of the why videos that they did for Facebook for this group of athletes, and that was one of the things that they wanted for their Facebook page, Australia. So a number of the athletes did a why video. And I think this is, it leads well to that, because they're going to tell you their why. And for a lot of them, it's going to be something very similar. So I'm going to play this next set of athlete introductions as their why. It'll probably take us over the 6 hour mark by the time we come back from this, because a couple of these are a little bit longer. And when we come back, we'll have maybe another update from Tim, and we can check and make sure that everybody's got through that out and back up at TIFF's out and back. So I'm going to play these little why videos so we can be introduced to the athletes a little bit more closely. And then when we come back, we'll be back with you two again.
All right.
My name is Paul. This is my why. I actually don't know what my why is. It's taken me a long time to think about this one. I did the race. I did the event last year. That was my first. I thought it would be my last. I promised it would be my last. And here I am doing it again. This time I've been fortunate enough to do some training with two lovely people, Leanne and Kathy, which has really helped. So I think part of this journey is actually doing it with other people and having fun. And I'll be having fun like I did last year. My crew had a great time, which is mostly the reason I'm coming back, because they said they'd do it again. I thought I'd take advantage of that. But I'll release them after this one, I do promise. Anyway, look forward to seeing you all out there. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, Vishesh from India. I'm racing Ultraman Australia 2025. So right now I'm at the location where I started my triathlon journey. At that time I was not even sure whether I would be able to do even a half Ironman distance in my life. But the great thing is you never know about life. You just have to take some steps towards your dreams. So I've done Ultraman Australia 2024. And I'm coming to NOOSA again this year for doing Ultraman Australia 2025. Ultraman Australia has taught me valuable lessons in my life. It has taught me the gratitude and all about the hard work you have to put for doing such big events like Ultraman and Ironman. So Ultraman journey will be giving you a lot of memories which will stay with you for lifetime. So I'm doing this event again to catch up with everyone from Dream Team and to meet all my friends in Australia and my crew members. If things would be getting difficult every day, definitely I would be looking forward so that I can give my best on next day and for the upcoming days after that. If things would be tougher, definitely I would curse myself why I am doing this event again after facing all the tortures from last year and facing all the challenges from the last year. But definitely those learnings would be handy this year as well. And I would recommend all participants to enjoy the journey because memories would be staying lifetime for this event. And definitely I would be keeping all the efforts and hard work of my parents and family for this event, because doing this event twice will create many memories for me as well. So all the best to participants and kudos to all the volunteers and Dream Team who are already giving their best to prepare for this event. Thanks everyone. Bye.
Hi, I'm Ryan McKenzie and this is my why video for Ultraman NOOSA 2025. When I was thinking about where best to do this video, I had lots of options, but I thought no better place than in here, where I like to call my pain cave, where I've spent countless hours either on the treadmill or the bike, staring at a wall or watching Netflix. It is peaceful in a very dramatic kind of way, which I'm sure a lot of athletes would understand. Running's always been a part of me. It started with football, but it became something more. I lost my dad to brain cancer in 2017. He was just 65, and before getting sick, he'd been super fit and active. After he passed, endurance events became my way of pushing limits, finding clarity, and feeling closer to him. I remember my childhood watching him compete in his own fitness endeavours and just being drawn to the hurt of it all. I knew he would be the first one offering to crew and support any crazy adventure I had in mind. So I also feel like I'm doing these events because he can't. Before he passed, we did Kokoda and Oxfam together, and it was these moments that really lit the spark for me. Since then, I've taken on over 25 Ironmans and ultra marathons. I've been fortunate enough to endure some long trail running events in the mountains in horrible weather where it's been 30 to 40 hours non-stop. The longer the race, the more I enjoy it. I feel the real beauty lies when you're really up against it physically and mentally. There's something special about getting comfortable while being completely uncomfortable. It's also a great reminder that I don't have to do this, I get to. And I want my kids to see that the hardest things in life are the ones worth chasing. It's a bit of a cliche, but the best views come after the hardest climbs. After starting my building business from scratch 20 years ago, I've learnt that endurance isn't just about fitness, it's about mindset. It clears my head, it grounds me, and it reminds me why I do what I do. It also helps that these events are always in beautiful parts of the world too. So here we are, about to tackle the Ultraman Australia 2025 next month in NOOSA. 3 days, 515 kilometres, and day 3 ends with a double marathon. Because of course, one just isn't enough. Given my main passion is trail running, I'm used to very long periods on my own, so I'm excited to have my support crew with me each day and night in this event. It really will be a team effort, and I'm looking forward to meeting all the Ultraman athletes, support teams, and sharing a laugh out there on course. If you ask me, the journey really is a destination and one that I'm really excited about. So when people ask me what's my why, my answer is why not? See you in NOOSA.
Hi, I'm Ryan Wasley and I'm racing Ultraman Oz this year. I took up triathlon at the start of 2023 and it's been a pretty quick leap that's led me here. So this is more of a why not video than a why. When things get tough, I think about how fortunate I am to be in a position where I'm able to get out there and do something that I love. I'm bringing my family over, super excited to share the occasion with them and just really looking forward to getting out on the course with everyone and having some fun.
Alright, turns out I'm way worse at introducing myself than I thought I was, because this is like my 100th attempt at this, so please bear with me. Hi, I'm Adam Bothwell, coming to you from the beautiful Yarra Valley in Victoria. It's going to be my first year up at Ultraman Australia this year. Really looking forward to getting up to NOOSA, looking forward to meeting everyone and getting stuck in for the weekend. Training's been going real well, and I'm going to keep it short and sweet and leave it at that. And I'll see you all in a few weeks. Bye.
Hey everyone, my name's Andrew Wheatley. I am an athlete this year at Ultraman Australia. It's going to be my first time, and as an athlete I have been there 4 times before as part of this amazing event, and obviously in such an amazing place as well. So my story started in 2017 when I crewed for my dad. I had no idea anything about this event at all, and I went there pretty much just wanting a trip to NOOSA. So I said yes to crewing with dad. The first 2 days that we had were intense, but also high octane, super fun, and I just loved it all. On the 3rd day I helped my dad run, so I was pacing with my dad. Prior to that I hadn't done much running at all, if any, and I ran about 10 Ks with him. And at the presentation afternoon on the day after, I was limping worse than all the athletes. It was amazing how these athletes could do what they did, and I was actually worse off. It took me about 3 weeks to recover properly from those muscle injuries, but just absolutely the spark never left me. So there was something inside me that ignited, that wanted to be part of this again, and so I crewed for my brother twice after that, and just had the same amount of fun, just loved it. And so since 2017 I started running, and it just became my passion, and I absolutely loved it. Every run I was doing for about 2 years after, I was just thinking about Ultraman. I was thinking about running down that beach and crossing that finish line and having the hugs and the love and the emotion and the support, and it is an absolute crazy thing to be part of. So all you new people out there that haven't been part of this before, buckle up. It's going to be a really good ride for you guys, and I just can't wait to be on the other side of that. Last year I was part of the dream team, and we just had an amazing time, and obviously seeing behind the scenes and the work that goes into it was really important, I think, to see as well. So if anyone gets the opportunity to volunteer one of the years, it's you won't regret it. Such a beautiful bunch of people. So that's my story, and my why really comes down to family and connection, and this will do it. This will absolutely do it. You're going to go through highs and lows, and I can't wait. Jeez, I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. It is epic, and I'm really looking forward to it. Also looking forward to it to be over on the successful side of things, and I just can't wait to meet you all and get out there and give it a red hot crack. So hi to everyone, and I will see you in about a few weeks. So all right, peace out, bye.
Well, there we go, gentlemen. I think that is the sentiment, right? Happy to be there and do it, and going to be even happier when it's over. We do have Banat back live, so I'm going to switch over to Banat and see what he's up to.
All right, hey, Larry, I'm gonna shut my eyes for 20 minutes.
So I'm guessing, Banat, that you are now on that really big hill that goes up just before Kenilworth. Are you there with us?
That is correct. I'm here at the top of that big hill that is in there. I remember it well, and I just saw an athlete actually going from one side to the other, trying to climb up the road.
Oh yeah.
Fortunately, on the other side of the hill now, so careful because it's raining. The roads are really wet, so yeah, we got to be careful on the way down. But yeah, I'll just stay here, and we've got like a couple at least more athletes coming through. I saw a few going up already, but as soon as I've got numbers, I'll pass them along.
Okay, so you're at a point called Brolu Point. Is that what it is? And it's like a 6% climb over 3 kilometers.
That is correct.
So that's the one around 170k. Is that correct, Bernat?
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. Just before starting downhill all the way to the bakery.
Excellent.
All right. Well, it's great to have you at that point. They'll be going slow enough by you, I assume, that you'll be able to cheer them on for a few seconds.
Guaranteed. Yeah, they won't be extreme.
Yeah, so maybe if you just run maybe 200 meters with each of them and give us a rundown, we'd much appreciate it, Bernat.
Yeah, we'll do that.
If there's enough room on that shoulder.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, we're gonna keep your feed on, and Steve, we'll come back to you. We've lost Nick here for a little bit of time. Nick needed to have a little bit of a break, so Steve, is going to be me and you here for the next little bit. I was hoping that we were going to have some more guest hosts in today, but nobody's showing up as of yet, and we are halfway through the day. Maybe they're coming in still. You know, people do have to work and things like that. So hopefully we still have some surprise guest hosts joining us today. But for right now, Steve, I think you and I are going to have to carry this broadcast along with Bernat and his camera until we get back to having Tim set up somewhere.
You bet. Well, it's interesting. Here we are now, just over 6 hours into the event. And that's what makes it even more hard to believe when you think of those record times with a 7:14 and a 7:18 in 2023 from our first and second riders of the day, Steve Ledger and Simon Cochran. And, even Richard Thompson, who's a phenomenal rider, Shane Kent, Anthony Vlermans from last year. These are the guys who've gone anywhere from 7:42 to 7:51. But there was that big gap going up to Simon and obviously Steve Ledger. And it just shows you, and we're looking at 276K, roughly what was the distance that's been covered in that sort of time. Whereas today, maybe it'll be around the 8:15 to 8:30 mark that we might see the first person. But again, it's still a little too early to fully gauge because there's still a long ways to go beyond where they are. But when you think of the time right now, 6 hours, 6 minutes, it would be only an hour and 8 minutes from now that Steve Ledger would have finished 2 years ago. So conditions make a big difference, obviously. The ability of the riders does as well, of course, but conditions make such a big difference, and they have to be extra cautious here today. We've seen a few things that have happened, including a few people getting a little spinny in terms of do I go left, do I go right at Tim's point where he was previously located. And I just hope everyone stays on course from this point on, because we did hear early on that there was one rider that had gone slightly off course and is back in action, back on course, but lost some valuable time. And you don't know just how valuable that's going to be by the end of the day. But let's hope it's not something that happened with Prasad, or Vishnu Prasad, the gentleman who was came under the arch at the swim finish, 46 seconds shy of a 6 hour clocking, which is the cutoff time. And very disappointing for him. And it was really good to see his Y video, and he expressed a lot of confidence. But I hope, I mentioned Steve York a moment ago, the Kiwi, and the Maori gentleman who wanted to finish so badly a couple of years ago. Well, he's back in action, and we've seen that many times, where someone who didn't quite complete for whatever reason the first time, or second, or even third or fourth for one person, came back 5 more times to complete, not to this event, but to other events at the Ultraman distance, and finally did so. So you can imagine how ecstatic that person was to say, yes, I am truly an Ultraman finisher.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what are we looking at here, Bernat? What does your signage say as the people are climbing up this hill?
So it's Gympie Regional Council. That's what it reads.
Okay. So they're entering into that the Gympie region then, or in
They
in
are
their case, leaving it.
Yeah, correct.
Yes. All right.
Oh, we've got an athlete coming. I don't know if you can see it far there on your screen. It's going up.
Cannot see them yet, but yes, that's exciting. All right, let's stay with it. How good's your Zoom? Yeah, don't worry.
There you go.
Now, as you were driving out to this point, do you have any idea of who this might be, Banat, as you were passing them to get here?
No, I was too focused cheering them up. I haven't noticed about the number. I was
Okay.
just like cheering them up.
Yeah.
But no, definitely I'll have time to check them up now. There you go.
So Banat, how fast are they going to be going as they go up this steep incline here? What do you remember your computer reading for this area?
I was sprinting up.
Of course, of course, yes.
I did the record.
Yeah, he was out of the saddle just pouring it on.
There you go. Making some space for the cars. Good on you. 392, I believe.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, that is
Okay,
Richard Gilby.
Go behind him. That would be the safest, probably.
All right.
Good, mate.
All right, let's do it.
Let's go up.
Oh, dropped a bottle there, maybe.
How you doing, mate?
I'm good.
Feeling good?
Yeah.
Well, careful now going downhill, mate.
The traffic stop stuff, is that up here or is that...
Yeah, watch out with the car behind. I'll let you go.
Thanks.
Yeah, be careful. Yeah, a bit of challenging conditions here with the cars passing by.
Yes.
So I'll make sure that the riders are safe.
Very good time on this course yourself on day 2, Banat. You went inside 9.5 hours. So do you remember most of this and particular aspects of it, like this big climb?
100%. This was in my mind, kind of like the checkpoint. So to me, if I was making it all the way here, I knew that I was going to end up in the finish line. So it was kind of like my mental reference. And I truly enjoyed it.
Well, and there are a few more minor climbs compared to this, although there's one about 190k, I believe, as well. That's where they're going to be located, I think, later on. But tell me, you've been running around a lot. I hope you're eating plenty of that Basque burnt cheesecake that you're famous for.
Look, I haven't had a bite today yet.
Unbelievable.
Yes. The good news is we've talked with Jeff, and there's something on the way.
Yoo-hoo! That's exciting.
Yeah. It doesn't look like it's a good day for bodyboarding either.
No, it's not the best way. The best day, but oh well. I mean, we are enjoying the day. It's good fun, meeting the crews. Everybody seems to be happy despite the weather.
Yeah.
Athletes to be enjoying it as well. They are probably taking like additional precaution at the road. So potentially that's why they're not going that fast either. But yeah, no, that's good to see. Lots of smiles around. So no, it's a good day.
So tell me, did you and your cousin eventually do that Vitoria Gasteiz race that's in the Basque Country?
Sorry, say that again.
Did you and your cousin end up doing that Ironman distance race? The Vitoria Gasteiz is in the Basque Country.
So it's happening this July, Steve.
Ah, nice. Oh, so you are planning then. Good.
Yeah, you've got good memory. There we go. We've got a new athlete coming up with a car behind. Let's go. You've got this. The youngest athlete, I believe, is 409.
Oliver Whiteley. Yeah, the 24-year-old.
There you go. Up the hill it goes. He's going solid. I would
Yeah.
actually follow running. He's going speedy.
Well, he was the 20th fastest on the bike yesterday. Did that 5:50:54. And I think
Nice.
he's overall in 21st position on combined time. So very good. He did that sub 3.5 hour swim.
That's fast.
It is, yeah.
He's done a 100-miler as an ultra marathon as well, the Kosi 100.
Oh yeah, nice.
So hopefully he's saving some of those legs, not burn them out on these hills for that run tomorrow.
Sure, he would be fine.
Yeah.
He looked fresh. He looked happy, focused as well.
So looking back at the results when they went through the last checkpoint, we had Richard Gilby followed by Oliver Whiteley and then Andrew Wheatley. Andrew Wheatley at that time was 8 minutes behind Oliver Whiteley. And then Anthony Elder was just 1 minute slower than that behind Wheatley. And Paul Giddings was only 20 seconds behind Elder. And then Kelly was another 3 minutes. So you might be getting a few people coming up this hill in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I saw all of them actually driving all the way up. So yeah, they are all coming.
Yeah. And this will be our opportunity to see if there's been any changes in positions.
Yeah, Will, great to see that Oliver's got his folks that are part of the action as well as his friend Cameron, but his mum and dad, Martin and Kim, obviously happy with how things are unfolding. I love the fact that he's Indigenous as well and belongs to an Indigenous triathlon club. That's the Tri-Mob. That might be them going past.
Was that his crew?
69. Yeah, 69, having fun.
Crew 69, that's
That
Kelly.
being Kelly.
Yes.
Yeah, Kelly Ridges, of course.
Now, do you know, was Kelly in front of those two that we've just watched come up, or is she going to be coming up next then?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I wouldn't think so. That she's behind.
Okay. Yeah, because she was behind previously.
Yeah.
I assume that crew is just trying to get off of this very narrow part of the road to do their next crewing and maybe get her at the very top before she descends.
That is correct. At the very top, there is a nice spot to stop. And actually, there were a few cars over there when I parked.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I believe Kelly's best time for day 2 was a 9:43:45. That would have been in 2019.
Rider 356 must be around as well. I just think his car.
Paul Giddings.
That's
I believe.
Paul Giddings, yes. Yeah. So they're staying in order at this point.
Yeah.
Paul will probably be the next one coming if that's the case.
He was our 16th fastest rider yesterday.
Lots of cars coming up. So, yeah. We are about to watch them all.
And Paul Giddings was at the race last year. So I guess you know. Oh.
I just got a lift. They're bringing some donuts to me. That's good. That was cool. Yoo-hoo. So I'm happy now.
Yes, yes. Man cannot live on donuts alone, though. So Paul Giddings last year at the race, he did a 30-hour, 26 minutes. His day 2 time last year at the race was 10:17:04. So maybe around the same time this year. Hopefully he's got a target to try and beat that. His overall time was 30:26 last year. He's the... You got an athlete? Okay.
Yeah.
Paul is the athlete that promised his family that he would only do one Ultraman. And so he's decided that Australia is that Ultraman, and he's just going to keep doing that one. So we're looking to see if we got Paul Giddings, who's representing Britain, or if it's going to be Kelly Ridges here coming up.
Or you've got this, mate. Let's go. Woo! Happy days. Almost done. Athlete 3. There you go, with a couple of cars going up. And another car coming behind, so I won't follow him.
No problem. What number was that?
Base 356. 356.
356.
That was Paul.
Paul Giddings, yes.
Off we go. Good rhythm too.
He's got a great photo here for the overlay. I think it's the largest photo of all the overlays.
Hey, nice one. Well, he was in 18th place as at the end of yesterday. Hey, Bernat, you do know that Kelly's also a PhD, like yourself, and I think she's got 4 other degrees as well.
Wow.
Yes, a very smart lady.
Is she passing by soon?
We are expecting her to be next.
By next. That may be her in sight now.
So there are 2 comments. May not be the best time now to talk about the PhD with her.
No.
Oh, or potentially, yes, who knows? Let's ask.
And of course, for people that are maybe just tuning in, Kelly is going for her 6th Australia race. She started at the beginning at 15 and did 16 and 17 and 18 and 19, has come back for this 10th anniversary special. She'll be the woman with the most finishes. Well, she's already the woman with the most finishes, but she'll add to that total if she finishes on this 10th anniversary edition.
You got 2 riders coming through here.
That is correct.
So if it is Kelly, she's that goes by Doc or Skip.
Yeah, no, it's 344, I believe. There we go. You've got
Ian,
this.
Ian Blatchford.
Up the hill. Up the hill he goes.
Ian Blatchford's another one returning from last year.
Going up. Oh, too easy. Too easy.
You should every single match.
Are you okay? There you go. Well done. Good job.
Who was that?
Not for you, though. 382 was that.
Yeah, that was Nicholas Chapman. And Nicholas, an interesting guy, born in Brazil. He's a miner. He's won sort of the miner of the year for minerals and stuff. He goes out in the middle of nowhere in Western Australia and camps out in swag and stuff, and has done very nicely as a result. So he rarely gets to train much because he literally has to dig a hole to camp sometimes.
It looks like we got 2 more riders coming
yes,
here.
You do indeed.
Let's go. You've got this. Well done, mate. How you doing? Are you all right? Yeah, a little bit of rain. There is still more to go. How you feeling, mate? Yeah? I think that you've got like 30 meters to go over there. And that's it, man. You're smashing it. And then down the hill. Enjoy. See ya.
Was that Aaron?
I think so, yes.
Oh, good. The Mancunian.
Kelly, I believe.
Yeah, he was...
Kelly, how you doing? You doing good? I've heard that you've got a PhD. A doctorship? What about? Okay, I'll let you go. Well done. Bye-bye. There she goes.
Sure, she had lots of air to be able to talk about her PhD while going up that hill.
we should ask her to defend it once again at the start of the run tomorrow.
I will actually.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
She rolled her eyes up, so I'm like, okay,
Was when you got 5 or 6 degrees, I suppose it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it certainly does to me. And Aaron Croft was the one who had the accident yesterday. Remember, you interviewed him in the medical, and his arm was badly cut up there, as well as his knee scraped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we have another athlete here.
Oh, family member.
Is this a Wheatley, you mean?
Yes, that's correct.
Andrew?
How you doing, man? 4:08. Love it.
There we
How you
go.
loving it?
That's Andrew.
The best time ever.
This is really. What's everyone complaining about? This is not beautiful.
I don't know. I'll go next to you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
If I don't go too fast for you.
Nah, that's all good, man. I think that you're going pretty slow.
Can you hear those birds?
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Where else would you want to be?
Where else? Potentially up the hill.
A little bit more to go.
There you go.
Thanks,
Only 20
man.
meters. Bye-bye.
Have fun.
And here we've got another athlete coming up, 4:01. How you doing, mate? Too easy. Let's go.
And that is Ryan McKenzie. We just had a nice feature on him a moment ago, so tremendous stuff. He's the one who loves to go even longer. So
And
we'll
you're
wait to see how things bear for him.
There you go.
He's the one who had the pain cave there. So that's neat
Right.
that he can just go into that room and do such a workout. But it was good to hear about his father. It looked like they were in Papua New Guinea to me, some of those shots that he had.
Maybe Kate has a pain cave as well for the PhD. Maybe she did it there. We should ask that as well.
We might be looking at the bearded dragon coming up the hill shortly.
But before that, we've got another athlete
Okay.
coming up. So let's see who he is. Let's go. You're smashing. You are live, man. Take out all the watts. Take out all the watts. You are Aaron, aren't you? Yeah. 387. So he is Aaron, not
That is
the.
Aaron, yes.
Aaron Croft.
Out
He was
of
a-
Manchester.
Now in WA, is that right?
Yes, in Bustleton, yeah.
Yeah. I see his qualifier is Bustleton.
Yeah, well, it's not too far from Perth, and that's a gorgeous spot if you've ever traveled there. It's, in fact, where Gina and I got married.
Oh yeah. Well, that's where Lucy did her first Ironman or half Ironman, I believe.
Uh-huh.
When we were living in Perth, we went down to watch the Bustleton Ironman, and that's what got her hooked. And then she went out and joined a women's triathlon club while we were in Perth.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where they used to have to swim around the pier,
Yes.
come over the road into transition, and then the run course, though, was like a figure eight through the community. I thought that was excellent.
Yeah, that's where I did my first full Ironman as well, in Bustleton.
Really? Yeah. Well, you've done that as well as Cairns and obviously this one. So you've had quite the jaunt from Spain to here. But how long do you see yourself living in Australia, Bernard?
Oh, it really depends if my mom is watching right now.
Okay. Well, you did say that you would look forward to doing some things maybe in New Zealand and possibly doing an X-try in the Himalayas at some point as well.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. I'm actually considering that for next year, but the Himalayan one I meant. But yeah, I don't know. And regarding when will I be going back home? Well, it's beautiful Australia. It's lovely, but it's true that now I've been here for 12 years now, and things happen back home. Family's getting older. And yeah, it's starting to be a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's beautiful here, so I can't really complain.
Well, you had the pleasure of being born in a beautiful country as well. I love Spain. But you're here in Australia right now and doing a wonderful job for the viewers at home as well. I'm sure they much appreciate that.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks for that. Yeah, I wish I had the device so that I could hold the phone without vibration. But oh well.
Hey, well, they're good vibrations, my friend.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
For all the viewers, no extra charge for the good vibrations.
There you go. But it reminded me, we were talking about him doing maybe a try up there in the Himalayas. Steve Pivnik, who twice has attempted to finish the Ultraman in Florida, is actually there right now. He's attempting to climb Everest. He's been posting from the base camp there for a little while. But hopefully he does well getting up there. But he's written a book about his exploits as well. But twice he's just missed out on the run, which is unfortunate because he's done very well on days 1 and 2. And
Well,
that's why I'm hoping that someone like Steve York, you know, has come back from 2023. And it'd be lovely to see a Maori finish the event, as we're seeing an Aboriginal from Australia taking on the challenge here and doing very well on the second day.
We're getting some more people commenting in on the chat on the side of the YouTube. So here's a familiar name to you, Steve, and probably Nick here. Cheering on Kirsty.
Oh, nice one. Good on you. Yeah, she's taken third. 40 seconds behind second place. Wow. Okay, she is flying once again. There was
That's
a group
awesome.
up there.
Is
It'd be neat to get the point where we've got obviously Tim next up, so we can get a gauge on how things are happening at the front end of the field. And of course, people can go online and check out through that website that we're referring to.
Yeah,
The,
that's Barefoot Sport.
Climbing.
Yes,
Yeah.
Barefoot Sport. Yeah, so when we last saw, Kirsty was behind Craig Jackson just by 14 seconds at the last timing time. So for her to move up into third place is probably not that big of a stretch, but let's see how that goes. And we got some appreciation coming in for Banat.
Not really. It was a car.
No, on the screen.
On the screen.
Yeah, Tag and Preble.
Okay. Much appreciated.
No, they're appreciating you.
And I'm appreciating the appreciation.
I think, did Tegan, were you watching yesterday as well? I thought maybe your name went through before. Let us know back in the chat. Where are you watching from? I did check out the Google map, and unfortunately we don't have a lot of people going on my Google map to show us where you are in the world watching this thing. I've only had 4 people drop their pins on the Google map thus far, and with over a few thousand views so far over the weekend, that's not too many people dropping pins on the map. I was hoping to see that map would just be lit up like a Christmas tree. So if you are interested in sharing where you are from with us, please go ahead and check out in the comments where you can get the link to that Google map. I'll put it in again just to make it easy. It's an interactive world map, and all you got to do is drop your pin, and then we know exactly where. No, not exactly. I've prefaced this before. You don't have to tell us exactly where you're watching from. Just somewhere in your city so we can get an idea. Would be appreciated. And I'm putting that in the chat again right now. You cannot read it on that, but that's what it's going to look like in the chat.
I'm walking slowly up the hill. There you go. So that I can show you how the mountain looks at the other side.
Oh, excellent.
You may not be able to see much because it's flat. Yeah, it's super packed. Very, very, very cloudy. But yeah, the views from up here are stunning.
Yeah, it's beautiful up there.
Let's see. So that's the top of the hill. potentially you cannot appreciate it much, but that's the top of a hill. And from here on, you start downhill, going downhill. On the left, you've got more mountains, rain coming down. And let's go a little bit farther up. This is indeed super beautiful. I remember when I was riding it, I was like, holy shit, I may actually stop and have a look. Yeah, unfortunately the weather is not helping much with the views, but yeah, you've got amazing landscape out there. Cloudy, packed, but amazing. As I was saying, you've got a small parking slot there where some crews have just decided to make the stop over there. Actually, Larry, I'm gonna head to the car to borrow the spare battery that I got from Jeff, just to make sure that I don't run out of battery.
So do we know where these two remaining Indians are that are still on the loop?
Banat is walking through these nice little cloudy valley here. So we are looking at, is it Brulu Lookout? Is that how you pronounce that?
Yeah.
So he's there up on this little orange dot.
Yep.
And up there to the top of the hill, that's there. He's walking back and forth on this little hill to see what's going on. And then they will continue on down, wrong direction. They will continue on down off that 6% climb and head into Kenilworth, where the athletes will be forced to turn left. That is at 176.5 kilometers. But the crews can keep going straight right into the Kenilworth Bakery, which I've put on the map for everybody to know where that is. So we'll be seeing more probably of those donuts and other baked goods from Kenilworth. After that, we're going to be heading out toward where Tim is. Tim is somewhere out here around Belly Park, I'm suspecting, because he's supposed to be, or maybe a little bit further, he's supposed to be at 190K, maybe Irwa Vale here, somewhere along that part of the road. He has sent a report in that he's having a connection problem. So, and then over at 208, we will be getting to the point where they are crossing another timing mat and they go off that road and then
I hope
head
it
south.
was kind of like open, you know?
I know.
Yeah, that timing mat can't be far away.
The 208.
Yeah, they should. If they've been over 2 hours since they were the last timing mat, so they should be there very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get like a stop this rain? Can we? Would be nice. Okay, I'm gonna head to the hill. Okay? I don't want to ruin the photo for you. I will run.
Apparently, there is an athlete coming now. Oh, there he is. And indeed, I'm ruining the photo. Yo, well done. 388.
That's Richard Does. He was actually the 15th fastest rider yesterday, did a 5:19:32.
And off you go. Additional 2. The Beerman. And Steve York is him.
Oh, what we got here?
Well done, guys. Well done, Steve. Well done, mate. Off they go. Downhill. Happy days for them. And another rider going up. This is done. This is it. Well done, mate. 4:03. There you go. Be careful. Oh, there we go. We may have a chat with him. Someone decided that, I'd rather walk. I'd rather start the third day before. How you doing? Good? Are you good? Do you need help? Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Be careful on the way down, okay? It's done. It's done.
That is Rajpal.
There we go.
Yeah, he was a gentleman who unfortunately wasn't able to come out of the swim yesterday, but good to see him out there still riding.
Yeah, that is very cool.
Yeah, we just saw Marcus Smith go by as well, so that's neat to see.
Lost Banat's connection for a bit there.
Well, Marcus is one of the most experienced athletes. He's done, I think, 36 Ironman races in his career.
Wow.
Said he had his worst time at Paul Macquarie this year, so hopefully it's going to be good for this one.
Hopefully we get Banat back shortly. Maybe this will be a good time to do a little review of the standings for the people that are joining us now. I'll bring up that screen again.
I'm amazed that the first few guys haven't reached the 2:08 mark yet.
Here we go. Results page. Let's see where we're at.
Yeah, so it's tough to figure out what's going on because we've had the same standings now for 2 hours and 20, nearly 2 hours 20 minutes.
We do know that Kirsty moved up a spot. That came from out on the course.
So it was it's 68 Ks from one timing mat to the other, and like I said, it's been 2 hours 20. So I would have expected them to, with a lot of downhill, I would have expected the top guys to be there by now. So it's proving to be quite the slow day.
Well, for those that have just tuned in and are looking for the updated stats, you too can go to Barefoot Timing and just use that QR code in the corner and you'll be able to get into these as well.
Does look like Ben Yates is suffering a little bit out there, as he did yesterday. He was the penultimate rider to come through yesterday. I don't mean coming under the arch because he was a few placings up. I just mean in terms of his time. We had one athlete, he did that 6:59.56 clocking, so 38th in terms of the ride only from yesterday. But going into today, I think it was like in 32nd position overall.
Yeah, I see he went through the 101 mark in 6 hours. So unfortunately for him, that's just not fast enough. It's be interesting to see if he tries to finish the whole day or if he just rides till he can't ride anymore and then hops into his vehicle.
Well, and you also mentioned a little while ago, Nick, about what's happened to the other two gentlemen from India, Sadanand Amarapur and Mahesh Kumar Prajapati. They haven't yet appeared on the board, so hopefully they're continuing to progress. There could be issues with the timing map because of the conditions out there right now.
That's right.
Hopefully that's not the case.
Yeah, because they're all those guys are. If you go off the timing mats, they're all in trouble. But as we've already seen, there's a bunch of the mats. The chips aren't working on some of the mats.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what's happened with the boys in the front too. Who knows? But have we haven't heard at all from Tim and them at the 190 or the 208 mark?
No. Well, and you've also got people like Mahesh Kumar. I mean, the guy's ridden quite a few randonneur events, 200, 300, 400 and 600 Ks of cycling. So I don't think it's about his ability so much as what may be going on. And that could be discomfort in the conditions as well. You never know. Just because someone comes from a country where there's a lot of monsoon type things happening, it doesn't mean he's used to that or goes riding in that or even lives anywhere where that may happen. I believe he's out of Gujarat.
Yeah, those randonneurs, they're the Audax people. They're tough nuts. A lot of those guys.
They are, but he's got a great team captain. It's Jennifer McMillan, and don't forget she's done this event a couple of years ago. She was our penultimate overall finisher on that third and final day. And he's got twins as well that are part of the action. He's got two sons and a daughter.
Really?
Yeah. I think the twins are Krisha and Krishil, and his other daughter. So really appreciate him being part of the action here with us today. I think his other son actually is Samarth, but he's got his daughter-in-law part of the action as well.
Oh, we're getting another update from Tony Goodyear in the chat. So let's add that in. Tim first, Kirsty second, Josh third.
All right. Does he say where? Where are you?
Tony, where are you? Give us a marker.
But don't get Tony actually set a record last year in the men's 50-59 division with that second place overall. Did a 23:01:09.
That's not too bad. Holy cow.
Not too bad at all.
In almost the old guys division. That's almost in my division. Keep away.
All right, we're getting some action back on course again with Banat.
Apologize, guys. I had some technical difficulties, let's say. I ran out of battery, so I had to run to the car. So you are seeing on the screen, it's actually the first downhill motion.
That's
Wow, look at
definitely
those
going to be
conditions.
yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable for some of the riders to go hammering down the hill.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Nearly impossible, I would say.
Looks like you've got a rider coming.
Yeah. Well done, mate. 364.
Well, that would be Vishesh Madan. Good for him.
Yes.
He was the 25th fastest rider yesterday, so he's doing okay for himself. Just 3 minutes and 24 seconds over the 11-hour mark at the end of day one. Came out of the swim, I think, in 38th place, so made up quite a bit of ground as a result of his bike ride.
And we've got another rider coming down. You. Well done, mate. Take it easy. Yes. 380.
Recognized him, Adam Bothwell.
Right, the tattoo man.
Yes, indeed.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Tim.
Yeah, just a bit of an update. We are, we're at about the 205K mark at the moment, and we've just had our first rider through, and that's Tim Belstead. But there's about 5 or 6 riders within a kilometre of each other, so they've all together. So Josh McCaskill, who dropped a bit after coming through the first 100 quite quickly, has now caught back up. So Tim Belstead's just gone through. We're just putting a timing mat in place now. He's gone through, and now we're waiting for our next athlete. So Tim Belstead's gone, and it wasn't much of a gap at all.
So would you say that was within the last minute?
Through. So 12:21 he went through. Yeah, 12:21 Tim Belstead went through. And now we're just waiting. We'll have an update ever so briefly. You'll be surprised to know that it's raining again. And there we go. So Josh McCaskill just went past at 12:20 at 12:22. So there's only 1 minute between first and second now on the course.
All right.
And it's probably raining.
Josh is,
And here we go now. Third. Kirsty Sheehan and then Craig Jackson just went through as well. So that's how close they are. So what has happened is that it might just be not because an athlete slowed down, but frustratingly for the athletes, there was 2 roadworks where they had traffic lights stopped.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
And one of them was quite a kilometre of each other, so about half a mile of each other for those playing in North America.
Hey, don't say North America, just America.
For the metrically challenged?
Just the metrically challenged. So they were so we've just said, yeah, so whether that's meant they've been allowed to catch up or whatever may be the reason, but that's what's happened. So we've now had our top 4 go through the 200-kilometre mark in all in the space of about all in the space in about 2 minutes of each other. So it's not different to a safety car in an F1 race. It's now who's got the legs to bring it home over the last 80.
Yeah, really. Yeah, because across the timing, Matt, here, the first three are within 24 seconds of each other.
Yeah, and one about 1 minute or maybe 75 seconds ahead of them was Tim Belstead.
Wow.
And
very close.
So we're not going to have a time for Tim Belstead on the mat because you didn't have the mat down for Tim. Is that correct?
We know that we've time stamped it. It was 12:21. So we'll just compare that. So he is the first athlete through. So we'll try and manually update that so people watching the live results will know exactly. They won't be wondering where Tim's gone.
Right.
All right.
We'll keep everyone updated.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm gonna and we'll lose some more reception. So I'll see you guys soon. We're heading back to HQ now. So the next time you see me, I'll be at the finish line.
Done.
Thank you very much, Tim. We appreciate that update of the very fast people up front that are all bunched up now. You drive safe.
All right, no worries at all. Thanks, team. Sorry, boss. All right. Car.
This is interesting because so the leaders now are at, let's take the 650, with 73K to go. It might be close to a 9-hour ride for these guys.
Oh, what happened? I apologize. We are not off the air. Do not fear. There we are.
There we go.
Steve.
Yeah, this is really turning into survival of the fittest. This a race of attrition.
To 8:45, based on what's happening right now. But again, if you race it out, you never know if someone's going to make a big pull away or whether they'll stay close together, because it in fact improves their chances, especially for Joshua McCaskill coming into tomorrow, of course.
Yeah. Well, you got to think Tim's in the driver's seat. Obviously, we don't know who's the best runners at the moment, but
no,
Tim's in the driver's seat with his massive lead that he had.
Certainly is.
Guys, we got a video in from the crew for Shane Duffy, who apparently is just starting to climb that hill in the rain. So I'm going to play that one for you.
Heather would be better at stuff than us.
Doesn't get out of the vehicle.
Yeah, that was that they reported that they're at the bottom of the hill, and obviously the rain is all coming downhill.
Right.
Yeah, this is going to be one for the storybooks this day. I got to tell you.
I'm actually feeling quite comfortable sitting where I am. To be honest. Oh my.
It looks like we may have lost Banat's camera here for a bit. I don't know if you can still hear us, Banat. If you can, let us know. You can bring that camera back up for us. If you're not hearing us, then I will assume that you are maybe having some more technical difficulties with your camera. Well, we're approaching the 7-hour mark, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
90 seconds to go. Yeah, and when you think that, you know, what those guys did in 23, you're looking at that 15 minutes from now. And Ledger would have been across the finish line and followed 4 minutes later by, of course, Simon Cochran.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a day. Yeah, I can't see too many people breaking 9 hours today if this is what they're up to. I mean, obviously they are going to fly once they get into Twin Waters.
Yeah.
But still, it's
Well, let's take a look with the viewer with what they do have left on this course. Then we got the 2:08 mark there, where the timing mat is, and where is it? 5 people have crossed the mat already. So
yeah.
We're gonna come up to Bly Bly, where you went down for your morning ride today. Nick, who got up early and went for a ride and then joined us early. So I know you must be. I hope that nap worked for you. Your little power nap. Take us around the bend here and take us back into the finish line where we know Tim is now heading.
All right. Here, I've got one fun fact for you. Do any of you follow CrossFit at all? Do you know about the CrossFit fittest people on earth? So Tia Claire Toomey is the Australian CrossFitter who has won the CrossFit Games 6 times or 7 times. She went to high school here in North Arm, which is just by Eumundi here. They'll be actually riding past it in about 15 minutes.
All right.
This is her hometown.
That's in the center of the screen.
She's got the biggest home gym in the world. Rogue sponsored her, and her family still lives here, and they've got this massive home gym. It's very impressive. But anyway, that's a bit of trivia for you.
Have you worked out in it, Nick?
No. It's for her when she's in town. She's in America at the moment, but yeah, it's just for all her crew.
Just looking at the map here now, is Tim going to just cut back over this M1 route and go through Corroy to go back to the finish line? Is that the quick way?
Yeah, I'd say so.
No, they're not actually.
Oh,
are you listening?
Oh yeah, hey Banat, hey, we got Banat's getting a food delivery. Let's go check that out, and we'll come back to the map.
Yeah, Bernard called, and we've got Uber Eats out here in Kenilworth.
That's how efficient the Dream Team is, indeed.
We find out things.
Yeah, correct. So, what do we got?
Chips.
Chips,
Or
yep.
you need carbohydrates.
Always.
Salads, we got bananas.
Lovely bananas.
Beef and salad sandwich.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go.
But. That's a lot of food. Only for me. Okay.
There's coffee. You need coffee.
I've got the whole thing.
Water. And there's some sweet treats.
Holy
That'll keep me quite busy, actually.
You don't look after.
No, but I don't need everything. You should take something. You've got food? Okay. Okay, that's lovely. Thank you so much.
You're out here for a while.
Can I give you my address?
Oh, well,
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
That's
why I was busy. I was just ordering my Uber Eats.
Now, you got so much food, we're not going to be able to have you work the camera. You're going to be too busy with your hands.
No. I've seen something interesting now, so let me go back to the road. I managed to charge the phone a little bit, so let's see how it holds. I'll be with you in 1 minute.
All right. We got Tony commenting on, or Troy commenting on you. He might not have keys to his room, but he's got an ultra feed.
Yeah, right. So from this, what the leaders have got to go now, there's like no climbs left. They've just done all the downhills that they're going to do.
Yeah, let's bring that back up. All right, so we're crossing 208 here. They're going to go by the ginger factory. Hopefully they stop and get some ginger.
Yeah. And then when they get to Yandina here, they hang a left, they go off the road, and this road, it's called the Yandina Bly Bly Road. This is, yeah, that's the one. The road surface there is pretty awful for most of it. And it's just a bunch of punchy climbs, narrow roads. So it's not the sort of road you really want to be riding on a wet, horrible day on the weekend. But there's no more massive climbs. It's just tiring on tired legs. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not very. Once you reach, go back a little bit, if you can. Okay, that other pointer here, not the green one, that purple one. That's where the road. Yeah, right there. So once you've reached this area here, this is where the road improves dramatically. You come down over. This is the Marucci River. You cross this bridge, and it's immaculate road all the way home. So this is the point where they turn. There's a big roundabout here at Bly Bly, and then it's immaculate road all the way home.
And I can only imagine how beautiful these little beach communities are that they're going to be going through as well, not having been there myself.
Yeah, it is. It's actually really lovely. The thing about it is these guys are 230 k's, 240 k's into a climb. Like this is where I live, right in the middle there.
Where you at?
In Coolum. And there's a whole bunch of hills. Like there's only one between.
Where we at? Where we at, Nick? Where's your house? We want the world to know.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. Where the green thing is, but in front of the croquet club. That's the croquet club.
Yeah. You're on this side?
That's me. And my swimming pool is there. It's 250 meters away.
Oh, you go swimming over here.
Yeah, swimming right there. But this is all flat. All flat, and then there's a bunch of rolling hills all the way home.
And then they're gonna make those turns.
Yeah, so they've just got to make these turns, but it's all beautiful road, and there's nothing difficult about any of it. It's just that you've been out there in this weather for 8 or 9 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you should remind everyone as time moves on and we start to see finishes. Maybe you should let them know, Larry, about the finish line in case they're wondering why there's a different time and we'll be around the park area.
Right. Yeah, we did talk about that this morning. We should probably review that again for the new people that come in. So as they come in here through NOOSAville and along over the bridge, just before they get to this next bridge over here, the finishing timing mat is actually located along the road over here. And as we discussed earlier today, that is just to allow the athlete the opportunity to slow down and not try and beat that 12-hour cutoff and go through this very high traffic area in front of the beach and go around a roundabout that takes them under the finish line arch. So they can do that more comfortably. And that's why last night when we were hearing finish times before the athlete crossed the finish line, that we were getting that. So the finish line time is actually located over here just before the bridge. That's where the mat is. And then they can cruise in and get their nice photo without being under a panic. Was I speaking all that time? Or was I on mute?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you're fine.
Okay. When I came back to this scene, it showed my mic as muted. Okay, great.
Oh, okay.
So while we're waiting for Banat to finish his breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
You've just got two more riders that have just gone through 7 seconds apart at the last mark there. And they will be in 6th and 7th place. That's Josh Dutton at 7:07:40 and Boris Backerline at 7:07:47.
All right. Things are tightening up again like they were out at the... I did that to you guys again. I apologize. We are not off the air. I am just creating a new spot. Oh, there we go.
Well, she's moved up to 8th position now, Nicola Matthias. So it's interesting to see that 15 and a half minutes is the gap on the bike on day 2 between Kirsty Sheehan and the South African Nicola. And they started the day with 19 seconds separating them.
Yeah, I wonder if these guys, got the luck of the draw with those traffic lights.
Yeah, and Reese Byrne is also just come through. He's just like 25 seconds back of Nicola.
Yeah.
So that's 9 riders so far that have gone through. Yeah, I think you're right. You could be held up for minutes.
Sorry.
Bear in mind, we've had that a number of times. Certainly in Florida, there's more stoplights there than anywhere else in terms of where you have to come to a grinding halt. The same with the run portion of that event. Great course and great place to be and do a superb event. It's excellently hosted as well. I'm just saying that you never know, especially when roadworks go before you're out there and you only find out at the last minute these things are happening and you have to divert a course sometimes.
Yeah, well, there is a lot of roadworks in the region, especially after the cyclone we had 2 months ago. And even here in Coolum, where I am, we had a landslide took a whole bunch of the cliff away a few years ago. So they decided to do the roadworks on there, and then the cyclone hit. So it's there's a whole bunch more roadworks, which these cyclists will go through today, but they're in a lane that's not going to affect them. They're not going to have to stop. And then...
All right, Steph, can we have an update where we're up to, please?
Where we're up to? We're going down the Kenilworth Hill.
Kenilworth Hill.
The much vaunted Kenilworth Hill. I don't know whether to turn left at the bottom and follow the rider or to turn right and go for donuts.
The tough question's being asked by Mr. Naylor.
What do you want, crew? Donuts?
We want
Duffy.
Duffy. Steph's shit driving. We can't actually keep up with Shane at the moment.
105 kilometres to go and the speedo says 50.
No one wants to see this content. Ooh, you can see this lovely weather. Hey, Larry's going to love this content. Alright, well, I thought we'd catch Shane at some point. Oh, there he is. Here's the big dog. He's got that dog in him. He's got the dog in him today. 40 k's an hour, according to the bear. He knows you're all watching from Canada or wherever you are. Oh, what a descent. What a country.
Oh, that's what you need on your crew.
All right, Steph, can we have an update
Sorry,
where we're up to, please?
I am sorry about that I cut you guys off earlier. I was trying to create that in the background and it just published itself, but what great content there from Team Duffy.
Yeah, really.
Absolutely.
It looks like we got Banat now over at the bakery, so I want to go over and see what's going on over there. Banat, you're up. Can you take on the 1K donut?
I don't think I can after my personal Uber Eats delivery, but let's see if I find the guy that challenged me before. Was it him, Anthony?
Anthony Vlodmans, yes, last year's champion.
Yeah, so if he's around, let's see who actually is the champion of the 1 kilo donut challenge.
All right, as you go in there, just be careful for me, please, in case they're playing some music inside the restaurant.
Yeah. There is music outside.
All right, well, I'm not hearing it yet, but I'll let you know if I do.
Okay. Sure. So let's see who is inside. Very happy.
And remember to take the express line.
A familiar face. What's happening here? What are you waiting for?
This bakery is famous for its pie and its donuts. So we got some pie, tomato sauce. And John is waiting for flat white coffee as well to go with it.
Oh, flat white as well. Well done.
Apparently, if you can eat a kilo of donuts, you get them for free.
Ah.
And there's
I wish I knew that before.
plates in there with all the names on them.
Is that?
And the little stories on it. There's one that says, "I told you I could do it, Dad." It's a 10-year-old boy.
Oh yeah, I can see them. I'm gonna go inside and potentially record it. Yeah. No, well done. How are you doing? Not up for the 1 kilo donut challenge? You're gonna run tomorrow. That's it.
I'm not in the race as such. I probably should be somewhere around my ass.
Okay. Okay.
Another time.
Another time. How's it going so far?
Really good, yes.
Yeah.
It's I mean, the rain is a bother.
Yeah.
And it's really hard on the athletes, but go cools them down. And the group that's around my athletes, in front of her, behind her, is smiling still. So it's good.
Okay. And how are the rest of the crews out there?
Oh, they're in good spirits.
Yeah.
Good spirit. Everybody's waving to each other's riders and cheering them on. If you're not at the stop, then cheer them.
That's good. That's lovely to see.
Sharing and taking care of things.
Well done. Now it's downhill, so almost there.
That's right.
Oh, good. See you around. Let's see if we get someone else. I just saw actually a kid walking out with a massive sausage roll, like a meter-long sausage roll.
Well, maybe you should take that home for dinner tonight.
Yeah, he's disappeared though. This is the sausage roll challenge actually, and all the people that won it. That's the queue. And surely as an Ultraman ex-athlete, I guess that I could just jump the queue. Go straight and order something.
Well,
and since there is some music, I'll get out of here.
Oh, we can't hear it. That's okay.
You could hear
No.
it? Okay, because I was next to the... Okay.
But they do have an Ultraman Express line. You gotta ask for where the Ultraman Express line is.
That's in the next bakery. He's got to keep walking.
Oh,
down
the next
street.
bakery.
That's it.
Oh.
Where the balloons are.
Look
There
at
you
them.
go. That's the Ultraman Express lane.
Oh, there you go.
The
On the
Ultraman
left.
line.
Get in there. Get in the express line. Uh-oh. I think we've lost him.
Yeah.
We'll give him a second to see if he comes back. Oh, we've also lost Steve King.
So we've had 10 people go through 208 kilometers, all within, 19 minutes of each other.
That's amazing.
Yeah. This late in the game, so used to people just it being dragged out for so long, but yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. And as we were saying before, we talked to Jeff Morris right at the beginning of the day today, and he was saying that there were going to be 2 construction points along the route where people might get held up for up to 4 minutes each time. So that might be playing into allowing some people to catch up to others as well.
Yeah, I think that's what's happened.
Luck of the draw.
And I can't imagine that anyone hammered it down the mountain as well, because it's just too dangerous with this. It's just too wet.
Other than Shane Duffy,
So-
apparently that guy was cruising down there.
You can hear his brakes in the background going off.
Well, I hope he got the right tire on there today then, because yesterday he swapped out the tire and the brakes were not connecting right for him after swapping out the tire.
Oh, wow.
Yep, we don't seem to have a connection back with Banat yet. But for the people that are watching, please tell us about your experiences at the Kenilworth Bakery. Put it in the comments. Do we have any winners out there of the sausage challenge from the one bakery or the 1 kilo donut from the other bakery? Let's find out what we know with these, the memories of the Ultraman Australia 10th anniversary. And that might be a good time for us to actually play another one of our memory videos. We haven't done that for quite some time now in the hours that we've been on the air.
Sure.
We've been keeping it going pretty good. So I think what I'll do is I'll play the 2022 highlights this time. The 2022 highlights is about a 6.5 minute video created by the photographers and the videographers of the race. And if you are in this video or you know somebody in the video, tag them up in the comments and talk about if you were there, what some of your highlights are from that year. So here's the 2022 highlights from Australia.
Wanya nalong dalang gu. Wanya ye nyaring gang. Bidian and aju. Banji Jimmy. Nothing but what you do.
our day 3, our run leg, our 84.3 kilometre journey as we work down the long-distance beaches. So we'll see you. Your 2022 Ultimate Champion, Marcus Brown. Congratulations, Tessa Moorfield.
I remember I was standing at the beach at the water's edge to help them at the cone there to make them do the turn to the final straight up to the finish line. And I don't remember being so cold for years. It was just brutal. It was horrible. Tony had to go out and you see halfway through the video, the run section there, suddenly we've all got the same rain jackets on. That's because Tony had to go to the hardware store to buy everyone jackets because we were so cold.
Yeah. Well, we better not show too much more of that sort of stuff. It will turn people off. We want them to know this is a tourist town and lots of sunshine and great stuff happens here. It's absolutely a gorgeous location, I must say.
Yeah, we are still waiting on Banat. He sent a message through. He's charging again. I think he got us a quick charge so he could give us some content earlier, but it died very quickly on him, unfortunately. So he's still hanging out by the bakery and getting charged up. So we'll get back to him shortly. But we did find out that there are a few conquerors of the feats here in our audience. So we got this one coming up. We got Troy. 2017.
Wow.
Conquered the 1.3 kg donut on the course recce. And
all right, so now we've got some interesting times. So 140 kilometer mark, the back markers have all hit it now, or almost all. But if you look at that, so with 140k done, 135 kilometers to go, you've got 5:55, 6 hours, 6:23. So these are all people who got, these are the three back markers, and we don't know where Ben Yates is, but these will all struggle to make it in time, which is a shame.
Sure is.
I'm trying to get that results page up again. I apologize. Something has gone wrong where it's just cut you out, Nick.
That's right.
Well, there's been quite a gap now. It's been 20 minutes since someone else has come through. You've had 9 athletes through that mark from 6:51 to 7:08, and now it's 7:28.
Well, we don't know what's happening with this road construction that they've been talking about and the traffic lights, and with this bad weather, who knows what's going on.
Yeah.
But, you know, a good indication of how slow the day is for the back markers is how slow it is for the front people. And if the people in front are struggling, which they are, it just blows out. the further towards the back of the field. So, I feel I'm looking down at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 that are maybe 7 that might even be struggling. I'll have a little look outside to see, because I live literally 50 meters off David Low Way here in Coolum, and to see how much the wind is blowing to assist them. And hopefully they can make the turn and just drive themselves to the finish line for the last 30K.
I am having a small technical difficulty here right now, gentlemen. I know what we are broadcasting is the results page with Nick in the small window. However, my software is showing something completely different. So if you want to just keep talking, we're going to leave that page up for now. And the other square is sitting empty, but I'm going to try and figure this out here.
That's okay. So as long as the clock's still going, the clock's all good.
Clock's running on time.
Yeah,
Give or take a few seconds.
7.5 hours now. It's just crazy to think that days gone by, we would have been at the finish line with congratulating people by now.
Only 2.
And it's not. But it's not that that everyone in this field is weak either. It's just they've been beaten down by the weather.
Nick, maybe you can just keep going there for us for now. As I'm still trying to get my computer to catch up to what's going on in the software.
Sure. I kind of would love to know where Ben Yates has gone. He must be off the course somewhere. Because his timing is he won't make the start line for the run at this rate.
We are still getting some comments in from Tony. I'll get those up on the screen in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to have a little poke outside. I'll be right back. I want to see what this weather's doing.
You bet.
All right.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to have a couple of our officials out there as well. We really appreciate that. We've got husband and wife team, David and Amanda. They'll be going around the course to make sure all is well, but they'll also have to make their way shortly to the finish line to make sure that things are set up there properly to be able to welcome home the athletes. And I'm sure those guys, Tim and Jason and the like, they're going to be happy to at least sit under a tent and hopefully not get soaked. But when I've been at races, it's amazing how often you're under the one tent that has a leak. It leaks right on top of your computer or your papers, and it can be nasty, especially if there's a wind. So from their vantage point where they're located in the park, hopefully it's not going to blow them out in terms of too much wind.
Well, that park in particular, that's tucked right under the hill there.
Yeah.
So they should be shaded.
Yeah, and they've got that big tent. It was nice. It's almost like a big marquee they've got for the athletes, so they can get their massage and have any medical checks that are necessary. And I think we're going to see a few people who will need those tonight or later on this evening. Yeah, and did you hear anything further about Sadanand and Mahesh Kumar?
I have not heard.
I've heard nothing.
No, nothing has come in on that report. Maybe we can get our check in with the main WhatsApp group here. I'll get that typed up right now to see if there's anything going on with those two.
So they according to this, they've made the 140.
40, yeah.
And Leanne's made the 140, and unfortunately, she's at 6 hours 24.
Oh.
Yeah, so halfway at 6 hours 24.
Well,
and the problem with that is they haven't even started the climb yet.
Yeah. So she may do what you did that one year, as you said. You continued to complete out the 12 hours, and
That's right. Yeah.
Or you go until it gets dark, because you want the satisfaction of knowing you gave it what you had on that particular day, and also the benefit of the idea that at least you're going over the course, and if you choose to do it again, you'll know more about it. You'll know more about pacing or nutrition or crew needs, etc., etc.
Yeah, I mean, we had this in Penticton, if you remember, at the finish line, where Steve Brown had to finally put a cap on. I'm going to finish at all costs. It doesn't matter if it's an hour after the finish line. So the same thing can apply here. If Leanne wants to finish the day out, fine. But and David Lowe, that whole last section is perfectly safe. I ride at night here all the time.
Yeah.
So it's perfectly safe if you've got the lights. But to expect all the volunteers to stay around for another hour or two, that's not on. But she's more than welcome. Public roads, just call ahead and say, listen, I'm going to ride straight to my hotel, but I'm going to do it via the finish line.
Yeah. And you're quite right, because for volunteers to stay around longer, if it's a cool, windy, cold and wet day, as it has been so far, they too want to get in and get fed or have a bath or a shower, because they've got to be up and ready to go tomorrow. It's a big
That's
day.
right.
And you don't want to be too fatigued yourself. You've got a job to do and you want to get it done, and you want to embrace the moments as they unfold.
Yeah, totally.
As opposed to having a headache or just feeling so bagged out that you can't do what you're hoping to do for the athlete or being an athlete, because a lot of the athletes have difficulty in sleeping the nights prior to the event.
Yeah, well, that particular day that you were talking about, that I just rode to 12 hours, that was the year Sheena Miller won Ultraman.
Yes.
And so I knew Steve Brown had sent a message out to me saying, we'll wait for you. And I said, no, I'm not going to make you wait for me. It's not happening. Put me in a vehicle and take me home. And then the next day they asked me, are you going to run? I said, no, I can be far more productive helping people on the run course as a crew.
Yeah.
And so that's what I did with Sheena. So I ended up running with Sheena for a lot of the second half of the double marathon.
Now, you've made me think of something as well. Glenn Pryor, Gator, right?
Yep.
I don't know whether he'd be tuning in, but he came along a few years ago to do our Scar Lake Ultra Swim. And, of course, we all love Gator, so we couldn't see him on the horizon even after everyone had finished. But we were told, he's still out there. Okay, so it was well beyond the usual time. We usually shut it down at 6 hours, something like that. Well, we were there for 7.5 hours before one of the team contacted and said, we came out on East Side Road quite a while ago. so we the good thing is it was a beautiful day, and they had a few drinks, and so it was funny. We laughed about it because we all love Gator, and we would have stayed there for 10 hours if necessary, but it was just funny. Yeah.
Was that the year that I think his kayak might have overturned, or his canoe?
Yep, that's happened a number of times. That happened to one of the Mexicans, and that happened at the Ultraman with one of the Mexican athletes 2 years ago. And a van had to go in after that person because the kayakers were going off in weird directions, going way too far to the east side, hugging the shoreline instead of coming way out by another 200 or 300 meters.
Yeah,
makes a big difference.
Well, I remember paddling with your lovely niece for Berin, talking about Berin Henkel.
Wow. Yes. Good for you. Yeah.
Yeah. Berin was swimming, and your lovely niece, she would have been, very young, 12 maybe.
Well, now she's quite a famous actress, and she just had her first child and living in Italy. And her husband is the chef for the Australian team, the JACO team.
No way.
Team. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 6 degrees of separation everywhere.
Well, yeah, it's fascinating because when I first met him, he told me, because he's a very, very good cook, all these high class hotels over the years. But he told me his dream job would be to be a chef for one of the Tour de France type teams. And, you know, he wanted to tour with them and cook for them. He loves cycling. And 6 months later, he had an interview, then another one, and suddenly he gets the call, come on, you know, come and join us. So that's why they're in Italy.
Oh, no way. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. The people that we know.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I have
Yes.
been trying to work this on the back end. My software seems to have frozen up. I'm going to have to actually end the live stream, I believe, and restart the live stream. So everybody watching, if you stay in this live stream, you might be reconnected to it once I reconnect. However, if you are not reconnected to the live stream as I reconnect it, then please just go back to the YouTube page. And at that point, you can reconnect into the live stream. It's too many things I think are working on the computer at once, and it's just bogged down a little bit. Something's frozen. I'm going to have to reset the live stream. Now for us in the back end, gentlemen, we are going to keep the Zoom open. If this Zoom does not stay open, then I have sent you a backup list of Zooms, and I'll resend them again just in case. So there are some backup Zoom links available. So everybody watching, I apologize. We got a little bit of freezing here, and so now we are
It's the end of the world.
we're going to have a short break. Use it to go to the bathroom and come back and reconnect to our live stream. We'll be right back.